You need to lay down and go to bed now. Lay down on your blanket. Probably a definitely a good. It's probably definitely a sign that this dog is gonna have to go. Yeah. I just remember when they went to Ohio, man, how fucking bad it was. But it was like on a first floor and I was on the second floor. You need to lay down and go to sleep now. Okay, good. He went to the blanket. Nope, he's over there. I thought he went to the blanket, but he's out in the foyer. I wonder if he thought that he was basically ordering Tommy around. It's possible, right? That he would tell Tommy to go to bed and shit. I don't see how we could possibly have to go the fuck back outside again. What time did I go out there? Wasn't it late? Like 9 o'clock? I don't think we went out there this late last night. Although, yeah, because I was out. That's right. Oh yeah, the cops should be back tomorrow up the street. They're there Monday through Friday with those protesters. I don't mean to speculate because I know it's pointless. Just I would assume that she told the landlord that she can't get the money from the VA until the 1st of May. Yeah. So they said just use the security. But she said to me too that they said because Tommy put a social security deposit down, it's like, yeah, Tommy is the tenant. I don't even think Barbara is. Yeah, because how would he get her to sign a lease? Can you bring a lease to another person outside of a leasing office and have her sign it and bring it back? That seems prone for fraud, like forging someone's signature. I guess it's possible, but I doubt he put her on the lease. It's probably just him. But you need to lay down and go to bed. It's a good thing I've been putting him on a leash because I've noticed the lap today. I don't think he was doing this before. He'll occasionally go towards the driveway, so I don't know if that was a walking route that Tommy did with the dog, and I never noticed it till like a week ago. It was either a week or two ago. I saw him with the dog on the leash in the front of the house. Yeah, like I don't know if he was going to try to start taking walks with the dog, or just he knew not to let the dog off of a leash because of Sprague Street.
Feel more confident with stock ratings from JP Morgan analysts in the Chase app. When you've got a decision to make, the answer is JP Morgan Wealth Management. At Granger, we know the ones who get it done wear a lot of hats. That's why we're always here for you with professional grade products and knowledge to help answer tough product questions. Call thegranger.com or just stop by. Granger, we're the ones who get it done. Accidents happen everywhere and every day. Sweep it up the easy.
Isn't it weird that someone that isolated was using all those drugs? Like, I wonder if he, like, was he buying drugs from?
Ordinary groups only get half the mess, but Air Group's Ultraflex blade is specially designed to lift and grip and leave nothing behind. And for anything that hits the floor, it's a one-stop shop.
You know what I mean? Like, someone that sort of socially isolated and shit, who was he buying drugs from?
Helio Air Group gets the big stuff, yet precise enough for the finest dust. Use it wet or dry. Clean spilled milk and cereal, and an impossible to clean broken egg. Plus, it rinses clean.
I mean, if he was only smoking marijuana, which it might have been, I don't know, maybe he just like rolling it in those things.
Use it in the bathroom. It'll sweep up hair, nail clippings, and floss. And with its telescopic handle, it becomes
Judging from the tobacco in the trash barrel, I don't think he was mixing it with tobacco.
anywhere. Watch. Helio's
Yeah.
specially designed lift and grip Ultraflex blade effortlessly removes dust and hair on carpet, keeping your
He could have been going to a dispensary if all he was smoking was marijuana.
So get your
Obviously, it's legal.
Helio Air Group at Helio.
But at other times, he was smoking more than marijuana. So I guess it doesn't matter now, but who he was getting his drugs from. Like, how did he meet people that sell drugs? That's what I'm saying. Someone that antisocial. Get what I'm saying? Like, who was he hanging around with when he was growing up that he was even began using? I don't know. You've got to at one time have a friend. How do you just all of a sudden become a drug addict when you don't have a single friend?
Only $29.99. So order now.
As the candidates race toward the White House, America hopes for a clean and fair election. But you couldn't understand what that means. It's why my team created the Kids Guide.
He started hanging around with a group of friends of mine from Needham when I was in high school.
How to ensure that every legal vote
And then
and what happens when they're not. All future voters need this guide, and you can have it for free. To order, visit freeelectionguide.com. That's freeelectionguide.com.
It's an honor being a Visiting Angels caregiver and one of the most rewarding
Hmm.
I love knowing I'm making a personal impact.
I would assume he decided to stop hanging around with them.
If your passion is caring for others, then being a Visiting Angel can be the key to unlocking the best place in your heart. To learn more, scan the code or visit us online at visitingangels.com. America's choice of home care.
Moving forward, unique shock absorbers, fatigue fighters, mobility maximizers. This is the science of active recovery. Revolutionary home technology absorbs impact.
I'm used to drug addicts that have social groups, yeah, like the homeless community and the shelter. I don't know if he would have had friends or it would have been like really difficult for him to be homeless. I don't know. Yeah, like a lot of these people, they just sort of like grew up from their like high school and stuff age group where they would started doing drugs and partying, and then they end up worse and worse and worse, and then they end up on the fucking street. Same shit.
We'll have the chance to watch. However, severe weather is threatening to disrupt this very rare celestial event. Fox Weather's Brian Campbell is here with the
Okay, good. He went to the fucking blanket now.
Hey, Tammy. Hey, we are coming to you from Rochester. You can see High Falls is behind us. And it's beautiful.
I don't really want to put that on the floor right now because I never trust dogs in terms of when they piss on stuff, and I definitely don't want my laptop pissed on.
nervous because we could have a considerable amount of cloud coverage, potentially blocking that total eclipse view. But I will say, for those that may not be able to see it, you will still experience the darkness that will set in over the town and the temperatures dropping as well. Other areas, Niagara Falls, even down in the Texas area, they may also have the same issue. But I will say, regardless, the party will go on. Here in Rochester, the city says they have over 50 events scheduled in honor of this eclipse. Now, John Lyons here with Genesee Brew House. Now, I know this has been a long time coming for you all. We know it's going to happen, but there's a lot of planning that goes into it. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, and so like you mentioned, it's been about 12 to 18 months of planning at this point. It takes a village to kind of make all this come together. And we're excited to be able to have people into town. It's been great to see Rochester bustling the way it has been. Today at the Brew House, tomorrow we're expecting a lot of people. Again, we're going to have live music. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of things themed around the solar eclipse, including our Genesee Celestial beer, which is going to look very, cosmic or like it's from outer space, which is going to be a lot of good, good fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. So tomorrow we can expect the crowds to set in and everyone, Tammy, I would say, crossing their fingers that we'll see some action up in the sky.
Well, that's great. And there's going to be obviously a special beer, so that's great for day drinking. Thank you very much. Great stuff.
Exactly.
All right. So if you aren't along the path of totality, you can still see, go and you can take part in the craze inside businesses. I love this. This is all about the economy and spending your money. There are a ton of eclipse-themed deals, including these total solar eclipse donuts. Those look delicious. And you can see they look like they're in an eclipse. So now, look, I think this is really one of the good things is that you're ready, Tom.
I wish you were ready for
your light shines so brightly. He's got to wear the glasses.
I'm so excited.
You're going to go and watch it now that you have those.
Oh yeah, I have already looked at the sun with these to make sure they're valid,
Good test.
and they are great. But when you look at the sun, you can see a little circle, but these are so strong you can't even see these bright lights in the studio right now.
So you maybe just don't look. I mean, maybe that's it. So when you're
You pass those down. Yeah.
they're Fox branded. You can see right here on the arm. They're like from us, I guess.
These are fantastic. Fox Weather.
Fox Weather branded. Well, that's all you just need to be a Fox Weather.
I hope you guys know your bodies. If you ever want to look aware.
Aren't you doing Fox Friends on Monday? You're doing Fox and Friends tomorrow, aren't you?
Yep. I'm Fox and Friends tomorrow, so we'll be talking a lot about
There's
this.
a lot of stars in Fox and Friends, so that's gonna be blinded. So you're probably a little excited.
Yes, so my brother is going to this thing, I have a cousin that's going to this thing, there are 4 million people traveling into the zone, the path of totality, a lot of people are into this. The hotel prices, Niagara Falls, during Eclipse Week, up 249%, since we're talking about money, that's crazy. Waco, Texas, they're up, was it 81%? Nuts, there's a lot of money being spent.
Well, it really is. It's really something we can all enjoy together. It doesn't matter about politics. It's right, you're reminded that you're part of the planet because it's going to get dark. Even if there's cloud cover, you're going to realize there's something bigger than you.
It's so amazing.
It's hard for you to express.
I know, it's like takes me outside of myself. But you don't have to be in the path of totality. That's overrated. The whole fun is watching it go in front of the sun. Okay, and then when it's halfway there, it gets darker and darker. But even in the path of totality, the total eclipse it's only a fleeting moment. So the whole fun is in the experience of it. I say, stay home, get out on your lawn chair, put the glasses on, and you've got to wear the glasses. Don't do this.
Don't do it.
Man, it doesn't work. Nothing works except the glasses.
Yeah, and it can ruin your camera spot, your phone camera, so be careful. All right, so special coverage, as you might imagine, of America's total eclipse, of the sun's total eclipse, hopefully we're not, is tomorrow on Fox News Channel, of course, and Fox Weather, so get that app as well. All right, our workaholics withdrawing from the workplace? That's the question on the media's mind. One blue state might have something to say about this as it looks to put managers on mute. That's next.
Which out?
Just filling out my March mattress brackets.
March mattress.
In the first round, Supper Plus mattress in box and Wednesday sleep. Then, thanks to their free white glove delivery service, Supper leads 10 mattresses in the second round. Finally, Supper offers luxury at half the price. They crush
retail stores in the Bibles.
Stop.
Yeah, but it works for April too. Sofa, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Did you know that old-fashioned laundry detergent can contain up to 80% water? We at Earth-Free has created a dissolvable laundry detergent because we already have water. Just put a pre-measured sheet into any washing machine, watch it dissolve in hot or cold water, and your laundry will come out fresh and clean every time. Earth-Free is also gentle on your skin. And there's no wasteful plastic junk that's just going to end up in a landfill anyway. We even have a guarantee. It's time to switch to Earth-Freeze at earthfreeze.com.
Can peace of mind fit into just 3 fruits and 3 veggie supplements? Yes. We start by sourcing the best fruit and vegetable ingredients. We ensure that all our foods meet our rigorous standards in order to give you the highest quality product possible. They are then washed, cut, and put through an advanced vacuum cooled process that removes the water and pressure. We then take great care in grinding them into a fine powder. These powdered ingredients are then mixed and encapsulated, locking out air and moisture. The capsules are then bottled and shipped right to your door so you can experience your own personal balance of nature success story.
I've looked at other supplement companies and they don't have the balance of nature.
Balance of nature really was the game changer. I'm serious, it was.
It is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be taken.
Get 35% off and $10 off any additional sets as a preferred customer by using discount code Fox News.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is living.
Vacationing is an art, and the Palm Beaches are your canvas. Stroll along sun-soaked beaches. Unwind at boutique resorts. Explore hidden and not so hidden gems. Here you'll discover a lifestyle that's nothing short of a masterpiece. Curate the perfect collection of experiences in Palm Beaches.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Belfair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technology designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Belfair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Belfair because nobody beats Belfair tires. Nobody. Reedsbury Chefs. We deliver Scotland. Higher quality chefs backed by 30-year warranty.
If there's ever any issue with the chef, now over the next 30 years, customers can just call the shop and we're there. Absolutely.
60 years building chefs, and one thing hasn't changed.
The excitement on the customer's face, I think, is probably the best part.
Visit Reedsbury.com and get excited about your brand new chef. Call 888 85 See the chef?
If it's that street there, you can find good one.
That's right.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. Like the office, compulsive workaholics are getting pushed out by the 501 and done crowds everywhere. Is the live to work ethic over?
You do your job better, you get points.
For 5,000 points, I will let you tattoo whatever you want on the stern of the old SS Bernard. All right.
Who has a little bit of a mood shift around here? Really, because it's happened to the family for years, and this is that time.
Show me the best numbers this place has ever seen. Took it one day.
And now a Democrat, guess where, wants to make a law that gives employees the right to ignore after-hours calls and emails from their bosses. California Assemblyman Matt Heaney authored the bill saying, quote, "We are in constant competition with other states like Texas and New York who are trying to move California workers to their states. Our workers, the right to disconnect, would be a major benefit to our workforce and makes the California tech sector better able to compete for skilled workers." As Bloomberg puts it, quote, "Always on, always off era is over as workforce is making small ditch business as usual for a work-life balance." Tom, is this the most California thing ever?
I'm calling that complaining. But the thing is, he says that it's going to help them compete in the tech sector. but you've just taken away the incentive to compete for these tech companies. If the tech companies want to offer a perk like 501 and done, or you can kind of, half work, half at home, that kind of thing, then the companies can do it, and then they can attract the best people. But now, how can they use that? They can't. If he makes a law, so I'm against the law, but I'm all for loafing off on the job. I mean,
I'm good against that.
yeah, it's great.
Here's a Wall Street Journal op-ed at the editorial board from Friday. A California right to disconnect? Questioning that, of course. Haney hilariously claims the legislation will make California businesses more competitive for desperately needed workers, and the California tech sector better able to compete for skilled workers with other states. Has he been to Silicon Valley, where 9 to 5 working hours are far from the norm for tech bros? So now maybe an additional benefit we should see. Yeah, I mean, everybody. This is the great thing about this country is you can find, we land where you want to land, right? You can find your level based on if you want to surf all day, if you want to stay in an office and work and be a tech bro. It's really a matter of personal choice. And you can do that. There's all kinds of companies, all different kinds of things you can do in this country. So this is the issue, is that government's interfering once again, which eliminates competition, because then you're bound by these rules that make no sense. Why? If nobody's trying to get the California workers. The California workers are running away from California and landing in Texas. And do you think they're going to go there because they want a 9-to-5 job? No, they want to go there because they want to have a lot of money, a great job, and a terrific future. Yeah, I mean, recent Gallup poll shows employee engagement dipping down. In 2020, it was 36%, going down to 32%. Got me thinking.
Well, if you want to do the 9-to-5 thing and then slam your laptop closed on Friday evening until Monday morning, you can go and find a job where that's acceptable. But yeah, and just figure out what's going to work for you, and that's going to maybe limit your career, but at least you will prioritize time off and what have you, the work-life balance. If you want to be a real gunner and go-getter in America, you should have the choice to go do that as well, and the government shouldn't impose rules on this kind of thing. Just figure out what's best for your life and make choices accordingly.
Yeah, but my question is, where's the lawsuit? Where does this lead? I mean, we're just envisioning where this can all go in the future. But is it also, it limits some people that maybe want to work harder, want to get ahead, that sort of thing. Well, especially if there's a law. I mean, can't you see this being used by the person who wants to slack, and then they're embarrassed by the person who doesn't?
Yeah, and also, I heard AI is coming in and it's going to take half our jobs. So maybe we should wait and see what happens with that. AI runs 24/7.
Yeah, oh, that's true. It does. Maybe I could just all learn French. Yeah. All right. Next up, the Big Four, and coming up tomorrow on Fox and Friends, Janice Dean kicks off special coverage of America's total solar eclipse live from the Little Rock Zoo on Fox and Friends. Do not DVR the show if you cannot watch it at all. DVR that show if you can't catch it live.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium MyPillows with all new piece of fabric, any size, any level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
We're here with Chris Mooneyhan of our local leaf filter. So Chris, tell us how leaf filter is different from every other gutter protection on the market.
With Leaf Filter's patented filter technology, there are no gaps, no openings, no place for debris to get in at all. And we install Leaf Filter on your existing gutters. It's a permanent solution. You'll never have to climb a ladder to clean out your gutters again.
That's amazing, Chris. Tell me about the process.
Simple and easy. Just give us a call, set up an appointment. We'll come out and give you a free gutter inspection. If they're sagging, we'll repair them. If they're broken, we'll replace them. If they're in good shape, our local team will install Leaf Filter as little as a few hours.
Wow, and I understand you guys have a lifetime no flaws guarantee.
We do. It's actually a lifetime transferable no flaws guarantee.
You know, that's peace of mind and then some. So how do people sign up?
To schedule your free inspection, call 833 Leak Filter today. Our agents are standing by. Or visit leakfilter.com.
This is a story about the one who keeps it all moving. He is measured, precise. He thinks ahead, stops the right parts, and knows just where to find them. Because for the one, this facility is about more than business. The industrial grade products you need delivered fast. Call clickgranger.com or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit selectquote.com now. Read Accept's new book,
The army I fought for is gone woke.
and it's time to fix that. Exposing the problems in today's military, how they're putting soldiers and America at risk, and what needs to change before it's too late. The War on Warriors. Pre-order now at foxnewsbooks.com.
All right, we're back. It's time now for the Big Four. Our picks for the biggest stories everyone will be talking about this week, and I'll go first. So, more than a dozen pro-Palestinian student protesters at Pomona College are now facing suspension after storming the college president's office. Here's that president talking to the protesters when they refuse to leave.
Within the next 10 minutes, every student in this building is immediately suspended from this institution. If you are from Pomona, if you are from elsewhere, you immediately will be banned.
An adult, guess what? She was ignored by some of them. Arrests and suspensions. More of this, please. Tom?
Better listen to that lady. Okay. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, what a view. He's catching heat after not returning to his home state following the historic 4.8 magnitude earthquake that shook the Northeast on Friday. You gotta come home when there's an earthquake, Governor. This is what he posted on X. Our State Emergency Operations Center has deactivated as of 10 a.m. today. We have had no reports of major damage to structures, roadways, or infrastructure as a result of yesterday's earthquake. Blah, 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 blah. Hold the press conference. Tell everyone it's going to be all right. But I can't stand him and dumb jack-o'-lantern smiley. Probably the worst governor in America. If not for no, right here, and he goes, no opinion. Hey, Molly.
All right. Flyers had quite a scare this morning after the metal engine cover of a Boeing jet fell off during takeoff and was forced to return. The plane went back to the Denver International Airport. The plane was headed to Houston, Texas. It landed safely back in Denver after about 35 minutes. There's video, of course, after it initially departed. This is some wild stuff. According to Fox 31, this is the fourth time a Boeing plane has had to divert to Denver for issues so far this year. Not great news for Boeing that is based on a lot of skeptical issues right now, safety issues, an iconic company. Hopefully things turn. All right. The New York Times is finally facing the facts. An op-ed admits liberals are not as happy as conservatives, writing, quote, the left-wing temperament is by nature unhappier than the moderate and conservative alternatives. The refusal of contentment is essential to radical politics. That's a lie. The desire to take the givens of the world and make something better out of them is always going to be linked to less relaxed gratitude and more of a discontented itch. That's a lie, and it's nuts, and it's a word salad, but don't believe it. Well, that does it for us. Fantastic show, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next weekend as well. Life, Liberty, and Levin starts right now.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin. This is Life,
Liberty and Levin Sunday. We have two great guests tonight. We have Pete Hegseth and Brent Bosdell. Before we get to our friends, I want to pick up where I left off last night and really think deeply with you. I hope you're sitting down. It's a day to tell of two democracies, the United States and Israel, and one man who's seeking to destroy both. Oh, I know he's a Praetorian Guard media that protect him and attack anybody who challenges him. But Joe Biden is a very diabolical, evil politician who's trying to imprison Donald Trump and clear the political playing field for his re-election. And he's trying to take out Benjamin Netanyahu, remove that government, and install a government that he, the Democrat Party, wants in the state of Israel. Joe Biden is at war with two democracies, our country and Israel. I'm going to prove it. Now, first, let's go through a little bit of history. Joe Biden is behind these investigations against Donald Trump. He's behind all of them. And he sends signals, and his staff sends signals, and his staff has meetings, and they have conversations. Unfortunately, the forceful nature of this sort of tyranny that's taking place won't be known for years and years and years, maybe when we're all gone. When true historians and true journalists take a look. Let's take a look right now. State of the Union. President Joe Biden reportedly pressured Attorney General Merrick Garland in 2022 to prosecute former President Donald Trump. The New York Times report from April 2022 highlighted Biden's frustration with Garland's approach, his belief that Trump posed a threat to democracy and should be prosecuted, and this is their theme all the time. He says it, his campaign says it, his political hacks in the media say it, because they want to influence the Democrat judges, the Democrat prosecutors, and any future jury pool. So it is a constant public campaign. The Attorney General's deliberative approach has come to frustrate Democratic allies of the White House, and at times President Biden himself read the New York Times, so of course, the Department of Justice, they all read the New York Times rather than the Bible, and there it is. As recently as late last year, Mr. Biden confided to his inner circle, this was in the Times, that he believed former President Donald Trump was a threat to democracy and should be prosecuted, according to two people familiar with his comments. And while the president has never communicated his frustrations directly to Mr. Garland, he doesn't have to. The New York Times will do it for him. He said privately that he wanted Mr. Garland to act less like a ponderous judge and more like a prosecutor who's willing to take decisive action over the events of January 6th. And from that point on, when that article was published, all kinds of things took place were triggered. Is Trump an insurrectionist, sir? Reported question Biden. I think it's self-evident, Biden said. Whether the 14th Amendment applies, we'll let the court make that decision, he says. But he certainly supported an insurrection, Biden said. No question about it. None, zero. So there you go. Talking points out the federal law enforcement, federal investigators, and of course the American media. What about this one? Manhattan DA hires former DOJ official who previously investigated Trump Foundation. Wow. ABC News. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced that his office has hired former Justice Department official Matthew Colangelo as senior counsel. Colangelo served in the Department of Justice. He was the Associate Attorney General of the United States, active, appointed in that slot by Biden. And before that, serving at the Department of Justice, the New York Attorney General's office, where he was part of the team that investigated the Trump Foundation, former President Trump's former charity. Colangelo also led the NYAG's opposition to Trump administration's efforts to add citizenship questions to the U.S. Census. So here, the Biden administration sends their hitman to help Letitia James in that outrageous case. He moves from there to the Alvin Bragg case. So he's the lead prosecutor there as they hit. And by the way, this judge in the case, in the Alvin Bragg case, is a disgrace. He is a rogue, out of control Democrat hack with a black robe. He's making statements that are outrageous. He has an unconstitutional gag order to protect his daughter and other people, not from violence, but being exposed. Donald Trump has a First Amendment constitutional right to speak as a citizen, and even more so, as he's running for president as a former president, and everybody else is keeping against him. Everybody else is making allegations, but this judge, whose daughter has raised over $90 million on the case that he is overseeing, monies that have been raised for Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer's Political Action Committee. He was exceeding conflict of interest. He donated to Democrats in the past. These judges in New York, what a disgrace. You gotta be nuts to stay in New York if you can get the hell out of there. And so this judge now makes a comment about he's handling a federal insurrection case. This judge is not only a political hack, he's dumb as a doorknob. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be a Democrat jury in Manhattan that hates Donald Trump. They already got the word from Biden. They got the word from the media. And they know what their job is. It's not to do justice. It's to convict. And that's the whole goal here. And of course, when the immunity issued before the U.S. Supreme Court, Trump's lawyer said to this local state against judge, let this immunity decision be decided because all this may not. No, we're going for it anyway. Why? We have to count it. That's what they count with the election. We have 2 memos, actually 4 memos from 4 previous attorney generals, including the current, that warned prosecutors not to interfere with an election. And by the way, the case that's being brought in Manhattan is almost identical to the case that was brought by Jack Smith. You may have heard of him. He's back. He's the federal prosecutor that the Biden regime appointed to try and destroy Donald Trump. And that was the case against John Edwards, where they tried to turn a perfectly legitimate donation to his campaign, in which case that donation was used to keep his lover out of sight. And they tried to turn that to Smith, rewrite the statute that was an illegal campaign contribution that should have been reported a different way. And the jury found in 6 charges, not guilty or a hung jury with 1 juror. And the Department of Justice decided not to take that case. Well, guess what? The former Biden employee of the Department of Justice, who worked for Letitia James and now Alan Bragg, he's dusted it off. He's using the same case. Because they figure it's a different jury, and they got this thing licked. 32 or 34 counts there. They figured all they needed. Let's talk about the Georgia case. Newsweek. There are calls for the White House to reveal details of 2 2022 meetings that reportedly took place between its employees and Nathan Wade. Remember him? He is, or was, a special prosecutor working on the Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis Georgia election interference case, which was brought against Trump and 18 other defendants. The filings from Michael Roman, one of the defendants, his case included bills sent for Wade, the Fulton County DA's office, requesting 2 payments of $2,000 for separate occasions under the project titled Anti-Corruption Special Prosecutor. The first, on May 23, 2022, is labeled Travel to Athens, Conference with White House Counsel, for which Wade charged $2,000 for 8 hours of work. The bill read that Wade also had an interview with D.C. White House, quote unquote, on November 18, 2022, for which he also billed $8,000 at a rate of $250 an hour. That's a long damn meeting. 2 long meetings by Lloyd. Let's go on. Let's go on to Jack Smith. This guy is unconstitutionally appointed. He was not part of the federal government at the time. So Merrick Garland violates the appointments clause of the Constitution because you have to go through a Senate confirmation process. It's different if you're a U.S. attorney. You've already gone through that process. And of course, you can delegate that authority to somebody who's been confirmed by the Senate. Jack Smith never has. He's a rogue prosecutor. That's all he is. They picked him because he's an out-of-control rogue prosecutor who leaks and leaks and leaks to his friendly media. Here we have cases involving January 6th. The Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871. Gee, I don't even think Donald Trump was around back then. Boy, that's not insurrection. Then we have the Enron obstruction case. Enron obstruction. There was a statute passed because Enron had destroyed a whole bunch of documents, knowing that they'd eventually be subpoenaed by Congress and federal prosecutors. And so they passed a law to prevent it. So that's the law they're using against Donald Trump and about 500 of the January 6th protesters. U.S. District Judge Charles Nichols, he saw this. He said this is a stretch. It's a stretch of the law beyond its scope to get appropriately applied in these cases. He ruled that a defendant must have taken, quote, he's quoting from the law, some action with respect to a document, record, or other object. That's quote right out of the statute. to obstruct an official proceeding under the law. So we have a 3-judge panel in Washington, D.C. that decides that this applies to Donald Trump and these protesters. Now, who's on this panel? 2 Biden appointees. 2 out of 3. That's not too bad. One of them, Judge Kahn, one of the most outrageous political hacks that ever wear a black robe, as a matter of fact. And that's saying something given the state of the judiciary today. What else happened? Well, this prosecutor went to another Obama judge of the district and insisted that the lead lawyer handling Donald Trump's document case be forced to testify in front of his grand jury. Wait a minute, that's attorney-client privilege. No, they said there's a crime fraud exception. They had a secret hearing. They decided that Donald Trump's lawyer had to testify for the prosecution in front of the grand jury and provide all his notes. What do you think of that, folks? We have the fact that he brought an indictment in the documents case in Washington, D.C., but the case was in Florida. He goes, oh, okay, I got the indictment. Now I'll move it to Florida. And I'll get the rubber stamp indictment in the grand jury that never heard a single witness testify. Nothing of the sort. He's trying to cut corners. He demanded that the Supreme Court order a trial take place in front of another Obama judge in Washington, D.C. And the Supreme Court said the immunity issue is a complex constitutional issue. You may want to get this done before the election. He didn't put it. I'm reading between the lines. So we don't have to do that. And then we have the espionage case, which is a joke. Espionage. This is a law passed in 1917. Never been applied against the former president. Wasn't applied against Hillary Clinton. They made excuses for her. Wasn't applied against the certified imbecile Joe Biden, who violated it over and over again. Here's the evidence right here. Look at this. He violated it when he was a senator. He stole documents. When he was a private citizen, he stole documents. When he was the vice president, he stole documents. And he conveyed the classified information to a ghostwriter because he was getting paid $8 million by a publisher, which I say means he sold classified information for $8 million. This is all going on today as they try to put Donald Trump in prison. And they don't care who does it. Multiple charges, multiple outrageous charges, multiple phony judges, Democrat prosecutors. They said there's 2 countries involved. While Joe Biden was trying to put Donald Trump in prison and his Praetorian Guard media are celebrating, he's also trying to destroy the government of Israel simultaneously and take out Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a piece in JNS by Carolyn Glick. The war rages in the Gaza Strip, northern Israel, Lebanon, Iraq, the streets of Israel, cities, Iran's, Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, Iraqi, and Yemeni proxies maintain and escalate their operations against the Jewish state. Unmoved by this state of affairs, Israel's far left is reinstating the anti-government riots that occurred regularly for the first 3 quarters of 2023. She goes on later. To be sure, there are a number of reasons this is happening, but perhaps the main one was revealed on March 17 by riot leader, the head rioter, Ami Dror, in a WhatsApp group chat with his colleagues. The communication, which Dror authenticated in an interview with Channel 14, was recorded on X, Twitter, by a poster who operates under the handle Arabello Tuna Hunter. Stick with me. In that communication, Dror, the head rioter, told his colleagues that the White House was asking them to reinstate the riots. Based on what he referred to as a conversation with his contacts in the White House, Dror set out in granular detail the White House's 4-part plan to overthrow the Netanyahu government. The components involve actions on the ground in Gaza, the use of the UN Security Council, extortion of government ministries of the Netanyahu government, and mass protests. Dror called his report an important update from the American administration. He explained in his update followed an earlier text he sent on March 6 on the same topic. Quote, the American plan as I published on March 6 remains unchanged. The day after my publication, the Biden administration announced the establishment of an American port in Gaza that will seize from Israel the ability to rule the Strip. The port will be used initially to provide food, but the central purpose of the port is to rebuild Gaza. The purpose of the U.S. campaign for humanitarian aid, he explained, is twofold: undermining the control of the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza and blackmailing government ministers. Well, Netanyahu's chief political rival is Gantz. Gantz was summoned to Washington a few weeks ago, and he went because they want to replace Netanyahu with Gantz. So this guy, Dror, the head rioter, He said Doxrow was summoned to the United States for a reprimand. He was humiliated. The Americans said hair-raising things to him. At the start of the war, the Americans demanded that he join the government. He was their man, the man that would ensure that Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir didn't get to set the world on fire. He came in, he blocked the war in Lebanon. Karma said he was going in for 6 weeks, and then he and the protest group would take the government apart. After 6 weeks, he and Dory promised that by January 1, they would deliver the goods, and in practice, the final deadline the Americans gave him was Ramadan. In other words, overthrow Netanyahu by Ramadan. What he didn't deliver for the U.S., the administration understood that they can't trust God. Maybe it will be a comfortable prime minister in the future, but the Americans seized full control of the management of the war against Netanyahu. Guess what? God announced last week that in September he wants a new election. They got it done. And there's other articles on this and Breitbart by our friend Joe Pollak, what's taking place. So Joe Biden's trying to put Donald Trump in prison multiple times so he can win the presidency without a real challenge. And simultaneously, he's trying to drive Netanyahu to office, and he is involved in promoting a civil war in the state of Israel. Now you can understand why he says the things he says, why he funds the organization, and he funds evil, diabolic, Joe Biden, destroying two democracies at the same time. I'll be right back.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White invites 2 shades lighter teeth and 24/7 sensory protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about you?
3 classic tenders.
4 big butterflies.
4 what, baby? I win. Is it always a competition?
You can't handle the shit.
Soon on that. Yes, we will.
Well, changing question. Has your advisor created a portfolio based only on your age and risk tolerance? That's simply not good. Your money reserve status, so do you. At Creative Planning, our private wealth managers learn about you first. And then they create a customized plan and portfolio by partnering with our in-house money managers, accountants, and attorneys. Don't settle for a standard portfolio. Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth. As we know, every family, groups and grow pits. That's why we have U-Locks. We can store it, or ship it, depending on the biggest room. How? When you want. Reserve today at UL.com.
Going up, going down. See, if I go with the 9, it opens up the 8 and the 7. What should I do?
Let the elevator go.
Oh, like Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
The only thing worse than being accused of a crime is knowing you're guilty. They were as unlikable a pair of defendants as you'll ever see.
None of you guys are 21, right?
I am not drinking a little. I'm drinking a lot.
All part of Fox Justice. Sign up now and get your first year of Fox Station for $29.99. America is streaming.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is moving.
It's easier than ever to stay connected. Your mind is down now. Few seconds, different from each other. Don't get the reason. You can also sign up for text messages for appointment reminders and confirmation. Just log into your account. Select notifications. Let's now. You can add us down home. We work on one of the nation's largest. Reply 5G. Find out account with exactly what you need today. Connect to astounding possibilities.
Annoyed by ugly paint chips in your car, but afraid to use touch-up paint? Dr. Color Chip creates permanent professional repairs, blending in to match your car's paint. Simply apply the paint, level, and blend. Dr. Color Chip custom mixes the original factory color, guaranteeing an exact color match. Go to drcolorchip.com. Use our search tool to find your year, make, and model, and choose your car's color code, and select your kit. It's that easy. Order today at drcolorchip.com. Use discount code 810 and get 10% off.
Hey guys, it's Zach Wayne. Are you guys ready to hit the road with us? I'm back out on 100 hours to this spring. Tickets are already on sale. Go fast.
dynasty.com.
Back America, I'm a big Pete Hegseth fan. Yes, he's a great patriot, hero, smart as hell. Pete Hegseth, obviously, Fox and Friends weekend co-host, Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran. We have a brand new book coming out in 2 weeks, The War of the Warriors, Behind the Betrayal, the Men Who Keep Us Free. Very, very important. The book comes out, I'm going to have it back. So, Pete, you heard my monologue, I understand it, and my contention, my position is that Joe Biden is an evil man. He's always been an evil man. He started out supporting the Confederates in the Old South, segregation and racism, and opposed public school integration. He will thrive any way to retain power. He wants to make sure the next election is close, so he's trying to put Donald Trump in prison, or at least get him convicted, so that becomes the issue. He keeps threatening that Donald Trump is threatening democracy. No, it's Joe Biden who is destroying our republic and destroying Israel's democracy. It's a twofer for him. What do you make of it?
I agree completely, Mark. Phenomenal setup. And revealing the way in which the White House is trying to manipulate against our allies. You said it right. Joe Biden, for his entire career, has ridden away. He's not a challenging guy. He doesn't have anything in his background to suggest he's a competent manager. He's been wrong on most everything, especially on foreign policy. The way that he's rode into office is by making a deal with the far left lunatics, the godless left, the pagan radicals, who are believe God is government and that they can fundamentally transform this country. So had to get rid of Bernie Sanders. And even though he sold himself as a centrist, he made a deal with Bernie and the Hamas caucus, which is why you see his treatment of Israel over a few votes in Michigan. He made a deal with them. And then he ushered into the White House 4 more years of effectively the entire staff of Barack Obama, who said he wanted to fundamentally transform America. And so you have an anti-American, godless administration who worships at the altar of climate change and believes international institutions should be in charge effectively of us. And the result, Mark, as you talk about all the time, is they don't believe in citizenship. They don't believe in borders. They don't believe in law and order. Everything that is illegal in their minds is something they want to facilitate. And they think, cynically, that is all a pathway to more control for them. They believe that's more votes. And when you and I look at the flood over the border, Mark, we look at the humanity, the drugs, the potential criminality, the potential terrorist attacks, and we say, how can this be happening in our country? The left sees opportunities. They see Dreamer 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, political wedges and liabilities for conservatives for eons to come. And then they expect the press to cover for them, which the press of course does, and rip the book on that. So this is a spiritual battle, Mark. This is a battle at higher realm. This is about people who believe in God, believe in our country, understand that we're a constitutional republic with laws, versus people who believe God is government, don't believe there's a higher being, think we're a democracy. You talk about, you know this distinction very clearly, so do your viewers, they don't. They merge the whole thing. And they want to bring racial animus back into the equation in America and stir us up and turn us against each other. This is a higher battle that Donald Trump is engaged in. And you see it on almost every issue that we talk about.
Well said. And you know, the media are so corrupt that they're contributing. And I was talking the other day about the Democrat Party seeks monopoly power. Well, Democratic Party will. That's why it wants to change the voters. That's why it's waves and waves of amnesty and take credit for it. And they believe that they're important Democrats. That's why they hate separation of powers. So Joe Biden will by executive order over and over and over, being urged to do so more so by Sanders, Warren, and the other parties. That's why they only like judges who do their bit, not judges who actually judge. So the Florida judge, in the case involving the documents case, was calling it straight, was acting like a real judge. We would feel very careful about what she says. She's now under attack by the Democrat Party media and the Democrat Party to try and intimidate and threaten her, and also to send a message to the Supreme Court. I want to ask you about this. You have this Judge Reggie Walton. He's a district court judge. He's been around a very long time. Too long. It's quite obvious at this point. And he goes on to stand, and here's the question. And he tracked with Donald Trump. And he said Donald Trump is threatening violence against this clown judge, this Marshawn Manhattan. Donald Trump didn't threaten violence against anybody. Now, Chuck Schumer did it. He threatened two Supreme Court justices, words of house. He said there's going to be a world when you're going to pay a price. And I don't remember this judge leaving the bench, going CNU, showing up, and worried about violence as a result of that. I don't remember this judge worrying about violence against Supreme Court justices after the Dobbs decision when their homes were being threatened, and not a single one of them was arrested under federal law. What do you make of the judiciary? What they decided is not what's legal or illegal part, looking at the law, regardless of your. They decided what's good and who is good and who gets the benefit. And in this particular case, in every scenario, they will bend and contort to go after the primary threat, not just political opponent, but primary opponent in everything they cling to, which is power and control. The man willing to expose the underbelly of who they are and what they represent. The man willing to call them the names that they know they are, or they're unwilling to admit that no one else will say. And so the justice, it's Mark, you know, it's not a justice system. It feels like a banana republic. I know I wouldn't be treated the same way a Democrat would be treated, and you wouldn't be. Donald Trump hasn't been, and that goes to the very fabric of our republic and our nation. It's a very dangerous moment. I want these judges and justices to understand something. If you do not respect the rule of law, the Constitution of the United States, especially the Bill of Rights, due process, and all that, then there's absolutely no reason for America to respect anything. Because just because you say something doesn't make it valid. It's not based on our Constitution and the rule of law. You're nothing more than another person wearing a robe, walking around in a nursing home. We'll be right back.
In here, you can expect to find crystal clear audio, expansive display space, and more comfort for everyone. But we still left room for all the unexpected things we'll find out here. The new 2024 Grand Cherokee lineup in Jeep. There's only one.
During the Jeep Celebration event, get the 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee starting at $38,290 MSRP. Visit Jeep.com for details.
Tara lost 42 pounds with LifeMD.
I've struggled with my weight my entire life. I've tried exercising, eating plant-based foods, but then the addiction side of the food comes back. You just search for weight loss programs and LifeMD came up. You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Check your eligibility minutes at GetLifeMD.com.
I support the elements when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol. I also tell them you can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Qunol, the brain I trust.
Now back. The next level chef battle has begun.
You'll get a second chance.
Who will make the time we need the best on the most competitive season yet? This is the next level. Follow the next level chef Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
My name is Jackson, and I have spastic cerebral palsy, which is a foot. One of the hardest things is the little things that I need help with: getting dressed, brushing your teeth, being able to go out with your friends by yourself. Another hard because you don't want help if you need it.
Children, Jackson, need continued support for the rest of their lives. And anything else, please join Mr. Singles right now with
The kids that you're helping, the goal is to be as independent as they can. These therapies help us to achieve that goal.
Mr. Singles offers important disability and community services that can change your life forever. Please go, call, or scan the QR code right now with your gift of just $19.
It really does make a difference. strengthening the Easter sales help me realize I can get through hard things. Don't give up. Keep trying.
Please visit EasterSeals.com or only for scan the QR code on your screen with your gift of $19. And we saw this t-shirt is amazing.
Your help and your support, the need for it is endless.
Thank you, because there's a lot of people with disabilities out there. People like me.
Please join EasterSeals with your monthly gift right now.
This is Fox News alert. I'm Ashley Sturmeyer. New York disaster striking off the coast of the southern African country of Mozambique. More than 90 people are confirmed dead after an overturned ferry sank. Officials say they were fleeing a cholera outbreak. So far, only 5 people have been rescued out of the estimated 130 passengers believed to be on board. The country is among the hardest hit by a cholera outbreak that is spreading across southern and eastern Africa. Israel and Hamas are reportedly inching closer to finding a truce in the Gaza conflict. Reuters news agency is reporting all parties involved have agreed on basic points. Both sides sent teams to Egypt on Sunday for fresh talks of potential ceasefire. Hamas and Qatar delegations will return to Cairo in the coming days to agree on the terms. I'm Ashley Sturmeyer, back to Life, Liberty, and Lopez.
Welcome back to Pete Hegseth. That's a great book coming out in a few weeks. The War from Warriors, Behind the Trail, the Men Who Keep Us Free. We'll have Pete back so we can discuss it fully. Pete Hegseth, what do you make of the Republican Party? You look at the Senate. It was headed by Mitch McConnell, the longest serving leader in American history. Why? Got him. But the Senate, the Republican Senate, but for a relative handful of Republican senators, it seems completely useless. They have the filibuster, they have powers that Republicans in the House do not have. They refuse to use it, whether it's spending, whether it's the border, whether it's defending the state of Israel. I see nothing going on in the U.S. Senate to stand up against Biden, Lincoln. But what is going on with Republicans? The only time we actually hear them speak is when they're tracking Donald Trump.
Yeah, Senate Republicans are part of the captured class. They're part of the uniparty. They're not all of them. There are a few good ones. You have them on your show, Mark. You know who they are. But otherwise, they're far more happy dealing with Democrats and running up the national debt and playing inside Beltway game than they are putting the country first and putting a stake in the ground for what they believe in. Because a lot of these folks are compromised one way or the other by lobbyists, by foreign countries, by their special interests, by their donors, by people that tell them which way they need to maneuver to stay relevant. And as a result, they don't put the country first. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to see it. There's no other way to legislate on it. His priorities that he's running on right now, as the third time being a Republican nominee, are a reflection of what grassroots Republicans and conservatives believe. What we know in our hearts is not a flirtation or a movement or a flourish or a rebellion. This is the core of what the Republican Party represents. The belief in strong order, the belief in law and order, the belief in winning the wars we fight and not fighting them endlessly. You go on and on and on to all the basics. Somehow Washington D.C. can't get that message. Somehow congressional leaders don't understand.
You know, it's very interesting, Pete. MAGA Republicans. They never say what MAGA stands for. Make America Great Again. It's so extreme and it's so radical. Make America Great Again. Because they don't love America. I mean, when you look at the Democrat Party, when you look at Schumer, when you look at Hakeem Jeffries, when you look at all these people, exactly what is it about America that they love? Do they love our Constitution? No. Do they love our history? No. Do they love our people? No. The border's wide open. Do they love our economic system, the most prosperous on the face of the earth? No, they spend every day trying to destroy it. They don't even like the combustion engine. They don't even like progress, industrial progress, the inventiveness, and the American people. So what the hell is it that these people like about America? I don't know. What I know they love is control and power.
and they will drive every grievance possible to get it. Meritocracies are not allowed to survive, Mark. That's part of the reason I wrote this book, and I know we're going to talk about it later, the War on Warriors. Pentagon had to be captured. Had to be. Too much meritocracy. You can't have a bunch of normal men out there training to defeat enemies and then coming home and voting accordingly based on their love of country and their understanding of their relationship with God. No. We have to take that back too. So we're going to crush the generals with political prerogatives and social justice nonsense that makes us worse because it's about control, Mark. No, they don't. They don't love freedom. They don't love the Declaration. They don't love the Constitution. They don't love the Bill of Rights. They don't love capitalism, freedom. You can't control freedom. Free people are pesky and difficult and messy. It doesn't fit into the boxes of their spreadsheets and the way in which government's going to control. You remember Life of Julia? Like, that's the world they see. We're going to tell you what you're supposed to love and how you're supposed to operate. That's their view.
I've often said, if you want to fundamentally transform something, you can't love it. You want to fundamentally transform your wife or husband. That's a very bizarre statement. And I'm sick and tired of Democrats using the flag to destroy the flag, using the Constitution to destroy the Constitution, and using liberty to destroy liberty, and then accuse others who are trying to stand up to them for doing exactly that. Pete Hegseth, thank you for your past service and your present service, and God bless you. Thank you, Mark. We'll be right back.
Psoriasis all over. I couldn't get my hair done.
Then psoriatic arthritis. Cosmetic allergy. Both.
People with psoriasis on the scalp have a 4 times higher risk for psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
Still working for me.
My daughter is Mila. She is 19 months old. She is a little ray of sunshine. One of the happiest babies you'll probably. Children with Down syndrome typically have a higher risk for developing acute myeloid leukemia or just leukemia in general. Here we are.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital works day after day to find cures and save the lives of children with cancer and other life-threatening diseases.
She was referred to St. Jude at 11 months. They knew what to do as soon as they got her diagnosis. They already had her treatment plan drawn out, and they were like, this is what we're going to do, this is how long it's going to take, this is how long in between. This place is like a family to me. Like, I can't say enough how grateful we are to be here. Medical bills are always a big thing to everybody because everybody knows that anything medical is going to be expensive. We have received no bills since being at St. Jude. We haven't paid for nothing.
Thanks to generous donors like you, families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live. For just $19 a month, you'll help us continue the life-saving research and treatment that these kids need now and in the future. Join with your credit or debit card right now, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt that you can proudly wear and show your support.
Anybody and everybody that contributes anything to this place, no matter if it's a big business or just the grandmother that donates, once a month, they are changing people's lives. And that's a big deal.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a SafeStep walk-in tub. With SafeStep's standard heated seat and new fast-fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster.
And the convenient touchpad controls right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with the dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
SafeStep walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety, so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation. Call now. to receive our best offer of the year. A free shower package plus $1,600 off with the purchase of your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
You know, every family moves at their own pace. And that's why we have U-Works. We can store it or ship it.
Thanks to the lifesavers.
How? When you want it. Reserve today at U-Haul.com. Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. You do all set. With the most trusted name in home security as the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Welcome back, America. It's always great to have our buddy Brent Bozell, Media Research Center founder and president. He is extraordinary in how he monitors what our corrupt media do. He's known corrupt for decades. That's what he's been on top of for decades. Brent Bozell. We see this work, including evil. The Israelis are good, and the Iranians, that's simple. But we see sympathy in our media as we do in the Democrat Party. They're captured the hip, literally for the terrorists, the terrorist organization. They don't pursue the funding of Iran, the funding of the PLO, the funding of Hamas by the Biden administration. They have no interest in that whatsoever. And in fact, they use the spoon-fed Hamas Nazi statistics to try and undermine Israel in this war. What do you make of this?
Well, you know, Mark, you've got two kinds of news out there. One is hard news, which is the news of the moment. And then the other one is investigative journalism. In hard news, there was once a rule that said that you needed two sources to confirm any allegation that was made out there, two independent sources. Next time you look at a story dealing with the war with Israel, look at the death count that's put forward. Whatever that number is, at the very end, the news reporter might say, if anything at all, will say these numbers aren't independently verified. Well, this is because these numbers are coming from Hamas. And once upon a time, when the news media were doing their job, they would have said, when the PLO and Hamas came out with these numbers, they would say, thank you, Palestinian Authority, but we can't confirm what you're saying, and we're not going to report it at all. Now they report it as news. That's the huge difference. On investigative journalism, what investigative journalism? There is no investigative journalism on Hamas. None whatsoever. If you were to cover this, how about this one, Mark? We did, look at Google as a prime example of this. We asked Bard, which was the Google artificial intelligence service that they had after October 7th. We asked them to identify the IRA, a terrorist organization, to identify BLM, terrorist organization, Hamas. They didn't know. We asked Bard, what was the capital of England? London. What was the capital of France? Paris. What were the capitals of the 4 countries bordering Israel? They named them. What was the capital of Israel? They did not know. On and on it goes. Where you've got a media, whether it's the news media or social media or digital media, every opportunity they have. This is a media that once upon a time, when somebody said something that was anti-Semitic, they jumped all over them. Ironically, they are all anti-Semitic now, and that's the worst one.
They're all anti-Semitic now. I'm probably talking basically about political rock here. I mean, basically, the White House, the Democrat Party takes a position. The media point in that direction, and they get on stage, and they take their feet in order, walk in order. Basically, they take their orders from the Democrat Party and the Biden administration, or they give the orders to the Democrat Party and the Biden administration. So we have basically a monopoly party, monopoly press. Isn't that kind of the definition of tyranny?
Yeah, I think that, that anti-Americanism is something that once upon a time was a liberal subject in American politics, as it should have been. George McGovern was far left in 1972,
was a radical left for his time. He never called him anti-American. Ted Kennedy, far left, never called him anti-American because they had a version of America that was different. Today's media, they are anti-American, and I have no problem saying it whatsoever. They are committed to the destruction of the Judeo-Christian tradition in the United States. They are dangerous. They are very, very dangerous. This is not a news media. This is the tip of the spear for Marxists. We'll be right back.
Here's to better things.
Here's the Big G Scoop every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need without the stuff you don't. So, here's to now.
Going up. See, if I go with the 9, it opens up the 8 and the 7. What should I do?
Let the elevator go.
Oh, play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
Independence. With that declaration, America was born. Inspired by belief in the God-given rights of every human being. And in the good that comes from exercising these rights well. The founders of our great nation chose independence. As do we. Hillsdale College accepts no government funding because independence makes possible the good to which we aspire.
When your home needs work, where do you go? Angie, that's where Angie came.
With Angie, find top-rated certified pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Qunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Qunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own. And fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They got 8 new listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
I've seen you. But it feels right.
With Parsons, all new high-performance furniture, you can relax. It's life-resistant. These pieces are easy to clean, and some styles feature machine washable covers. Discover high-performance furniture at Ashley.
The state of the 2024 race.
You will decide the fate of our country.
The Big Promise Voting and Newt Gingrich weigh in on the election latest. Monday on Hannity.
Hey guys, it's Zach Williams. Are you guys ready to hit the road with us? I'm back out on 100 highways through this spring. Tickets are already on sale. Don't wait. Grab your seat without a music worship. Join us on April 24th at the Real Memorial Plaza. Tickets and information right below AwakeningFoundation.com.
You're passionate about the free ultra-fast, ultra-independent internet, so you can stay connected to your everyday work, life, and life. Thank you for trusting in our services. Join us now. Number 1 nationwide for keyless connectivity, reliability, speed, and overall satisfaction. Now, accountable to on one of the nation's largest reliable 5G networks. 2 great services, 1 astounding company. Thank you for choosing us. Connecting to astounding possibilities.
Thinking about a change. Technology company that's growing. We can help guide you your future career with a whole host of opportunities available. Astound Broadband is a tech-driven, cutting-edge company currently looking for highly motivated individuals to join our award-winning team. To learn about our company culture and explore opportunities, check us out. There's never been a more exciting time to be a part of our team. Visit us online today to find more fun. Get down there.
Welcome back, America. MRC President and Founder Brent Bozell. Brent Bozell, the way the media covers these legal cases that are swirling around Donald Trump, every single one of them brought by a Democrat prosecutor, all but one judge seems absolutely left-wing, outrageous, predictable, and redundant. And the way the media cover this is they bring in these so-called legal analysts. We're radical leftists, some of them former federal prosecutors who are now out of the closet as radical leftists. What do you make of the media's coverage of Biden was born from Donald Trump. It's interesting, Mark. Over a 4-year period, we looked at the media's coverage of Donald Trump when he was president and found that on average, every month, it was a 90% negative coverage that they gave him, no matter what his success is. And his successes, you cannot argue his successes, but they just didn't cover them. So we started doing it again. In February, the number has gone down. It's now 89% negative, or 90%. What are they covering? They're covering exactly what Joe Biden wants covered. They want his trials covered. They want those 91 felony counts covered. And they're covered and they're slanted against them. This is exactly what the Biden campaign wants. Why? Because if you're not going to cover the trial, you've got to cover the issues. And if you're going to cover the issues, you're going to look at inflation, you're going to look at interest rates, you're going to look at the border that's out of control, you're going to look at our American cities where crime is running rampant, you're going to look at those issues, and every single time they fall in favor of Donald Trump. So this is the playbook that the left had. It is with the Biden campaign, and it is with the news media to do nothing but focus on trials and legal woes and do it from a negative perspective. And you can't argue the numbers I just gave, 89%. Brett Bozell is one of the things that goes on to the effort to turn Donald Trump into Hitler. So they take words and they use them out of context. Well, 3 days of stories on the internet. It's like every news organization says the same thing when he uses perfectly legitimate words. They take it out of context purposely. They want him to be portrayed as a dictator. They prefer to him as Hitler. They did the same thing to Barry Goldwater. Look back. They did the same thing to Richard Nixon. They did the same thing to Ronald Reagan. That is, they don't want to really run against their opponent. They want to delegitimize character assassinate their opponent. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah. The most recent one is anti-democracy. This wasn't talking point. It came from I think it came out of the Biden administration. That everybody on the left is using it. That Donald Trump is, if you elect Donald Trump, you will have the end of democracy as we know it. This is the height of democracy. This is a news media that if I could go over to Romo McDaniel, because the McDaniel story really will put this in perspective. This was not, the firing of her at MSNBC was not because she was a Republican. They've got plenty of Republicans on there, liberal Republicans. It was not because she was a conservative. She's not a conservative. It was about one thing and it wasn't about election denying. They had nothing but left-wing election deniers. Going back, you had 2020, you had Hillary Clinton, 2016, Hakeem Jeffries and Abrams were talking about Russian collusion. 2008, it was Switvote vets. 2000, it was before Bush campaign. So election interference is election denying is not the issue. The issue is that she defended Donald Trump. They will not allow that voice on that network. But what does that mean? That means that 51%, 52%, whatever the number is that support Donald Trump today, do not allow to have their voices heard. So how in the world can they pass judgment on Donald Trump being anti-democracy when they are doing everything in their power to influence and change the election outcome?
Brilliantly put. And of course, this is the administration that's known for censorship. 2 federal courts have found it was outrageous. We haven't seen anything like this since Woodrow Wilson. But then again, Woodrow Wilson and Joe Biden are something in common. They both started out as racist segregations. Brett Bozell, I want to thank you for all the great work that you do and do your research. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Mark.
We'll be right back.
It's a new day. One more shared values propel us towards a more secure future. Through AUKUS, a partnership built on cutting-edge American, Australian, and British technologies, we'll develop state-of-the-art, next-generation submarines and build things stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
What's this?
Can you tell me and I love him?
Yeah, no, thank you.
I really remember don't click it. It's totally in my budget.
Allowance, birthday money, investments.
Looking tracks all my income and spending. We even built your personalized budget so it's easier to save more.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah!
Do more with your money. Hi, save 50% today at Quickie.com. It's a lot of money.
Tax season is hunting season for identity thieves. They can use your personal info to commit tax fraud, which increased by 30% last year. LifeLock alerts you to a wide volume of threats others could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated restoration agent will help fix it, backed by our $1 million protection package. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here. Before Albert wrote your role for allergic itch, giving dogs pills was a battle of wits. Oh, Maria, I wanted to your foolish game.
Is it gone?
Totally gone. Itch relief just got easier. Apoquel, the trusted #1 treatment for allergic itch, is now available in a tasty chewable that works any day.
Do not use in dogs with serious infections. May cause worsening of existing parasitic skin infestations or pre-existing cancers and serious infections. New neoplasias have been observed. Do not use in dogs less than 12 months old.
Ask your vet for Apoquel chewable.
Do it. As the candidates race toward the White House, America hopes for a clean and fair election. But who can understand what that means? It's why my team created the Kids Guide to the Presidential Election. As your kids read it, they'll discover how elections are won and how to ensure that every legal vote is counted and what happens when they're not. All future voters get this guide, and you can have it for free.
To order, visit freeelectionguide.com. That's freeelectionguide.com.
When you buy or sell your car exactly how you want with Cargo Boost, you might begin to wonder, will you do things your way all the time? Some dreams do come true. Get your car your way. Get it with Gurus.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee, and you'll love every bite. And for a limited time, when you go to omahasteaks.com/TV, you'll get 12 Omaha Steaks burgers free with your order. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and save big on the quality you deserve.
New from Realtor.com. Real View maps now feature precise heat, wind, and air quality ratings on every home listing. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Chivalry remembers the Jubilee Exchange has stackable bands $189, half-carat anniversary bands $399, 1 carat $699, 2 carat freestone rings $14.90. Thousands of gifts guaranteed to appraise for double. The Jubilee Exchange direct.
Welcome back, America. This is the United States Constitution. The Democrat Party and the media despise the way around and destroy it. You've heard about the Fifth Amendment. I want to read you one partial sentence. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. I think we need to amend that. We need to amend it. No person should be denied life, liberty, or property without due process of law unless it comes Donald Trump. Because the full power of the federal government, the full police powers of the federal government, the full power, the federal, state, local judiciary, the full power of the so-called Department of Justice and the prosecutors and investigators, and the full power of the invisible hand that's been rallied behind it all, Joe Biden. Who knows how to work these levers of power? He's been there for 50 years. All came to destroying one man, Donald Trump. And here's the problem. You have to come through 70 million to get there. I'll see you next time. Life, liberty,
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on Trade Alley, and it's Sunday night in America. Polls can be complicated. If a candidate likes a poll, he or she will cite it often. If a candidate doesn't like a poll, well, then the only poll that matters is the election. A poll is like a photograph, and a life full of videos. It's a snapshot. But it's all we have between now and November. A new Wall Street Journal poll surely sent a shiver down the spine of the Biden campaign, as it has Biden losing to Donald Trump in several crucial battleground states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and North Carolina. But not everyone believes this poll.
These polls, like the Wall Street Journal one, land in the White House, and he's losing in all the battleground states.
No, he's not losing in all the battleground states. He's coming up and he's even or doing better. So you know what? Once people start to focus in and they see their two choices, it's obvious that Joe will win this election.
For the slightly more objective, there are other warning signs for Biden as well. Young people in other reliable voting constituencies seem unenthused about Biden. But it's worth pointing out, polling looked good for Republicans heading into the November 2022 midterms, and the red wave turned into a red mirage. What should we be looking at or for with the election still 7 months away? Let's find out. Joining us is former White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Fox News contributor Karl Rove. Welcome, Karl. First of all, what do you make of the new Wall Street Journal poll showing former President Trump doing well in these swing states?
Well, it's good news for Trump, bad news for Biden, but let's put it in perspective. Here are the states. I've ranked them by the margins for Donald Trump. That state was North Carolina, which he carried last election. So that doesn't advance his cause, it just keeps it status quo. And then Arizona up by 3, and Jimmy up by 5, and Nevada up by 4. These are outside what we call the margin of error. So these numbers you have a greater likelihood of being actually accurate because the margin is so big. And this is good, picks up 2 states, but this is 11 electoral votes. This is 6. It doesn't get into 270. Now, these are the states where we're inside the margin of error. 3 points in Michigan, 3 points in Pennsylvania, 1 point in Georgia, and dead even in Wisconsin. So these are close. And 2 things about it. One is that in order to win, Donald Trump has to win at least 2 of the 4 states down here. And being as close as they are, this means that the races are, look, races that are 1 or 2 points apart 7 months out from the election are essentially dead even. Either person could win. This could be a coin toss. In fact, these states, aren't necessarily out of reach. This one probably is. North Carolina, big enough margin there, and it voted for Donald Trump last time. But even there are some problems. Bottom line is, Trump looking good today, and take it for granted because too many of these states are too close. And he's got to move beyond just simply the 3 states where he's outside the margin of error.
I want to do something radical, which is maybe strategize how to more than barely win. How to go from winning by a little to winning by a lot. So polling during the primary suggested Nikki Haley supporters and what are derisively referred to as rhinos might not come home to the GOP candidate this fall. Is that threat still out there, and is it a real threat?
Oh, it's absolutely out there and a real threat. Funny you should ask. I've got a whiteboard for that. Think about this. North Carolina was March 5th. Nikki Haley got 250,000 votes in North Carolina. That is 3 times Donald Trump's victory margin 4 years ago. Next day, she suspends her campaign. The 12th, Georgia votes, and she gets 77,000, nearly 78,000 votes. And she said, I'm suspending my campaign and ending it. And still 78,000 people vote for Nikki Haley in a state that Donald Trump lost by about 10,000 votes. And then this week, Wisconsin, a state that Trump lost by about 20-some-odd thousand votes, Nikki Haley got 76,000, nearly 77,000 votes on Tuesday night of this week. And the same night, we had primaries in New York, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and between 1 out of 6 and 1 out of every 7 Republicans who turned out to vote in those primaries voted for Nikki Haley, who's been out of the race now for most of March and a couple of days of April, for almost a month, 4 weeks. So yes, there's a problem there, and Donald Trump needs to wake up to that fact. He was dismissive of it. He said some nice things on one time, and then when pressed on the issue, said, I don't think I need too many of those votes. This is a problem. He told those people during the course of the primary, that if they financially supported Nikki Haley, they were, quote, permanently barred from the Republican Party. And what happened is people started printing up T-shirts saying permanently barred. He needs to heal the Republican Party. Nobody can go into a general election with a disunited party and hope to have an easy run.
All right, speaking of the general election, no labels is out, but Robert Kennedy Jr. is in. Does Karl Rove think he hurts Biden, Trump, or both?
I think right today it's both, but the thing that we don't know about is how third parties, how those candidates tend to play over the course of the campaign. You can sort of say, look, the Libertarian is going to tend to take votes from the Republican, and the Green Party is going to take votes from the Democrat. He's a different character. The Kennedy name and his views on climate and the environment make him on the left. His views on vaccines and vaccine denial place him on the right. So today, the latest polls show that he's pulled equally from both sides, but we don't know what's going to happen 7 months from now. I will say this: I don't know where he's going to be in November, and whether he's going to be pulling more from the Democrat or Republican. But just think about this: the last two elections have been settled by the third party vote. In 2014 and 2016, nearly 7%, over 6% of the voters voted for a third party candidate. It was slightly less than 2% in 2020. Yet in each instance, in critical battleground states, they had a big impact. In 2016, the Green Party candidate in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania gets more votes than Hillary Clinton lost those states by. And in 2020, the Libertarian candidate was from your state of South Carolina. She's a lecturer in psychology at Clemson University, Joe Jurgensen. She got more votes in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin than Donald Trump lost those states by. So the third-party voters this fall are going to have a huge impact on the election. We sort of know what's going to happen, where the Libertarian voters might go if they get traction, or we sort of think what would happen if the Green Party candidates or Cornel West gets up and going, where they're going to take votes from. So Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to be a coin toss. Let's find out where that coin falls, but we don't know today.
Karl Rove, I'm going to get in touch with your agent because I got to have you back to talk about the Senate. I wanted to talk about the U.S. Senate, but I got to have you back. So I will contact one of your agents and get back on your calendar. In the meantime, thank you for joining us on the show tonight.
You bet.
All right. Thank you, Karl Rove. Yes, sir. Congress doesn't fare well at public approval. Current members are leaving in droves, and yet there are people who put their lives on hold, that raise millions of dollars, and suffer unrelenting scrutiny to run. Dennis Kucinich was one of the more popular members on both sides of the aisle when he served previously. He represented the seat in Ohio, but fell victim to redistricting. He's seeking to re-enter what may be a very different Congress from the one he left. So let's find out why. Congressman, you are one of the most liked people on both sides of the aisle, which, by the way, has nothing to do with how one votes. It has to do with how someone treats their colleagues. It seems like a different place now. Are you sure you want to go back?
Well, first of all, Trey, it's great to be on with you. And it's true. You know, there was a time in Congress, well, not long ago, where we were able to work together. We might have different of opinion. We might come from different places politically. But we treated each other well, and we understood there was something more important than us about work, and that is the country itself. Am I ready to go back? You bet I am. But I remember what it was like, working with people on both sides of the aisle, and we formed friendships there that last beyond Congress, even in my case. I want to go back because, I think it's time to come to the aid of our country. And we need to remember, people in Congress need to be reminded that we have to put the country first. Congress, as you know, much I'm sure both of us serve, it's closely divided. If you remember the Bible, Mark 3:25, a house divided against itself will not stand. So we have to short the house. We have to put the concerns of Americans and American people first, work with both sides, and I'm ready to do that.
Dennis, I considered you to be progressive way before that word really even existed. I mean, we hear it all the time now. back to a belief structure. Do you currently have a political home in terms of your ideology and beliefs? Well, it starts with this. We're all Americans. There might be, some might be liberal, conservative, but we have to remember, before all that, we are Americans. And we have to put the interests of the country above ideology, above party, country above party. And so, am I ready to go back? Yes. Am I ready to share with members of both sides of the aisle the importance of identifying our commonalities and seeing what's important to the American people in terms of things like, look, we got to address this debt. It's a nightmare. We got to protect our basic liberties in this country. We have to be careful about how far America ventures into these wars. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we just need to be able to talk to each other in order to arrive at a consensus. But can't do that. I mean, I've seen the atmosphere. I've been down there visiting a few times. There's a lot of tension. People have left Congress because of it. I stand for unity, and I think there's a way to bring it about. And you can't do it with just, Democrat versus Republican. Nah, we're Americans first. If you want to go back, God bless you. I'll be watching this race with great interest. Thank you for coming on a Sunday night, and thank you for being a really kind, decent guy when I worked with you.
So thank you so much, Trey, and back at you. And if anyone wants information, go to Syndics.com. There is a way to pull this country together, and I hope to play a part. But thanks again, Trey.
Dennis Kucinich, thank you so much for joining us on Sunday night. Coming up, can you be impeached for failing to enforce the law when it's the chief law enforcement officer telling you to stand down? Florida Congresswoman Laurel Lee joins us next on the impeachment of Ollie Mayorkas, only on Sunday Night America.
So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about you?
3 classic tenders.
4 butterfly shrimp. 4 carne. I win.
Oh, is it always a competition?
I am the shrimp bud. They did the love like last night. Even Scott started with the grass. It goes last 2 pounds faster than let's see the law. Giving you a stronger law. It's got Sturfield and Rapid Grass today. It's guaranteed. Feed it, feed it. In here, you can expect to find crystal clear audio, expansive display space, and more comfort for everyone. But we still left room for all the unexpected things you'll find out here. The new 2024 Grand Cherokee lineup. Jeep, there's only one.
Same great style. New lower starting MSRP on our most popular 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com for details.
Fuck off the boss. Sorry. Outdoor time. Me time. I hear that. That's why we protect all your vehicles here. But hey, nothing wrong with sticking it to the boss.
Oh, well, you gotta take that. Why would that concern me? Because you're the... Aren't you...
Huh. We never actually discussed hierarchy.
Okay, why don't we just stick to letting Dave know how much you can save when you bundle his home or auto with his motor RV?
Wait, I thought Jimmy was boss.
Going down? Oh, that's a good question. See, if I go with the 9, it opens up the 8 and the 7. But if I go with the Jack, it could lead to the grand win. Solitaire Grand Harvest Grand 11. What should I do?
Maybe let the elevator go.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, and enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products. Cool.
All set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home. This is what you should know. Manage your system virtually anywhere. Get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. With the most trusted name in home security as the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Saving on your education should be a right, not a competition. At University of Phoenix, our bachelor's and master's scholarships are accessible to all. You'll get the best scholarship or savings you qualify for. Simple as that.
Because everyone deserves an opportunity to save on their education without competing for it. Explore scholarship options at University of Phoenix.
It's that time of year again. It's the first ladies when the boys in blue hail. Don't move, get them what you're hurt.
You should be more nice.
I was expecting that.
Great.
Those people like shoot each other in the head. You're worried about me.
Fox Nation brings the heat. Back to the beach.
None of you guys are 21, right?
Cops Spring Break. New episode Friday on Fox Nation. The only place to watch new episodes of Cops. All part of Fox Justice. Sign up and get your first year of Fox Nation for $29.99. America is streaming.
First earthquake, now the total solar eclipse. How are Americans feeling about these natural phenomena? Find out as primetime hits the streets Monday.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too loose there, too long there. Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now, and Taylor on iOS or Android.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Box.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your MyStop account, you can add these services, confirm your tax prices, go paperless, and sign up for tax messages. Plus, now you can launch Smart Global, which runs one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astounding.com now and check it out. Your MyStop account makes it easy to do exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities. At Lava, we're elevating the art of guarantee. That's why all the time, so safe and untoxic, made with unmatched quality. They look like really good. For a limited time, save 10% on your first purchase with Pro Lava TV.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. The Senate will soon take up impeachment articles on DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Maybe. The chances of Mayorkas being convicted are zero. Conviction requires 2/3 of the jury controlled by Democrats, with Chuck Schumer as the fourth person. There's a chance the matter will be dismissed or tabled or otherwise abandoned without any evidence being presented. But if the matter does go to trial, what would the evidence be? Mayorkas is following the dictates of his boss, President Joe Biden. So can you be convicted of malfeasance when it's the chief executive, the president, who's telling you what to do? Joining us is House Judiciary Committee member Congresswoman Laurel Lee from the great state of Florida. Welcome, Congresswoman. You would be one of the impeachment managers if the matter went to trial. So is Mayorkas doing what Biden wants him to do? And if so, why impeach him and not the puppet master?
Well, Alejandro Mayorkas bears ultimate responsibility for his willful refusal to follow the law. As Secretary of Homeland Security, he has an obligation to detain and deport people who enter this country unlawfully. And what we know is that he has abused the parole process to instead allow millions of people into our country. What's really important to understand about this is that it's something that we demonstrated through our many hearings and through witness testimony that was done knowingly and intentionally. So he has subverted the law. He directly defied court orders directing him that his policies were unlawful. And he came into Congress time and again and gave testimony to us that wasn't truthful. He said to Congress that the border was secure, that he had operational control of the border, and we know all of those things simply aren't accurate. So at the end of the day, we know that he has abused his authority. It's more than a policy, it's so much more than a policy disagreement. And fundamentally, it's a breach of public trust. America is less safe because of these millions of people that he's allowed into the country. And we took this obligation very seriously and ultimately reached the conclusion that the facts and the evidence were just overwhelming and that this was the appropriate action to take and hold him accountable.
Congresswoman, if memory serves me correctly, you were a judge in a former life, which means you did better at law school than most of the rest of us. I want you to put for a second. And think about this. Over the past few years, there have been efforts or threats to impeach Rod Rosenstein, John Koskinen, Donald Trump twice, Lloyd Austin, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, Bill Barr, probably others I forgot about. Have we entered into this phase of dueling impeachments? And if we have, does it cheapen the process when you might need it the most? I mean, that's what almost 10 threats to impeach from local to Congress. And we've only had, I think, one cabinet member impeached in the history of our country. So what do you make of these dueling impeachments?
But Trey, you're absolutely right. That impeachment is something that we should undertake only in the most important of circumstances. It's a process that should never be politicized. It's one of the most important and solemn things that we can do in Congress. And that's why House Republicans did this process the way we did. We took a very methodical, very detailed approach. We did not rush through this conclusion. We had hearing after hearing in the Homeland Security Committee to make sure that this was a lot more than just a policy difference. It was more than just incompetence or even a dereliction. That this really rose to the level of somebody who was subverting the laws. And the reason that's so important is because this is an executive branch agency head who is really defining the law, defining the two other branches of government. So he has basically taken his role and said, I'm going to reject the laws duly enacted by Congress. I'm going to reject orders that are entered by Article 3 courts. So, this is something that really goes beyond, as much as we may be frustrated with other people, I think that other people aren't doing a good job. We worked so hard to make sure that we have the facts, the evidence, and the law to support the fact that this should be an impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas.
We'll see whether Chuck Schumer gives you a trial, and we will be watching you in action. You were a lawyer also in former life, so you have a chance to show off those skills if Chuck Schumer allows it to go forward. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you for joining us, Congresswoman Laura Lee from the great state of Florida.
Great to see you, Travis.
Yes, ma'am. You too. Up next, there's a campaign to crack down on squatters. When did your home become an involuntary hotel? We'll talk to someone trying to stop this nonsense next.
Jaylee partners with mental health, but her medication caused unintentional movements in her face, hands, and feet called tardive dyskinesia, or TD. So her doctor prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily TD treatment for her dots. Austedo XR significantly reduced Kate's TD movements. Some people saw a response as early as 2 weeks. With Austedo XR, Kate can stay on her mental health meds.
Oh, hi, buddy. Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to it. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking Rosarpine, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking, or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
Ask your doctor for Austedo XR.
Doug. Hello, Ghostbusters. It's Doug. I'm Doug Lino. We help you customize and save hundreds on car insurance for the YouTube. Anyway, we have a situation here. Sure, I can. Only pay Ghostbusters, frozen in time. Here's Dan.
Remember when I said we had screened for colon cancer?
Was that after I texted the age to screen is now 45? Because I said Cologuard.
Hey there.
Where did you come from?
Yep, with me, you can screen at home. Just talk to your provider. We'll screen with Cologuard.
Do it my way. Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur.
Ask your provider for me. Cologuard.
The Earnhardt family is always trusted Bass Pro Shops for all their outdoor needs, and I continue to be a proud fan. I grew up shopping here.
And now I love bringing my family here to gear up for all our adventures together. And now, Bass Pro Shops Club members enjoy special savings and earn points for 3 years, which is rewarding when buying what you need for your next adventure. Spending time outdoors with the ones you love, sharing memories and making new ones, that's an our family tradition that I'm proud to carry on.
You know, there's this thing called age, and it sucks.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years. Introducing Instaflex Advanced.
It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. When you can find a product that can take that away to the point that you can live your life again, that's a miracle to me.
Get a complimentary sample just by texting Blitz to 215-215. Instaflex Advanced targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
I love this product. I'm telling you it works.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting Blitz to 215-215. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief, absolutely free. Text BOISS to 215-215 today.
Okay, here we go. One night, they showed the world that 3 people could rise up against gunshot. I'm willing to risk everything, despite all odds. Heroes can shine. Pilots are laser focused and determined to perform without excuses. These videos were like anything you've ever seen. Got familiar faces. They're fixing to get filthy, stinking rich force. Operators, well, there aren't any standing pilots since 1995. And few mistakes. We should take a break before this makes you serious. A place where we look to the future. I was determined to be out there and chose to outlast. Join me in 4 seed-stealing hacks for a history of the world in 6 classes. This is Fox Nation, where all of America's stories are told. So, then, sign up and start reading today.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Ashley Strohmeyer, New York. Excitement continues to build ahead of Monday's total solar eclipse. Tens of millions of Americans are in the prime spot to see it, but Mother Nature may throw a wrench into some of their viewing plans. Clouds could potentially block out the eclipse along the path of totality in parts of Texas, Arkansas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. Severe storms might also play a factor in some of those locations. The path of totality stretches from Texas to Maine. And the FAA is investigating after a Boeing plane's engine cover flew off and struck the wing flap during takeoff. The Southwest Airlines flight from Denver to Houston returned safely to the airport after the incident. Fortunately, no one got hurt. Boeing has faced a series of mechanical mishaps over the past 7 months, along with years of scrutiny regarding airplane safety. I'm Ashley Strohmeyer, back to Sunday Night in America.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Cities grappling with the consequences of their immigration policies or lack thereof have a new problem. Progressive dreamers are waking up to find a stranger living in their home. And like a bad guest, they just won't leave. A squatter is someone who moved into a property and lived there without the owner's consent. It used to be called trespass or even burglary, but now it's protected by some of the law. How did we get here to the point where you return from vacation to find a stranger making breakfast in your kitchen? In some states, the Indian would be very unhappy for the squatter, but not all states. Dave Blumenkrantz, the New York State Assemblyman, will propose legislation to crack down on squatters, and he joins us now. Welcome to you, Mr. Assemblyman. Thank you for being here. First, what is squatting, and how is it different from trespass or burglary?
Right, so squatting has to do with, in New York at least, tenancy. So the issue we have here in New York is virtually anyone can receive tenancy because of the aggressive laws we've passed in past legislative sessions over the last few years. So if someone is on your property, I have one case where someone's justifying their tenancy with a receipt for burgers, $25 receipt. Another case, someone opening a mailbox. When police show up, they have to say, sorry, put my hands up, you have to go to housing court. It's unacceptable, and frankly to me, it's unacceptable.
It sounds a little bit, I'm going back a long ways to get back to law school. It sounds a little bit like adverse possession, but adverse possession used to require 20 years, and not 20 minutes. So I'd like to try to understand the other side of the argument. What is the argument? You mentioned laws in recent days that have empowered this. What was the argument in favor of letting people do that?
Sure. So we passed the HSCPA and other legislation in 2019 that created the strongest tenant protections in the nation. Now, unfortunately, that created a loophole in the law where after 30 days, no matter the situation, you would have the ability to have tenancy rights, and those tenancy rights would put you in the courts. Because of the stays in eviction that we've seen during COVID, as well as the rising number of housing cases, the courts are packed. They have really long wait times. Their cases are taking 2 years, in some instances 3 years. It's unbelievable to see what some people are experiencing here. And if a landlord tries to, or a homeowner tries to act and call the police can do nothing.
You mentioned, is it called housing court? Is that what it's called in New York?
Yeah, we'll go to court for a housing dispute. It's a civil matter and no longer a police matter. And what we're looking to do here is make it criminal trespassing. If you don't have rights from the owner of title, notarized lease when the police show up, if you're showing up with a tariff receipt, or just saying, oh, I changed one of the utilities, this is my home now, that will stand under the legislation I proposed.
So in other states, we would call the police and there would be an eviction. There might be a judge involved, but more likely there'd be a charge of trespass or burglary and there'd be an eviction. And you're saying in New York it's been made a civil matter, but your proposed legislation would allow the police to get back involved. Do I have that right?
Yes, in the most egregious cases, which we see here in New York very, very often, you see those people on TikTok explaining to the migrants who are coming here exactly what they have to do, exactly what they have to say when police get here, so that they can take advantage of our laws, take advantage of law-abiding citizens, and unfortunately use our system against us.
Wow. It's hard to stun me because I've heard it all before. I just cannot imagine being a landlord or homeowner and having to wait to have someone evicted from your property. But that's the point. Do you propose legislation? We'll have you back on to get an update. Thank you for joining us on Sunday night.
Thank you. We'll continue to fight hard here in New York and hope to give you good news soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Coming up, the Middle East is more unstable than ever. Iran is threatening Israel and America while the Biden administration sends mixed, confusing signals. Former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien is next on Sunday Night America.
Salonpas Lidocaine Flex, a super thin, flexible patch with maximum OTC strength lidocaine that contours to the body to relieve pain right where it hurts. And did we mention it really sticks? Salonpas, it's good medicine.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Residence Home Recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yeah.
It's a new day, one where our shared values propel us towards a more secure future. Through August, a partnership built upon cutting-edge American, Australian, and British technologies, we'll develop state-of-the-art, next-generation submarines and build things stronger together, securing decades of peace and prosperity for America and our allies. We are going forward and staying forward together.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years, and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true when I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visits, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Sandy, one of their audiologists, to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-air canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $297.
I started hearing things I haven't heard for a long time. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. Call my friends at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aid for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. Call 800-451-7535, 800-451-7535.
Why are Force Factor vitamins so popular at Walmart? Force Factor uses the highest quality ingredients to deliver powerful, healthy results from delicious and convenient supplements. That's why friends and family recommend Force Factor. Rush to Walmart and unleash your potential with Force Factor.
Going up, going down.
See, if I go with the 9, it opens at the 8 and the 7. What should I do?
Let the elevator go.
Oh, play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
The state of the 2024 race.
You will decide the fate of our country.
The big promise only and Newt Gingrich weigh in on the election latest. LeMayo Kennedy.
It's pristine lakes and rolling green mountains. Your vacation oasis awaits. Experience the Lakes region of New Hampshire with our 3 unique locations. Steel Hill Resorts, offering family-friendly amenities on 500 mountaintop acres. This southern resort is centrally located with spacious vacation condos. And the Center Harbor and set view sun on beautiful lake every summer. At resorts, choose the one less travel. Go to atresorts.com/deals for exclusive packages and promotions.
Enjoy the market for Michelin tires. Get the John Deere tire and get out of guarantee gold price. With Michelin's innovative technology, designed for durability and performance, you can trust your getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at John Deere, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get your John Deere because nobody beats John Deere tires. Nobody.
Business is evolving. Are you ready? Unlock your potential at Bentley University.
The user experience with human experience. Inclusive design and processes.
Business is getting more complex. Learning to navigate AI gets you better answers.
Cut the quota for business. Ask for you from the term networks.
Learn more about graduate and executive education programs at bentley.edu/innovation.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Israel initiated a strike in Syria last week that killed 2 Iranian generals and 5 military advisors. In Gaza, it was a very different story. 7 humanitarian aid workers were killed by an Israeli strike gone tragically wrong. Israel faces backlash from adversaries and allies alike. Relations with the Biden administration were chilly before the civilian casualties. Protesters in Iran chanted death to Israel and America, which isn't unusual. Iran has been at odds with the U.S. and Israel for decades now. The question is when, where, and how will Iran respond? The terrorists killed U.S. soldiers during the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the U.S. responded with a strike and a vehicle full of suspected terrorists. Except they weren't terrorists. They were children. There's a difference between accidentally killing aid workers and targeting innocent women and children in a premeditated murderous attack. Israel apologized and punishes those responsible, while other countries lionize the killers and promise they will be rewarded in the afterlife. Joining us to discuss what happens next is former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. The loss of innocent life is tragic, and every step should be taken to avoid innocent civilian casualties. But some people blaming Israel for killing civilians are a little quieter when it comes to Hamas putting rockets inside schools and hospitals.
Yeah, Troy, you're absolutely right. And, the deaths of these aid workers is tragic, but it's on Hamas. I mean, Hamas is the maniacal terrorist organization. They went into Israel on October 7th, killed women and children, burned people to death, slaughtered kids in front of parents, parents in front of children. I mean, this is a terrible thing. It's Hamas that put those Palestinians and Gaza at risk. And it's Hamas that is using the human shields. They're using aid workers as human shields. So, tragic situation. But Israel, like America, doesn't target aid workers. A lot like Hamas. Hamas is targeting civilians on October 7th. Israel is targeting Hamas. But mistakes happen. It's a terrible tragedy. And my heart's broken for those kitchen workers who were distributing humanitarian assistance and aid and food to people in Gaza. But again, this is not Hamas. This is not on Israel. Israel did the right thing like we did. They did an investigation very quickly. They got J officers. They got lawyers from the IDF. They held the people who were responsible accountable and fired them. So, a tragedy, but business is very different from what we're seeing with Hamas.
Ambassador, do you think Israel would have cleared the killing of Iranian generals with the U.S. ahead of time, or cleared may not be the right word, put the U.S. on notice that it was willing to do so, or would relations be so chilling that they would not have done it?
I don't want to get into that, Trey, but, typically there'd be coordination on allies, and that's sort of an operation, but again, things are pretty chilly right now, unfortunately. I mean, it's unbelievable that we're treating Hamas as a terrorist organization that's worse than ISIS, worse than Al-Qaeda. We're treating them like an NGO, some sort of civil society or a political party. They're holding American hostages, killing Americans, and we're treating Israel like our adversary. So, I don't know what coordination took place or didn't take place, but normally you hope that would happen. In this case, you just don't know because we're treating Israel so poorly, and we're treating Iran so well. I mean, what's crazy, Trey, is that we're giving Iran billions of dollars every month in electricity payments from Iraq and hostage ransoms and sanctions relief, turning a blind eye to their oil sales, left $3 billion a day. And we're calling for regime change in Israel. We're calling for the elected leader of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, a one-time friend. We're calling for him to be opposite. So we're down the rabbit hole. It's Alice in Wonderland time now.
You have sat in some of the hottest seats, and they sit in more in years to come. Iran has threatened to retaliate. Do you think they will win? And give us a sense of what that retaliation will look like.
Well, Iran always does retaliate. I think they'll probably try to do something proportional. They've got to be very careful with Israel, though. This is the Netanyahu administration, it's not the Biden administration. So the Netanyahu probably not going to pay Iran billions of dollars to abuse them like we have. And ultimately they have to understand that Israel has tremendous capability. And if they hit Israel hard or retaliate in some way that kills Israeli civilians, we've seen Israel being prepared to protect their people. And they go the sign of the long reach, as Iran knows, including inside Iran. And the Israeli Air Force is quite capable. So the Iranians need to be very careful in how they calculate what they're doing with Iran, what they're doing with Israel, with the Iran strike in Syria, like the idea.
Before I let you go, we got a little bit less than a minute. I asked your friend Mike Pompeo recently, but why? Why would our position toward Israel change? Is it domestic politics or is it something else? I'll ask you the same question. Why the pivot from the initial days after Hamas attack to where we are now from the Biden administration?
This shows no longer when Palestinian terrorists attacked and killed Glenn Hoffman, they killed Roll. Reagan said you can run where you can't hide. You remember he sent F-14s up and escorted that plane carrying Palestinians down to Rome and captured those terrorists. The Italians eventually let go, but this is not you can run, you can't hide. This is we'll sit down and have tea with you in Cairo and Doha. I don't know why we'll sit there. I hope it's not chasing at 100,000 votes in Michigan. There's a chance of the history of the Democrat Party. Remember, it was Harry Truman who recognized Israel in 1948. And to see Democrats turn on Israel now, it's really a heartbreaking thing for Americans.
Robert O'Brien wore a lot of hats for the United States of America. May wear more in the future. Thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for joining us on Sunday night.
Thanks, Rick.
Still ahead, and the warming trend of absenteeism proves COVID is still impacting education. Plus, Black Rebel, the rise of a tool belt generation, only on Sunday Night America.
So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about you?
3 classic tenders.
4 big butterfly shrimp.
So what kind of baby?
I win. Is it always a competition?
You get it.
See about that. Yeah, we will.
Oh, here comes the red guy.
Come on. If you save nearly $750 like this, imagine what we could get.
Oh, like blackberries, cranberries,
Exactly.
hollyberry. Just kidding, but I love her. Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds.
My skin has been slurping this stuff up. With Olay Hyaluronic Body Wash, 95% of women have visibly better skin. Here's with vitamin B3 and hyaluronic acid. This body wash leaves my skin feeling silky soft. Don't sleep on this.
Please. I have you surrounded. Just on the Sunday, or are you going to take your load back?
We're gonna take it back.
The Scott's Turf Builder, terrific action. It gets 3 jobs done at once, kills weeds, prevents carcass, and keeps your lawn going strong. Glorious.
Get a bag of Scott's Triple Action today. It's guaranteed.
Pay Diddle. Pay Diddle.
What's this?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Everyone remembers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget.
Allowance, birthday money, investments.
Quicken tracks all my income and spending, and even built my personalized budget, so it's easier to save more.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah!
Do more with your money. Hi, save 50% today at Quicken.com. It's a lot of money.
You love your pet, but hate the nasty teeth, those foul gums, that awful breath, the brush, too much pus. You need Plaque Attack Triple Care Dental Spray. Thousands of veterinarians and owners have used this proven formula to improve the oral health of nearly 1 million dogs and cats. The secret is our proprietary formula of the purest holistic plant-based essential oils, not chemicals. Plaque Attack blasts away bacteria and loosens built-up layers of plaque and tartar that can be harmful to your pet's health.
Bad breath is not normal. Causes are bacteria, plaque, and oral disease that can lead to infections of the heart, kidney, and liver. Plaque Attack helps eliminate these causes.
I had no idea that gum disease was that serious. In a week's time, I could see a major difference.
It's safe, effective, and easy to use.
Studies show both a strong reduction in plaque and a blocking of future bacterial formation while using our plant-based extracts. A professional pet dental cleaning can cost hundreds of dollars and may endanger your pet's life.
I am so glad that I will never have to put it under again now that I'm using Plaque Attack.
Plaque Attack has saved me a lot of money because when I go to the vet, he doesn't ever complain about her teeth.
I see within 30 days the layers of tartar coming off their teeth. Amazing.
Other products contain sodium chloride and other potentially harmful chemicals.
So here's your choices. It's this or Plaque Attack.
Veterinarian approved Plaque Attack can give your dog or cat fresher breath and healthier teeth and gums easily and safely. Ask about our gel formula for those difficult dogs and cats. For only $19.95, you'll receive up to a 3-month supply of Plaque Attack. But wait, call now and receive a $5 mail-in rebate with order. You'll pay just $14.95 after rebate. Call now. To order Plaque Attack, call 1-800-280-4868. Again, that's 1-800-280-4868. Or you can go to plaqueattack.net.
It's hard to forget a murder mystery, especially when it's unresolved.
How the case is solved, every possibility should be explored.
I'm James Patterson. Join me and Fox Nation for an exclusive new original series that investigates 3 unsolved murders to get to the bottom of what really happened. Join the search to find the truth. Unsolved with James Patterson, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Sign up and get your first year of Fox Nation for only $29.99. Creed accepts new book. The army I fought for has gone broke. And it's time to fix that. Exposing the problems in today's military. Now they're putting soldiers and America at risk. And what needs to change before it's too late? The War on Warriors. Pre-order now at FoxNewsBooks.com.
Welcome back. Sunday Night in America. We're still living with consequences of COVID. For some, it's the disease itself as they struggle with long COVID. For others, medicine and science took the hit. For children, was the loss of learning and now absenteeism. The percentage of students missing at least 10% of the school year is more than double. Absence is linked to academic performance and high school completion and later attending college. It increases teacher workload, disrupts routines, and requires repeating the same lessons. So So why are more kids missing school? Is this with or without parental consent? Does it represent a long-term shift in learning, and at what cost? Joining us is Nat Malthus, Senior Fellow and Deputy Director of Education Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. So, Nat, what's going on? Why are kids absent from school?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, Trey, and that's what makes this something a difficult thing to address. What we know is that absences have jumped through the roof, and we also know that we see this across the board. So we're seeing this not just in disadvantaged districts, we're seeing it in rich districts, poor districts, high achieving districts, low achieving districts. And I think the main thing that we are seeing is a change in cultural norms and behaviors that were altered over the pandemic.
You know, the old days, students used to be punished, parents used to be punished for truancy. We actually had a truancy court when I was a district attorney. But it seemed like that's probably not the best way to do it. I mean, putting parents in jail probably is not going to get the kid to school on time. So how do we get students back into the classroom? And are you convinced that they learn better in person as opposed to remotely?
Well, I'll answer that last question first. I'm quite convinced that schools are great places and that students do better when they attend school consistently. And so I think it's very important that we address this absenteeism crisis. As far as, is it truancy or is it excused absences? When we measure chronic absence, we look at all kinds of absences. Because if a student's out of school for a long period, it's bad for the student whether it's excused or not excused. The data aren't ideal to pick this up, but both absences that are excused and truancy seem to be up in pretty similar proportions. But of course, both of these can be affected by sort of fundamental cultural expectations. Before the pandemic, if you weren't feeling well, or if you were feeling sort of some excuse for not going to school, we were less likely to put up with that. Both, I think, at schools, but also among parents. Now, it seems like there's a much more permissive structure, and we're seeing that reflected in the numbers.
It seems like, I'm not a teacher, although I was married to one, that we have lost like a year of learning due to COVID. Can we get that back, and is it going to take more than a year, or is this COVID generation just going to always be trying to play catch-up?
There's a lot of catch-up to do. Students lost more than half of a year's worth of progress in math, less than that in reading. The good news is last year we caught up a good bit on that. We caught up by about a third of that decline. We still have a long way to go. The first third is easy. That last mile of academic recovery is what's very difficult. That's a huge problem. I'm trying to spread the word that chronic absenteeism is the number one problem. And the reason being not that learning loss doesn't matter, but that getting students to school regularly and having the good routines and habits that make school work is the path that we have to go to get those students caught up so we don't have a permanently lost generation. And on that struggle, time is running out.
That Malthus on the power of education, and in particular doing it in person. So stop being absent. Thank you for joining us on a Sunday night.
Thank you.
America needs plumbers, electricians, welders, and Generation Z is answering the call. The young are choosing vocational programs over college degrees. Good pay, advances in technology, and disenchantment with higher education are polishing the image of once so-called dirty jobs. Joining us now to explain is the CEO of MicroWorks Foundation, Mr. Micro himself. Well, thank you for being here. I have a friend who's a urologist, and he used to joke that his plumber made more money than he did as sort of a human plumber. And now, Mike, I'm not sure he was joking. I'm not sure he was kidding. You can make a great living with plumbing and welding and HVAC and electricity.
first of all, we're all plumbers in one way or another. Secondly, if you want to book an appointment with the urologist, you can probably find one who will see you in the next 24 hours. You need a plumber to come out to your house right now, you better strap in for a 3 or 5 day wait. It's just supply and demand. For the last 15 years or so, every 5 tradesmen who retire in any given year are replaced by 2. That's been really bad math for a long, long time. And so the skills gap has gotten wider. The number of available jobs right now in the trades is staggering. There are close to 10 million general openings right now for jobs that don't require a 4-year degree. A lot of those jobs are in the trades. So Gen Z got the memo. They've looked around. The evidence demands a verdict. The college education is a fine experience for a lot of people, but it's not the best path for the most people. And that's what we've been told with soul-deadening rapidity for the last 20 years. And the impact of that narrative has led to a lot of unintended consequences. And finally, the ship is starting to turn around, Trey. And Gen Z got it. And the most recent tranche of data is actually pretty stunning if you look at it in context.
You know, Mike, you put your finger on something. For some jobs, doctor, lawyer, psychologist, you need college to get to the next step. For others, it may teach critical reasoning, which you can actually learn on your own. So why do you think that more young people are opting out of college? Is it disenchantment with the 4-year track, or is it the immediate availability of a high-paying job?
Well, I think primarily they weren't sold the same bill of goods that the prior generation was. In other words, this whole painting with a broad brush didn't hit Gen Z as hard as it hit the millennials. So they came of age at a time when college was back on its heels. And higher ed right now is in a very defensive posture. They've got a PR problem because nothing, as you know, in the history of Western civilization has become more expensive more quickly than a 4-year degree. Not energy, not food, not health care, not real estate, nothing. So they're just looking at the cold calculus of borrowing a couple of $100,000 to major in a discipline that does nothing close to guaranteeing them a job in their chosen field upon matriculation, and they don't like the odds. Meanwhile, they're looking over to the kinds of jobs that my foundation has tried to elevate for the last 20 years, and they're seeing enormous openings. And they're also starting to debunk some of the myths and misperceptions and stigmas and stereotypes that have kept people out of the trades. We've assisted nearly 2,000 people, Trey. Many of them are making 6 figures right now, welding and plumbing, HVAC, electric, and so forth. There's never been more opportunity in the trades than right now.
Yeah, Mike, as I say goodbye, I will close with a word of affirmation. My wife in 34 years has never once needed a lawyer. She frequently needs a plumber and an HVAC guy. So I think if she had to do it all over again, she might have married someone different. You make a compelling case for going into plumbing, welding, electricity, HVAC. Thank you for doing it on a Sunday night with us.
We got $1 million at microworks.org right now. We're giving it away this month. Microworks.org. We're helping train the next generation of skilled laborers. We do it every year. Go get some. Give your wife Mark Garland.
Microworks Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us on a Sunday night. We'll see you soon.
Anytime.
And thank you for spending part of your Sunday with us. I hope you have a great week ahead. Until next week, you can find us online at Gowdy America or on the Trey Gowdy podcast. Good night from South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tom Shalhoub, along with Molly Line, Tammy Bruce, and Guy Benson. And welcome to the Big Weekend Show.
The big story tonight is a Fox News alert. March Madness. The South Carolina Lady Gamecocks finished a perfect season with the championship win over the Iowa Hawkeyes 87-75.
Sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina has won its third national championship.
Iowa star Caitlin Clark, who has captivated Memphis' attention, scored a game-high 30 points. And despite her team's loss, she has a reason to celebrate. She's expected to be the top pick in the WNBA. Now, do I know a lot about the WNBA or the women's basketball in general? No, I don't. Guy does, but I'm leading the show, Guy. And so I'm going to go directly to you.
Well, I wouldn't think after when I watched the game, a lot of Americans did. The Final Four Iowa game drew over 14 million viewers, which is a wild number. I bet you that was eclipsed. Today, I mean, Clark is this incredible talent. She had 30 points, didn't really play that well, and still had 30 points.
Oh, now, why do you say she didn't play well? From what I understood, how do you know? If she got the points, what do you mean she didn't play well?
She had 40 points. I mean, she missed a lot of shots, but she was missing shots. South Carolina's really good. They're undefeated for a reason. You look at the difference in the game, and now I feel like I'm on a sports network, but points off the bench, 37-0 advantage for South Carolina. Rebounding 51-20. What does that mean? South Carolina points off the bench. What does that mean? People who aren't starters who come in and contribute. And so they're just a deeper, bigger, more athletic team, and they won. So congratulations to South Carolina, and what a career for Caitlin Clark.
Yes. Okay, let's get into the controversy. I want to show this film. Diana Taurasi, the WNBA player, she has warned Caitlin Clark, don't get cocky because you're going to be in for a surprise in the WNBA. Take a look at this.
Reality is coming. You look superhuman playing against 18-year-olds, but you're going to come with some grown women that have been playing professional basketball for a long time. Not saying that it's not going to translate, because when you're great at what you do, you're just going to get better. But there's going to be a transition period where you're going to have to give yourself some grace as a rookie.
Captivated by her voice. Molly, what do you think about that?
It was kind of like a little bit of tough love there, but she ended up with give yourself some grace, which I think is kind of a more welcoming way to end things. To say like, hey, look, you're going to be with the, like she says, the experienced players now, and maybe it will go as well. It almost takes the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't know if that's even. I think she's going to do great. Usually when you're great in college, correct me if I'm wrong, guy, but you come out of college, you're a hot shot, you come in, and you're going to still be a hot shot.
Well, she can hit from anywhere on the floor, and the player who does issue that warning, her rookie year in the WNBA, she played really well. Was in the final three, I think, for MVP of the league. So maybe there will be adjustments, but I think Caitlin Clark can handle it.
It could have been a little bit of envy, right? Somebody new, fresh off the team, somebody perhaps a little younger, could have been a little bit of projection. That happens in every business, right? You're looking to don't get all excited, right? Like you're playing poker or something. But I think that it's what tells me that some real equality has happened is that we have the breaking news swish from news about women's basketball. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
There's a history lesson, because you know that the women could not have brackets until 2020.
Oh, right. You heard that from somewhere.
Women told us this.
Just recently. You heard that.
That's secret. But Tammy, what do you now? How is this? Is this a big change here? I remember when the WNBA started, they were the butt of many jokes. Now the joke is SNL just had this sketch where they were joking about the fact that women's basketball really is more popular than ever.
Well, I think the big difference when when WNBA first started, and you got all these women's teams, is the difference between men's basketball and women's basketball. If you got women's basketball, really is about strategy. With men, it's about power and pushing through. And it's, I think, that's fun. And if that's what you like, that's great. But if you want to see strategy and the movement of the game and real competition in that regard, as opposed to who's bigger and who's, it's just a different kind of game now.
That's why people like college sports a lot more than pro sports, right? Because it's all really about the strategy and not about personality.
I am much more into college basketball than the NBA. I'm not an NBA fan at all. The men's finals tomorrow night, by the way, UConn and Purdue.
Fantastic. Okay, now this is Dark Brandon makes a play to bribe young people for their photos. This week, the Biden administration reportedly is set to take a second crack at broad student loan forgiveness, even though the Supreme Court struck down its first attempt last year. According to the Wall Street Journal, Biden's advisors hope to use new rules to begin canceling waived of student debt in the run-up to the November election. Do we think, Molly, that this is buying the vote?
Well, there's a pretty good chance that he'll be making some of these announcements out in Wisconsin. We know that's a pretty important swing state, so not a coincidence most likely.
Students there too, why?
Right, exactly. Great point. There was a recent poll in March, Social Fear research firm, polled voters. 48% say that canceling student loan debt is an important issue. 70% of Gen Z respondents. So if you want that youth vote, maybe you go to Wisconsin, maybe you say, here's what I'm going to do, here's what I've already done, regardless of what the Supreme Court did, pushing back and trying to keep a promise that he's made to young people.
Well, if I answered that polling question, is it an important issue? I would say yes, it's an important issue because it shows what a phony our president is. He's trying to buy votes. I think is it, do you think it is, I think the question should, Tammy, be, do you think it is fair that taxpayers are subsidizing higher education?
So obviously not. And I think that we have to also look at the rate of young people actually saying now that they'll vote for Trump. So there's a presumption that Americans can be bought, that they'll meet you at the Motel 6 if you throw enough money at them. That's not true. And it also, it's a reminder that when you're looking at the promises being made, that's an important word, because some of this stuff has not come through. And there have been some young people saying, we've heard about this and it hasn't happened for me. So why is it not happening for me? And so suddenly it's like a lot of talk in the moment. Because some of these have worked and you're getting the refunds and sometimes you're not, or it's like out in the future, or people know when they're being played for schmucks. Nobody likes it whether you're 18 or whether you're 98. It's enough already. So I think this could backfire on.
Well, I think this whole idea, the proposition is legally very dubious. As we saw from the Supreme Court, we'll see if this round of it survives further scrutiny. Obviously, this is a pander. Obviously, he's trying to buy off a certain segment of the electorate for votes. But here's what's so important to remember. The Democrats talk about fairness. They love that word. The majority of American adults did not go to college. Ergo, they do not have student loan debt. Yeah. The vast majority of Americans have zero student loan debt. And you have a lot of people who incur debt, eyes wide open, sign a contract, and spend years paying it back. All of those people are being treated unfairly by this kind of giveaway from the President of the United States, doing it unilaterally with the stroke of a pen. I don't think he can do it, but this is what he's going to try to do. How is that fair? And by the way, if the worry is that the cost of college keeps going up, which it does in a ludicrous way, this will only encourage that pattern to continue, that trend to accelerate, because if there's this idea that there's a federal backstop for students, there's no incentive for the colleges whatsoever to try to rein in some of these costs. They'll just keep this party going.
How is this not even just indicating that American higher education is a lemon? That we have to give you back your money because you can't pay a loan back when you've gone through higher education.
Yeah.
So like it's not even worth it is the messaging. It was a waste of time.
So he might gain a few here, but he's going to lose more here, and it's probably not going to be one for one. Listen to this from the Washington Post. Their op-ed, Joe Biden must go left and right at the same time. Here's the quote. Biden's challenge here is twofold. Many progressives, particularly younger ones, find it hard to see the 81-year-old president as an avatar of change. Biden has a lot of work to do to show them how much reform he's ushered in and how much more he's proposing. But the institutional conservatives whose votes he also needs, particularly those in the corporate world, prefer quiet to boldness and the status quo to transformation and blah, 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 and all that stuff. And Molly, do you, I was reading there. All I wanted to hear is like, here's the deal. Do you agree with the not conservative Washington Post that Biden has a lot of work on his hands because he's got the left here, he's got the right here, and America?
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of issues that are hurting him right now with the youth vote, particularly when it comes to Israel. There's a big challenge there he's facing with 38% of youth vote 18 to 29 saying that Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas are valid. It's pretty low. So, but now we're seeing changes in the way this administration is addressing Israel. So maybe that's part of the broader, I hate to say it, but political challenges that they're facing, and they may be doing this because of that. That's just one aspect of this. We know that the numbers have ticked down. We know student debt may be something that they're using to change things and try to turn things around in some of these swing states.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm correct, in the last election, younger voters were at record highs. Am I right?
Yep.
For the turnout?
Huge numbers for him, and that might not happen this time. But the idea is like, oh, all he has to do is go left with some people and right with others. If this were a deaf quality politician, maybe, this is Joe Biden.
Yeah, not so not so deaf. All right. We have a jam-packed big weekend show ahead, including this.
I would say it wasn't just energizing, it was actually inspirational.
Trump's big record breaker plus John Fetterman's direct about states. And the Washington Post claimed that the squatting problem is a Republican talking point. Also, the Eclipse Countdown is ticking, and millions gear up for the once-in-a-lifetime event. Stay with us.
Waking up with aches and pains, discover the all-new Tempur-Pedic collection by Tempur-Pedic, available now at Ashley. Revolutionary Tempur material conforms to your body, release pressure, and absorb motion for deeper sound sleep. Check the all-new Tempur-Adapt collection at Ashley today.
Force Factor Total Beats is the #1 Beats brand in America. That's why friends and family recommend Total Beats. Now you can find Total Beats blood pressure chews at Walmart, so you can boost nitric oxide, support blood pressure, and improve heart health. Rush to Walmart and find Total Beats. Realtor.com's Real View Maps show you precise wildfire, flood, and noise ratings on every home listing. Don't all have to do that? Not really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Senecon. It works differently than other laxatives because it's made from the Senecon and natural vegetable laxative ingredients. Gentle, dependable Senecon. Also available in delicious gummies.
Two worlds collide. The last is Transformers. Are ready to go out to the skies. Be a wild girl surprise.
I think this is Terry Crews.
Michael or Keon Sanders.
No one is safe with flexible elimination. They caught on feet. The Masked Singer Transformers event. Wednesday, 8, 7 Central on Fox.
When your freedom is to own a gun, infringe on my kids' freedom to go to school safely, something needs to be done.
First earthquake, now the total solar eclipse. Our Americans thinking about these natural phenomena. Find out as prime time hits the streets. Monday.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too loose there, too long there. Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now, and Taylor on iOS or Android.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months, airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will end too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. We're not allowed to publish these low fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
We're passionate about delivering ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet so you can stay connected to your everyday work, life, and play. Thank you for trusting our services. Bonus out for one nationwide, frankliness and top provider, reliability, speed, and overall satisfaction. Now you can enjoy a sound too on one of the nation's largest industry-reliable 5G networks. 2 great services for one astounding company. Thank you for choosing us and connecting to astounding possibilities.
Attention! If you owe the IRS over $10,000, you need to call tax relief today, right now. Call 800-398-8182 for free tax information. Call 800-398-8182.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. Former President Trump setting a new fundraising record with his more than $50 million haul. That was at a fundraiser last night down in Florida. That was nearly doubling what President Biden raised recently right here in New York City.
Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino is in Palm Beach tonight.
Trump made over $50 million, according to the RNC. That's nearly double what President Biden raised at an event with former presidents Clinton and Obama. This was the first major fundraiser for Trump and the RNC since he became the party's presumptive presidential nominee. Trump said Americans want change.
The election's going to be in now a little more than 6 months, and it's going to be the most important, I believe, election we've ever had.
High-dollar donors paid anywhere from $200,000 to $800,000 to have dinner with the former president. And there were some special guests, including Governor Doug Burgum, who has endorsed Trump.
It was actually inspirational, being with all of these incredible job creators, people that have, many people that started with nothing, they've lived the American dream.
Meanwhile, the Biden campaign is slamming Trump's high-dollar donor strategy.
This could be screaming versus Palm Beach. Real people who know the stakes of this election and are rolling up their sleeves, pitching.
Some donations from the fundraiser will go to a political action committee that helps pay Trump's legal bills. His campaign says that PAC also covers other expenses. Donations will help Trump close the fundraising gap with President Biden, who has a cash advantage with $192 million in cash on hand. Trump and Biden have more fundraisers this week. Back to you.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. I find it somewhat entertaining that the Biden campaign and Biden himself is trying to pretend that the big money party here is the Republicans when they're bragging about how much money they raise all the time. The Democrats are the big money party these days. The campaign really unhappy with what Trump was able to do, the Biden campaign that is. So $50+ million is a stunning figure. Here was a reaction from the Biden camp on MSNBC. Watch this.
A whole lot of them is a bunch of billionaires, scammers, extremists, and racists who understand that if they fund Trump's legal fees, he's going to cut their taxes while he cuts our Social Security. And so that's just the fundamental contrast that we have between the fundraising operation that we're building up, and now he's allowing us to communicate with the voters, and the money that Trump's raising from a bunch of billionaires that's doing nothing more than paying off his legal fees right now.
All right, so scammers, extremists, and racists.
That is the campaign. That's the talking point for the campaign. That's all it's going to be for the rest of the year. And what they're shocked, not only that Trump is going to be the nominee, but that he's got the support. You've got a coalescing of donors from the Nikki Haley donors, the DeSantis donors, etc. People are coming together, and they just really can't understand because they don't realize that they've been found out. It's like the cat that sticks its head under the curtain and its entire butt is out there, but he thinks it's completely hidden. That's the Democrats. But we see it. We see them, and they don't understand.
All right, then there's this, another squatting showdown. As flames rip through an abandoned CVS in Oakland, California, that place had been taken over by squatters. Left-wing policies, of course, are allowing such squatters to wreak havoc in so many places. But Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman just isn't buying in. He told the New York Post, quote, this is quite a quote, squatters have no rights. How do you even pretend that there's anything other than you're just breaking the law? I am not woke. It's wild that if you go away on a long trip for 30 days and someone breaks into your home, suddenly they have rights. This is crazy. Like if someone stole your car and then they held it for 30 days and somehow now you have some rights, he's incredulous, he should be. Fetterman's stance, of course, clashes with the Washington Post, which recently called squatting a, quote, right-wing talking point. So, Tom, I want to come to you on this because I was watching Jesse Waters on Friday and he had Clay Travis on. They were talking about the progression that so often happens. It starts with something is not a problem. Then it might be a problem, but it's overblown. Then it's actually good if you think about it, and then it's racist if you're against it. Where are we on the squatting scale here?
Well, it looks like we're almost to the racist point. But I love that Fetterman, he's been talking some sense lately, which is surprising to me. But yeah, of course, it's a no-brainer. The idea that you can occupy someone's home and then all of a sudden it's yours. Why would I just buy a house and then after my first month stop paying my mortgage? And then when they come to you and say, well, I was here 30 days, it's, I think we're good. It doesn't make any sense at all. So, yeah, I think that their argument is a right-wing talking point. Of course it is. I mean, it should be. And the victims, Molly, aren't necessarily right or left wing or whatever. It's a nightmare for people who
who were victimized by this?
I think the thing that concerns me the most is some of the outcomes that we've seen because of the great influx, this massive influx that we're seeing, have been somewhat predictable. The overflowing of shelters. You could have called that one out way before it happened. The Democratic leadership across the country stepping up and calling in the federal government to do something because now it's in their backyard. The concern about the squatting is we've just seen these big arrests out of New York City of a group of Venezuelans, some of them that had records, guns, drugs allegedly found there. At some point, as this continues to happen, if it's continually loud, there'll be some sort of confrontation where a homeowner actually gets hurt. Just a moment ago, we showed a fire. So it's a very dangerous situation, and it's one that's escalating. And if it comes to a bad outcome, that was a predictable bad outcome.
Kenny Bruce, take a crack at the squatting issue if you want to. Other question as well, though. Fetterman. Is this the guy he's always been? Were we wrong about him? Has he changed? What's going on?
I think when anybody has a life-threatening experience, an existential experience, as he did with his stroke, things begin to change when you realize, oh, wait a minute, tomorrow might be the last day. I think that affected him. He then had depression, and he went into the hospital for that, and then he went into therapy. And I think for me, partly my ability to escape the left was that I was in psychotherapy a couple times a week. Nobody else was. And when you're getting outside points of view about the nature of how you view the world, and the nature of envy and anger and rage, which is what is fueled and perpetuated on the left, you can move away from that personally. It's amazing how you view the world differently. I think that's part of his experience. And when it comes to the squatting, I guess that was a CVS. It wasn't even just somebody's house. I think we should just go to Saks Avenue. We could just put a tent in the basement, and then I can claim the entire store, apparently. Why smash and grab? Why smash and grab when you could just move in and be the boss?
Well, speaking of rage on the left, we've got this story coming up. Some Democrats actually praising President Biden for imposing aid conditions on Israel during Israel's war against Hamas that Hamas started 6 months ago to the day. You might remember they slaughtered 1,200 civilians.
We have to make sure that when the president requests something, that we have a means to enforce it. So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about you?
3 classic tenders.
Full butterfly shrimp. Full grande. I'll win.
Oh, is it always a competition?
I am the shrimp bud.
Going up, going down.
See, if I go with the 9, it opens at the 8 and the 7. What should I do?
Let the elevator go.
Oh, play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
What's this?
Are you Tony and I love him?
Yeah, no, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget. And
Colin's birthday money and fast food.
cooking tracks all my income and spending, and even built your personalized budget, so it's easier to save more.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah!
Do more with your money. Hi, save 50% today at Quicken.com. It's a lot of money. Hi, Billy Mays here for Mighty Putty. The easy way to fix, fill, and seal virtually anything fast and make it last. Mighty Putty is not a glue, but a superpowered epoxy that you can mold to any shape and apply directly to most any surface for an everlasting bond. Ordinary epoxies are a mixing mess. With Mighty Putty, you just cut like go, simply deactivate, apply, and let drop. It has the muscle to support up to 350 pounds. Rebuild the damaged tools that work like new, or make car repairs and save money. Drills, bolts, and screws can ruin your project. With Mighty Putty, you just cut, activate, and apply. Here's something you can't do with glue. Mighty Putty seals things instantly. Use it on pipes and faucets for a permanent seal. As you need, it activates, turning from green to white to show it's ready to hold on tight. It has the strength. The bolt is fully loaded. 80,000 pound tractor trailer. Now that's the power
$29.99. Order now. Call 1-800-808-3016. Again, that's 1-800-808-3016 or go online to mightyhoney.com now. Exclusively on Fox Station. It's live. Evidence that's come out. Straight. Who is Brian Colbert? Like a bear. The only thing worse than being accused of a crime is knowing you're guilty. They were as unlikable pair of defendants as you'll ever see. None of you guys are 21, right? I am not drinking a lot. I'm drinking a lot.
He said it was the first car accident he ever walked into where he needed an umbrella.
I always say I did the warm-up trial for the OJ fiasco.
Everything that you think you know about the Menendez case, you really don't. All part of Fox Justice. Sign up now and get your first year of Fox Nation for $29.99. America is streaming.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. The idea makes a significant withdrawal of troops in southern Gaza 6 months ago to the day of Hamas's siege on Israel. Fox News correspondent Trey Higgs is in Tel Aviv tonight.
Today marks 6 months since the October 7th massacre, and Israel announced that it is withdrawing troops from the entirety of Gaza, with the exception of one brigade that will focus on logistics for Israeli forces, allowing them to continue operating in Gaza when needed to conduct limited targeting raids. All of this comes as there are ongoing negotiations taking place in Cairo, Egypt, negotiators hoping to hammer out the details of a ceasefire agreement that could see more hostages released from Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. But while Israel is focused still on the southern front, there is continued fire coming from the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah in the north, in a broader bracing of a larger attack that could take place from Iran. Iran has been threatening Israel over the past several days following a strike last week in Damascus, Syria, next to the Iranian embassy that killed 2 top generals. And Israeli forces say they have to be ready in case there is a drone, missile, or ground attack against Israel in the aftermath of that strike. Guys?
Trey Higgs, our gratitude to him and your exceptional reporting for the last 6 months that began in those early days when Hamas attacked Israel. And today, while thousands of people marched in Washington to mark the grim anniversary, Democrats are praising President Biden for his tough talk on Israel.
I was glad to see the president, at least as reported out, finally say to President Netanyahu that if you don't follow my requests, that there will be consequences. But the president and the White House have yet to lay out what consequences they have and whether they want to impose them. We have to make sure that when the president requests something, that we have the means to enforce it.
There's been a significant shift among the Democrats and the Biden administration regarding how to respond right now to Israel. But Guy, I want to start with you because you just returned from there to a very remarkable trip. And your thoughts on all of this as it's unfolding.
Well, I just want to say that it's kind of mind-blowing to hear Democrats talking about consequences for Israel. Every ounce of human suffering that is happening in Gaza right now is the fault of Hamas, which on October 7th invaded Israel and slaughtered and raped and tortured 1,200 people and took a bunch of hostages, dozens of whom are still being held, including 5 Americans, one of whom had a daughter born in his absence. That's happening right now. And sometimes it feels like we're not even talking about that. So let's talk about it. I have some photos from my trip. This was last month to Israel. This is the home. We went to a kibbutz just north of Gaza. A home of a 23-year-old couple, beautiful couple. You can see the bullet holes just spraying all over the corridor and that opening area of their house, the foyer. They were both murdered right there. And that was a street filled with young families, all of whom were slaughtered in cold blood. Here's another one. This is from the music festival, Nova. This is a makeshift memorial for those victims. That was the dance floor, what you're looking at. That's where people were going and dancing with their friends. Hamas showed up,
and killed hundreds of people, and the dance floor is now basically a graveyard. And then this is the heartbroken, desperate young woman I met in Tel Aviv. That photo is her sister. She is one of the dozens of hostages still held by Hamas. Hamas has rejected every ceasefire offer from Israel, including lopsided ones, and sometimes I feel like I'm slowly going insane watching the discourse around this issue, where the hostages on October 7th is almost treated as an afterthought. It's not, it is the whole reason this conflict exists.
I think you bring up a great point in that the hostages are still being held. They're still working to get them out, and yet we see what appears to be a change in tone from the administration. Here's John Kirby, for instance, on the possibility of withholding weapons to Israel.
As we understand it, and through their public announcements, it is really just about rest and refit for these troops that have been on the ground for 4 months, and not necessarily, that we can tell, indicative of some coming new operation from these troops. Would you rule out slowing down or pausing weapons transfers if this does not happen? It's not my place to rule anything in or out today. We got to see some changes in the way they're prosecuting these operations, so we're going to have to think about making changes in our own policy towards Gaza.
Much of this massive shift in discussion came after the bombing of World Kitchen workers there in Gaza by Israel. Israel has acknowledged this. Timmy, I want to get your thoughts on this incredible shift in tone.
Well, it possibly it's because of that. Perhaps that was an excuse because we've seen this ramp up for over a period of time. Israel, of course, said that they've investigated. They've fired a few leaders who were involved making that decision. They're taking action on that. Israel has implemented the most stringent efforts to protect civilians, to warn civilians, to take action dealing with. They didn't want this war. They've been pulled into it by a massacre that was animalistic. It was like an army of Charles Mansons. And people only seem to get upset when the Jews defend themselves. And that's unacceptable. And the effort here in America to normalize Jew hatred, that this is a normal reaction. It's not. This is an ally, and we wouldn't be doing it to any other country.
And by the way, in Dearborn, Michigan, where Biden and his team are pandering hard and trying to placate a certain element, over the weekend there were chants of not just death to Israel, but death to America as well.
It's about the Jews and Western civilization. That's what this is about.
And I guess I agree with John Favreau, who, this left-wing guy, and he was basically saying it makes Biden look weak. Now, from his perspective, he thinks Biden should take harsher action, and he should force Israel's hand. I don't know why the United States thinks they have a right to act like there's some kind of referee in some gentleman's disagreement here. This is a war. Israel's our ally, and the president should say, look, Israel is going to fight their war, and we're going to get out of their way.
Tom, I want to come back to you on this. This is Tim Kaine, the Democratic senator, on the possibility implying that the IDF could potentially harm U.S. forces as this moves forward. Take a look.
And again, even this U.S. military operation, these are some troops that are deployed out of Virginia, Fort Eustis in Virginia, in charge of this Freudian pair operation. We knew when we announced it that they might be in harm's way from Hamas. But, after the events of this week, anybody doing humanitarian aid is going to wonder if they're in harm's way from the IDF.
That is quite a state outrageous.
That's insane. Yeah, and I mean, he should know America has killed civilians. We know what this is. Israel said, we made a terrible mistake, and we are going to investigate this with the highest priority. The president should have just said, they made a terrible mistake, and it sounds like they're going to investigate this. That's all they need to say.
I mean, the IDF and the Israeli government has saved innumerable American lives dealing with, they're just... Yeah, I'm being told to wrap it, but there are many different things that the Israeli government has done that has saved the Middle East and has saved American troops. It's outrageous to suggest that the IDF is somehow an enemy, but it is another effort to normalize the hatred of Jews. This is what this is about. Hey, guy, we want to end with you.
I mean, just the Kaine clip is mind-blowing to me. And if they're not going to rely on the IDF for some security there because they might, attack Americans? That was the implication. Then what? Who's going to supply that security? On the ground, for example, I'm sure. U.S. boots on the ground? Did the senator think about the implications of what he said before just spewing that out? I wonder.
Coming up, time is ticking towards America's total solar eclipse as millions gear up for catching eclipse there at the spectacular show.
There's no other crime that is so easy, so quick, and so lucrative.
Your home, your equity, and your peace of mind can all be stolen in one fell swoop by home title thieves like Matthew Cox.
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Believe it or not, a single-page document is all it takes to transfer proof of ownership out of your name.
People think, well, there's a whole huge process, but the truth is, it's a one-page document.
But it still must get through one final barrier, the county clerk.
When someone comes in with a fraudulent deed, if it's notarized and all the spaces are filled in, we by statute have to accept it. We cannot give it back to them and say, we know this is fraudulent, we're not going to file it. That's against the law. But it's a false sense of security. It's not real. Bottom line is, yes, it happens, and we can't stop it. And it only takes one split to sting you. And it's a very sad thing to watch. You put your love into the house, and all of a sudden, it might not be yours. It's a devastating crime.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock will monitor your title nonstop, alerting you to suspicious activity.
You get a warning notice that this first step has happened. You can stop the rest.
Meet Terry. He signed up for Home Title Lock and was immediately alerted to suspicious activity.
So I received a report and saw, hey, I have a lien against my property that I didn't know about. We got it fixed right away.
And if you call in the next 15 minutes and mention promo code LOCKIT, you'll receive your first 30 days absolutely free.
What would it do to your life if you lost your property? I mean, there's no price you can put on that.
Go online or call now, 1-800-938-4485.
When your cat's hungry, you definitely know. When he wants your attention, he makes it clear. When he wants to be left alone, he makes it obvious. But if your cat has OA pain, also known as osteoarthritis pain, he may be saying ow in different ways. It's a long-lasting condition that makes it painful for your cat to move like they once did, like when walking or climbing. Red flags are everywhere. The cats are really good at hiding their pain, so you just need to know what to look for. Visit catredflags.com to learn about the signs of OA pain and how your vet can help.
Without the American experience that you see so many times, and every Tuesday, like you have to leave you on the edge of your seat. Tuesdays at 11 Central on so anytime.
World-changing question. Are you keeping as much of your investment gains as possible? iTaxes can erode returns quickly, so you need a tax-optimized portfolio. At Creative Cleaning, our money managers and specialists work together to make sure your portfolio and wealth are managed in a tax-efficient manner. It's what you keep that really matters. Why not give your wealth a second look? Book your free meeting today at creativeplanning.com. Creative Planning, a richer way to wealth.
Who are you? You wanted me to find out about her. She's got a sick kid, a dead husband. She's desperate. I'm just really, she's clearly much more.
If we feel like don't, I'm sure that anything
The Cleaning Lady, all new Tuesdays on Fox.
I know.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. It's big, isn't it? Less than 24 hours till the total solar eclipse. It'll be the U.S.'s last one for the next 20 years. And millions of Americans across more than 13 states will have the chance to watch. However, severe weather is threatening to disrupt this very rare celestial event. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell is here with the all-important forecast. Hi, Brandy.
Hey, Tammy. Hey, we are coming to you from Rochester. You can see High Falls just behind us in this beautiful city. This is one of the last major cities in the U.S. where people can actually catch that total eclipse. But I will say, the 300,000 to 500,000 people that the city is expecting to come in, many of those people might be a little bit nervous because we could have a considerable amount of cloud coverage over this town, potentially blocking that total eclipse view. But I will say, say, for those that may not be able to see it, you will still experience the darkness that will set in over the town, and the temperatures dropping as well. Other areas, Niagara Falls, even down in the Texas area, they may also have the same issue. But I will say, regardless, the party will go on. Here in Rochester, the city says they have over 50 events scheduled in honor of this eclipse. Now, I have John Lyons here with Genesee Brew House. Now, I know this has been a long time coming for you all. We know it's going to happen, but there's a lot of planning that goes into it. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, it's been about 12 to 18 months of planning at this point. It takes a village to kind of make all this come together. And we're excited to be able to have people in the town. It's been great to see Rochester bustling the way it has been. Today at the Brew House, tomorrow we're expecting a lot of people. Again, we're going to have live music. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of things themed around the solar eclipse, including our Genesee Celestial beer, which is going to look very, cosmic or like it's from outer space, which is going to be a lot of it, good fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. So tomorrow we can expect the crowds to set in and everyone, Tammy, I would say, crossing their fingers that we'll see some action up in the sky.
Oh, that's great. And there's going to be obviously a special beer, so that's great for day drinking. Thank you very much. Great stuff.
Exactly.
All right. So if you aren't along the path of totality, you can still see, well, you can take part in the craze inside businesses. I love this. This is all about the economy and spending your money. There are a ton of eclipse-themed deals, including these total solar eclipse donuts. Those look delicious. And you can see they look like they're in an eclipse. So now, look, I think this is really one of the good things is that you're ready, Tom.
I wish you were ready for
your light shines so brightly. He's got to wear the glasses.
I'm so excited.
Go ahead and go and watch it now that you have those.
Oh, yeah, I have already looked at the sun with these to make sure they're valid.
Good test.
And they are great. When you look at the sun, you can see a little circle, but these are so strong, you can't even see these bright lights in the studio right now.
So you maybe just don't look. I mean, maybe that's it. So when
you pass those down, now I want to. Yeah.
They're Fox branded. You can see right here on the arm. They're like from us, I guess.
These are fantastic. Fox Weather.
Fox Weather branded. Well, that's all you just need to be a Fox Weather.
I hope you guys got your glasses. Because you're going to want to look up there.
Aren't you doing Fox Friends on Monday? You're doing Fox and Friends tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, Fox and Friends tomorrow. So we'll be talking a lot about this.
There's a lot of stars in Fox and Friends, so that's gonna be lined up. So you're probably a little excited.
Yes. So my brother is going to this thing. I have a cousin that's going to this thing. There are 4 million people traveling into the zone, the path of totality. A lot of people are into this. The hotel prices, Niagara Falls during Eclipse Week, up 249%. Since we're talking about money, about crazy, Waco, Texas, they're up with the 81%. Nuts. There's a lot of money being spent.
Well, it really is. It's really something we can all enjoy together. Doesn't matter about politics.
It's great.
And you're reminded that you're part of the planet because it's going to get dark. Even if there's cloud cover, you're going to realize there's something bigger than you.
It's so amazing.
It's hard to
It's like takes me outside of myself. But you don't have to be in the path of totality. That's overrated. The whole fun is watching it go in front of the sun. Okay, and then when it's halfway there, it gets darker and darker. But even in the path of totality, the total eclipse is only a fleeting moment. So the whole fun is in the experience of it. I say, stay home, get out on your lawn chair, put the glasses on, and you've got to wear the glasses. Don't do this. Don't do it. It doesn't work. Nothing works except the glasses.
Yeah, and it can ruin your your phone camera, so be careful. All right, so special coverage, as you might imagine, of America's total eclipse, of the sun's total eclipse, hopefully we're not, is tomorrow on Fox News Channel, of course, and Fox Weather, so get that app as well. All right, are workaholics withdrawing from the workplace? That's the question on the media's mind. One blue state might have something to say about this as it looks to put managers on mute. That's next.
I'm your only competitive brother. I'm ready for a rematch. Game on. You've been practicing on the cello. Going below the hoop. Foul! What are you gonna tell me again? Foul? Yeah, foul, bro. Here, take a free shot. There's nothing to get served.
Seriously?
Get Allstate. Save money and be protected from mayhem. Like me. Love you, Mom.
Wait till you finally get some.
expensive, expensive things. We know it sounds like a paradox, but we just flipped the way luxury is made. Like washable mulberry silk, unbelievably soft leather jackets, fine Mongolian cashmere, all at a fair price. Get free shipping and 365-day returns at Quince.com.
Sleepy, headaches, dry skin, you're probably dehydrated. Try Liquid Labs Rapid Hydration. It's packed with all 5 essential electrolytes, tastes amazing, and way less sugar than sports drinks. Rehydrate and feel better with Liquid Labs. Grab Liquid Labs in Walmart vitamin aisle today.
With CarGurus, you can start your financing from home. Your phone you can your way all the time. Maybe someday, get it with Gurus.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own. And fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update limousines every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Tax season is hunting season for identity thieves, which is why tax fraud was up 30% last year. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration agent. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here.
When you can't watch, listen. Get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is
Tell their tire that we are his largest inventory of make-right tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match for relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design, superior performance that stands out from the crowd, and Tom Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires. They give you more free services for lightweight anywhere. Nobody beats a Tom Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Business is evolving. Are you ready? Unlock your potential at Bentley University.
The user experience is a human experience. Inclusive design means endless opportunity.
Business is getting more complex. Learning to navigate AI can get you better answers.
Craft the code of good business. I'll show you how to turn numbers into insights.
Learn more about graduate and executive education programs at bentley.edu/innovation.
Amidst pristine lakes and rolling green mountains, you'll vacation oasis awaits. Experience the Lakes region of New Hampshire with our 3 unique locations. Steel Hill Resorts, offering family-friendly amenities on 500 mountaintop acres. The Summit Resort, centrally located with spacious vacation condos. And the Center Harbor, set beachside on beautiful Lake Riverside. Path Resorts, choose the road less travel. Go to pathresorts.com/deals for exclusive packages and promotions.
Welcome back to the Big Weekend Show. Like The Office, compulsive workaholics are getting pushed out by the 501 and done crowds everywhere. Is the live to work ethic over?
You do your job better, you get points. For 5,000 points, I will let you tattoo whatever you want on the stern of the old SS Bernard. All right. We noticed a little bit of a mood shift. Only because I've been for years. And this is that time. Show me the best numbers this place has ever seen. Took them one day.
And now a Democrat, I swear, wants to make a law that gives employees the right to ignore after-hours calls and emails from their bosses. California Assemblyman Matt Heaney authored the bill saying, quote, "We are in constant competition with other states like Texas and New York who are trying to move California workers to their states. Our workers, the right to disconnect, will be a major benefit to our workforce and makes the California tech sector better able to compete for skilled workers." As Bloomberg puts it, quote, "Always on, always off era is over as workforce is making small ditch business as usual for a work-life balance." Tom, is this the most California thing ever?
I'm calling that complaining. The thing is, he says that it's going to help them compete in the tech sector. But you've just taken away the incentive to compete for these tech companies. If the tech companies want to offer a perk like 501 and done, or you can kind of, half work, half at home, that kind of thing, then the companies can do it, and then they can attract the best people. But now, how can they use that? They can't if he makes a law. So I'm against the law, but I'm all for
and off on the job. I mean, I'm
Good against that.
yeah, it's great.
Here's a Wall Street Journal op-ed at the editorial board from Friday. A California right to disconnect, questioning that, of course. Haney hilariously claims the legislation will make California businesses more competitive for desperately needed workers, and the California tech sector better able to compete for skilled workers with other states. Has he been to Silicon Valley, where 9 to 5 working hours are far from the norm for tech pros? You can wear your flip-flops, and now maybe an additional benefit we should see. Yeah, I mean, everybody, this is the great thing about this country is you can find, you land where you want to land, right? You can find your level based on if you want to surf all day, if you want to stay in an office and work and be a tech bro. It's really a matter of personal choice. And you can do that. There's kinds of companies, all different kinds of things you could do in this country. So this is the issue, is that government's interfering once again, and which eliminates competition, because then you're bound by these rules that make no sense. Why? Nobody's trying to get the California workers. The California workers are running away from California and landing in Texas. And you think they're going to go there because they want a 9 to 5 job? No, they want to go there because they want to have a lot of money and a great job and a terrific future. Yeah, like a recent Gallup poll shows employee engagement dipping down in 2020. It was 36%, going down to 32%. Gotta be there.
Well, if you want to do the 9 to 5 thing and then slam your laptop home on Friday evening until Monday morning, you can go and find a job where that's acceptable. Yeah, and just figure out what's going to work for you, and that's going to maybe limit your career, but at least you will prioritize time off and what have you, the work-life balance. If you want to be a real gunner and go-getter in America, you should have the choice to go do that as well, and the government shouldn't impose rules on this kind of thing. Just figure out what's best for your life and make choices accordingly.
Yeah, and my question is, where's the lawsuit? Where does this lead? I mean, we're just envisioning where this can all go in the future. But is it also, it limits some people that maybe want to work hard or want to get ahead? That's what. Well, especially if there's a law. I mean, could you see this being used by the person who wants to slack, and then they're embarrassed by the person who doesn't?
Yeah, and also, I heard AI is coming in and it's going to take half our jobs. So maybe we should wait and see what happens with that. AI works 24/7. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. It does. Maybe I could just all learn French. Yeah. All right. Next up, the Big Four, and coming up tomorrow on Fox and Friends, Janice Dean kicks off special coverage of America's total solar eclipse live from the Little Rock Zoo on Fox and Friends. Do not DVR the show if you cannot watch it at all. DVR that show if you can't catch it live.
So, what'd you get?
2 Nashville hot tenders and 3 Mandarin orange tenders.
Nice. What about you?
3 pussy tenders.
4 big butterfly shrimp.
4 kind, baby. I win. Is it always a competition?
You can't handle the shrimp.
See about that. Yeah, we will.
What's this?
Have you told me I love you?
Yeah, no, thank you.
I ran the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in my budget. And
Allowance, birthday money, investments.
Quicken tracks all my income and spending, and even built your personalized budget, so it's easier to save more.
This is amazing.
I know. It is. Yeah!
Do more with your money.
Hi.
Save 50% today at Quicken.com. It's a lot of fun. Tough fungus is tough to kill and it can spread.
It's time to start using Fungi Nail. Maximum strength Fungi Nail is so powerful it cures and prevents fungal infections. Plus, it has aloe and tea tree oil to restore skin health. Say goodbye to toe fungus with Fungi Nail.
We are back. The next level chef battle has begun.
You'll get a second chance.
Who will make the cut? We need the best on the most competitive season yet. All the next level chef. 3 bits of box and punching the tunnel. So I'm not busy here without chase for them. Discovery.
To drive by club level as on much.
How can we not show because of the thing?
Does your student loan payment make you cringe? We get it. Saying goodbye to that much money every month can be tough. But by refinancing to a lower rate at Credible.com, you can drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders, so it's easy to find a refi that puts the most cash back in your pocket. And life with extra cash is, well, extra. Visit Credible.com now to see your new monthly student loan payment.
Going up, going down?
Oh, that's a good question. See, if I go with the 9, it opens up the 8 and the 7. But if I go with the Jack, it could lead to the grand win. Solitaire Grand Harvest, Grand Dilemmas. What should I do?
Maybe let the elevator go.
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, and enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
Transfer to the IRA or 401k to Robinhood by April 30th. That will give you a 3% boost. With the biggest match of any IRA on the market, Robinhood Gold gets you the boost for retirement. Animal control has arrived.
Sir, we can't park that way. Or we just sit back in noise. We got a call regarding your fan.
Oh, and you can watch it anytime on Hulu.
Hi. Yeah, you can come on up.
All new Animal Control. Wednesdays on Fox. Next day Hulu. Please accept some new look.
The army I fought for is gone woke. And it's time to fix that.
Exposing the problems of today's military. How they're putting soldiers and America at risk. If one needs to change before it's too late. The War on Warriors. Pre-order now at FoxNewsBooks.com.
All right, we're back. It's time now for the Big Four. Our picks are the biggest stories everyone will be talking about this week, and I'll go first. So, more than a dozen pro-Palestinian student protesters at Pomona College are now facing suspension after storming the college president's office. Here's that president talking to the protesters when they refuse to leave.
Every student in this building is immediately suspended from this institution. If you are from Pomona, if you are from elsewhere, you immediately will be banned from campus.
An adult thanked Fathom. Guess what? She was ignored by some of them. Arrests and suspensions. More of this, please. Tom.
Listen to that lady. Okay. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, what a view. He's catching heat after not returning to his home state following the historic 4.8 magnitude earthquake that shook the Northeast on Friday. You gotta come home with us, an earthquake, Governor. This is what he posted on X. Our State Emergency Operations Center has deactivated as of 10 a.m. today. We have had no reports of major damage to structures, roadways, or infrastructure as a result of yesterday's earthquake. Blah, 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 blah. Look at the hard hat. Hold the press conference. Tell everyone it's going to be all right. But I can't stand him and his dumb jack-o'-lantern smile. He's probably the worst governor in America. If not, for Gavin Kathy Hochul, right here in New York.
You have no opinion.
Okay, Molly.
All right. Flyers had quite a scare this morning after the metal engine cover of a Boeing jet fell off during takeoff and was forced to return. The plane went back to the Denver International Airport. The plane was headed to Houston, Texas, and landed safely back in Denver after about 35 minutes. There's video, of course, after it initially departed. This is some wild stuff. According to Fox 31, this is the 4th time a Boeing plane has had to divert to Denver for issues so far this year. Not great news for Boeing that has faced a lot of skeptical issues right now, safety issues, an iconic company. Hopefully things turn. All right. The New York Times is finally facing the facts. An op-ed admits liberals are not as happy as conservatives, writing, quote, the left-wing temperament is by nature unhappier than the moderate and conservative alternatives. The refusal of contentment is essential to radical politics. That's a lie. The desire to take the givens of the world and make something better out of them is always going to be linked to less relaxed gratitude and more of a discontented itch. That's a lie, and it's nuts, and it's a word salad, but don't believe it. Well, that does it for us. Fantastic show, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. We will see you next weekend as well. Life, Liberty, and Levin starts right now. I'm Martha McCallum, in for Shannon Breed. The White House, under heavy pressure from state and big city leaders who are dealing with record-breaking numbers of migrants walking across the southern border and now increasingly coming in on commercial flights.
It's an illegal program. They're bringing people in who don't have a right to be in this country.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on a Biden administration program he says allows tens of thousands of immigrants to fly into the country. As the border crisis surges, blue cities with
sanctuary status, scramble to deal with migrant squatters, but get little federal help.
The equivalent of the entirety of the population of New York City has come across the border illegally just in the past 3 years. We don't have the ability to assimilate them.
We'll speak with Republican Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who's standing by his promise to continue to bus migrants from the Lone Star State to those sanctuary cities. Then,
We need to see certain changes, and if we don't, then we'll have to consider changes to our own policy.
frustrations between the White House and Israel boil over after a military strike kills humanitarian workers. Delaware Democratic Senator Chris Coons joins us as Israel today marks 6 months since the Hamas terror attacks. Plus,
The election's going to be in now a little more than 6 months, and it's going to be the most important, I believe, election we've ever had on
former president on the offense to cut into the fundraising deficit he faces against President Biden. As new polls show the GOP's presumptive nominee with leads in the critical battleground states. Our Sunday panel joins us to break down the swing state battle ahead of 2024. All right now on Fox News Sunday. Hello from Fox News in Washington. Good morning, everybody. We begin with a Fox News alert. Israel has announced a major round-trip withdrawal from southern Gaza. This comes 6 months to the day after Hamas's brutal terror attacks in Israel on October the 7th, which was the beginning of the war in Gaza. So in a moment, we will get reaction from Delaware Senator Chris Coons, who is on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. But first, team coverage with Lucas Tomlinson at the White House and Trey Yates in Tel Aviv, Israel. Trey, let's begin with you.
Martha, good morning. It's been 6 months since the October 7th massacre known as Black Saturday, and this morning Israel announced it's withdrawn all troops from southern Gaza. There is just one brigade of Israeli soldiers left in Gaza at the moment, and we do understand this force will be used to secure a supply line. There are additional operations that are expected to take place, including targeted raids that could happen in the future. The announcement today clearly marks the next phase of this war and could be an indication that ceasefire talks are headed in the right direction. Looking back at the past 184 days, the numbers are staggering. Around 1,200 people in Israel were killed in a surprise attack on October 7th. More than 250 were taken hostage, including Hen Goldstein alone.
What's going through your mind in that moment?
Shock, terrible fear, fright, and shock. We got out in the line, the boys were already going out, and then Yam followed. Before that, one of the terrorists saw Yam's uniform shirt. He opened it like that. I remember his big green eyes, and he screamed at me in Arabic. And I don't understand what he's asking me.
After the massacre and hostage-taking, the Israeli air and ground campaign in response left around 33,000 people dead, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Israel does not dispute those numbers, but says more than a third of the Gazans killed are militants from Hamas or Islamic Jihad. The war between Israel and Hamas is the longest in the country's history, and at the 6-month mark, Israel is bracing for the possibility of a larger regional conflict. Martha?
Trey, thank you very much. Now let's go to Lucas Tomlinson at the White House, covering the Biden administration and their reaction. Hi, Lucas.
Martha, it appears that the threats from President Biden were his call of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Biden demanded an immediate ceasefire and changes how Israel conducts its war in Gaza.
Seeking threatening to stop military aid to Israel.
I asked him to do what they're doing. Biden called the situation in Gaza unacceptable and demanded Israel do more to protect civilians and deliver more aid while battling Hamas. Biden said his red line was Israeli forces launching an assault on Rafah. Some Democratic lawmakers said any large-scale military action there forced them to condition aid to Israel. A spokesman for Biden described the recent conversations with the leaders.
civilians have been killed. And if we don't see those changes, well, then we're going to have to make some changes and decisions of our own.
Fox Israeli drone strike Monday night seemed to mark a tipping point with America's closest ally in the Middle East. 7 aid workers were killed, including an American. A similar drone strike by the U.S. military in Afghanistan during the withdrawal killed 10 civilians, including 7 children. No one was punished. John Kirby downplayed the comparison.
These are events that happened 3 years apart. 2 different geographic locations, 2 different countries, 2 different sets of circumstances.
Israeli forces also carried out an airstrike in Syria last week, killing a top Iranian Quds Force commander. Iran has vowed revenge, putting U.S. and Israeli forces in the region on high alert. Over 100 hostages remain in captivity in Gaza. Tomorrow, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan plans to meet with the families of some of them here at the White House. Mark?
Thank you, Lucas. Lucas Tomlinson reporting from the White House. Joining me now, Delaware Senator and the Biden campaign's national co-chair, Chris Coons, from the Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington. Senator, thank you very much for being here this morning. You hear these reports that we just heard from Lucas Tomlinson and Trey Ying that Israeli IDF forces pulling out except for 1 brigade. What is your reaction to this very big development on the ground in Gaza?
Well, Martha, first, it's important to remember how this all began 6 months ago with a brutal, barbaric attack by Hamas terrorists who massacred roughly 1,200 Israelis. And in the 6 months of this campaign against Hamas in Gaza, thousands and thousands of IDF troops have done their best to carry out a campaign to eliminate Hamas from Gaza. There will still be several thousand IDF troops, that's what a brigade is, in Gaza after this announcement this morning. But I presume this is a tactical decision by the IDF and Israeli leadership in the face of a threat of a real attack from the north, from Hezbollah, or a direct attack from Iran. And it's important for all of us who support Israel to be clear that we will continue to defend Israel against Iran or any of its proxies in the region.
So you see this as a tactical regrouping, not as the end of the war. Is this the ceasefire that President Biden clearly laid down his request for? He said, we will not support you if we don't see changes. Are these those changes or not?
Well, I wasn't in that conversation between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu, but there are negotiations in Cairo today about a possible hostage release and ceasefire. As you know, Martha, thousands and thousands of Israelis have been protesting in Tel Aviv and throughout the country about the lack of progress on a release of the hostages. You'll be hearing from a hostage, someone who's been released soon. I've met many times with hostage families. It is tragic that Hamas continues to use civilians as human shields, continues to hold these hostages, and continues to terrorize them now for 184 days. So it's my hope that the changes that were asked for, the delivery of humanitarian aid, the deconfliction of possible strikes into Gaza with where humanitarian aid is being delivered, and a conduct of the future campaign against Rafah to finish the job against Hamas in a way that will minimize civilian casualties. I'm hopeful that we're going to see all of those changes unfolding here in the days ahead.
So why didn't President Biden make it contingent that if you bring about a ceasefire, it will be in return for hostages? No ceasefire until the hostages were returned, are returned completely, has always been Netanyahu's goal. So it looks like we're seeing it in reverse and just hoping that it will result in the release of hostages, Senator.
But Martha, I think we're mischaracterizing what's going on. There will still be thousands of IDF soldiers in the south of Gaza. I have not heard President Biden call for a ceasefire without the release of hostages. I think that is the direction that all of us are pressing for. And I'll remind you that President Biden has repeatedly pushed Qatar and Egypt, who have direct communications with Hamas, to press Hamas harder to release the hostages they are holding. I think that's what all of us have been hoping for. In my last meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel, that's what I was encouraging, was continued negotiations. And I've also directly communicated with Egyptian and Qatari leaders on the urgency of a hostage release as a condition for any ceasefire.
So I just want to remind our viewers of the sentiment of protesters. This is from a few months ago. There were a lot of student protesters. We continue to see them all the time against the U.S. policy in support of Israel. Watch this.
You have a whole generation of voters coming up who are going to be able to vote in this next election. And if you don't stop this genocide now, you will not get these votes.
We saw hundreds of thousands of votes uncommitted against essentially President Biden. We've heard for quite a while about the tensions that exist within the White House. The president initially said he was rock solid in support of Israel's efforts here. Have the protesters won at the White House?
No, let me remind you what just happened. 2 weeks ago, President Biden signed into law our annual appropriations bill that includes $3.8 billion in support for Israel. I think this is a tactical disagreement that began with Prime Minister Netanyahu insisting he would go into Rafah. Let me remind you, in Rafah, there's more than 1 million Palestinian civilians who have fled from the north and the center of Gaza. They are now trapped up against the hard border with Egypt. And what I have been saying, and what I believe President Biden has been saying directly to Prime Minister Netanyahu, is before you go in at scale and try to finish the job against Hamas, make sure that you allow for humanitarian aid and for those civilians trapped in Rafah to move out of the way before you conduct this last stage of the ground campaign. That's what I understand the disagreement to be about.
I want to ask you a quick question about Ukraine. But first I want to ask you this. And what do you say to those who say that this move is going to be music to the ears for Hamas and for Iran, and that their ultimate goal of eradicating Israel from the Middle East, if they see the United States pressuring Israel to pull back, will be exactly what they want?
Well, let's move on to the supplemental, which helps answer that question. The Senate, controlled by Democrats, passed with a big bipartisan margin a supplemental that President Biden requested that includes aid for Ukraine, humanitarian aid, and $14 billion in additional support for Israel. It's been waiting for action by the House for weeks now, and it's my hope that Speaker Johnson will put it on the floor this week. It will show Iran strong bipartisan determination to continue to support Israel in the face of Iran's threat, if that supplemental passes the House this week.
All right, I'm just going to ask you one more question on this, and that is, do you believe that there is an imminent strike coming from Iran in retaliation for the killing of 2 top commanders in the Iranian forces?
Well, what has been publicly released by our government is a concern that there is a likelihood of an Iranian strike. I can't get into classified material, but I think it's important that we continue to show strong support for the defense of Israel, that we continue to support the Iron Dome and other ballistic missile defenses that we've jointly developed, and that we make it clear we will defend Israel against any Iranian proxy attack or any direct.
Let me ask you one quick question before you. 33 members of the House, including Nancy Pelosi, wrote a letter saying that they wanted to rescind even the current weapons delivery to Israel. What do you say to them?
Look, in the face of a possible attack from Iran, I don't agree that we should in any way constrain or stop the delivery of defensive material that is essential for Israel's defense.
We will see where the U.S. support of Israel goes in the wake of all of these developments. Senator Cruz, thank you very much. Good to have you here.
Thank you, Mark.
So coming up next, as thousands of migrants continue to pour across the southern border, the cost to states and big cities reaching a breaking point. We'll speak with Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who was in New York City this week. Very controversial appearance and back and forth with the mayor. And we'll get a live report from the border coming up next.
Lyle and Harry Menendez were motivated by greed. They were as unlikable pair of defendants as you'll ever see.
They're too reasonable for him.
So many more people know it through the myth than through the reality. Los Angeles judge sentenced each brother to 2 consecutive life terms. There are real people. There's real suffering at the heart of this story. It just goes round and round, and television reflects society, and society reflects television.
They needed a conviction at any cost.
I said, oh my God, this is racist.
If these were the Menendez sisters, they would not be in custody.
This was a family environment that was run by fear. The
reducing the sun's.
How could these people be killed by their own children?
Why do 96% of Bowling Branch customers agree our sheets get softer with every wash? Because we use the rarest cotton on earth, and believe it gets softer and softer over time. Sleep better at night with Bowling Branch.
At Domes, we know one thing and one thing only: bags. Screen bags from weekend chores to fold bags, doing your favorite hobbies. We even know quarterbacks. Domes, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available at store near you.
Nail fungus is nasty. OptiNail starts improving the appearance of fungus-damaged toenails in just 2 days. Its clinically proven formula penetrates the nail. The results you can see quickly. OptiNail. Give fungus-damaged toenails a makeover.
Restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness. If you've ever experienced the warning signs of bad circulation, then you need Exercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way. Soothe pain and calm restless legs. Reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and stimulate healthy circulation. Stay active with Exercise Pro.
It's easier than ever to stay connected with our online digital tools. With your MySelf account, you can add these services, confirm your cover appointments, go paperless, and sign up for text messages. Plus, now you can run Astound Global, which runs on one of the nation's longest, most reliable 5G networks. Go to my.astound.com now and check it out. Your MySound account makes it easy to do exactly what you need. Log in today and connect to astounding possibilities.
Taking a trip in the next 12 months, airlines are under tremendous pressure and they're practically giving away their unsold seats. Like every crisis, this one will have too. But right now is the best time to take advantage of giveaway ticket prices on their unsold seats. You're not allowed to publish these little fares online. The only way to get these rock bottom giveaway prices is to call. So phone low-cost airlines now for airline ticket prices you may never see again.
America's border crisis making news on several big fronts this past week. The numbers are staggering. Border Patrol counts over 350,000 migrant encounters in January and February this year alone. Those are the people that they actually counted. Over 8,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl seized in those 2 months, and over 1,000 miles away, the self-declared sanctuary cities are suffering. New York City alone has spent over $2 billion this year supplying asylum seekers housing, food, medical care, schooling. In a moment, we will speak with Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who was just in New York at a controversial moment with Mayor Adams. We'll talk to him about that. But first, let's turn to Fox News national correspondent Matt Finn, who joins us by the border. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Martha. Right now, we're standing at the base of Mount Cristo Rey in Sutherland Park, New Mexico. And over the past couple of days, this area has been swarming with illegal migrant activity. In fact, just yesterday, we saw men freely walk right around the border wall behind me. This is all happening a few miles from El Paso, where Governor Greg Abbott is bolstering his border. In El Paso, Fox News exclusively embedded with Texas military as it installed mile after mile of anti-crime fencing in Concertina Water. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says Texas has now installed more than 100 miles of fencing and wire that's acting like a wall and deterring migrants.
I told the National Guard, I don't want you to double down on the amount of wire we have on the border. I said, I want you to triple or quadruple.
Where are you from? In New Mexico, Fox News exclusively coming face to face with these illegal migrants as they easily crossed into the U.S. on Mount Cristo Rey. A Border Patrol agent told Fox News he's lost control of the mountain to human smugglers. Peace Scouts saw our camera and were monitoring us while also trying to conceal migrants they were guiding. We're outside of Sutherland Park, New Mexico, in the El Paso sector. We're walking along what's referred to as the Obama Wall, and Border Patrol points out these holes in the wall. They say cartels cut them to smuggle humans through. They're referred to as doggy doors, and Border Patrol said they're so overrun right now they can't keep up with patching. Our camera also capturing these two men trying to climb through one of the holes, but they took off running back into Mexico. And then they screamed at us.
And this morning, there is the ongoing legal battle over Texas State Bill 4, which will give Texas the right to simply arrest and jail illegal migrants. Martha.
All right, Matt, thank you very much, Matt Finn. Reporting from the border. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who has bused thousands of migrants from Texas to the Big Apple, made a trip there himself this week. He has a very frosty relationship with New York's Mayor Eric Adams, a former police captain, who greeted the news that Abbott would be in the city to speak at a GOP fundraiser with this invitation to come stay in one of the migrant shelters.
I'm going to offer him a stay in one of the yurts so he can see what he has created and understand how we are treating people with dignity and respect that he should have shown as well. When we coordinate together, we should not displace problems to local municipalities. That is not what executives do. It is unfortunate that he made the decision to do that.
All right, that is the mayor's side of the story. Joining us now from Austin is Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Governor, very good to have you with us. The event that I mentioned in New York City was a big GOP fundraiser. I'd like to begin with you by playing a piece of sound of you speaking at that event.
We made clear by contacting his office that said we're not sending them to New York. That's Joe Biden sending them to New York. But the criticism kept coming despite our denial. So after a while, I figured, gosh, if I want to get the criticism, I want to get the credit. And thus began the busing of illegal immigrants to the sanctuary city of New York City.
Governor, welcome. That comment and the actions that you have taken, which, really changed the game in so many ways with regard to how the rest of the country views immigration. But the mayor said that because of comments like that, you're morally bankrupt and that you're using these individuals as political cause. What do you say to that, sir?
So the person who's actually using illegal immigrants as political cause is Joe Biden. Joe Biden has created this open border policy that has allowed illegal immigrants into our country to appeal to and to appease the far leftists in the Democrat Party, the people like Ocasio-Cortez, in hopes of trying to win their support, while at the same time destroying the country that he's in charge of. He is the commander-in-chief in charge of national security for our country. Our country is being invaded in ways that put our country at risk because of the political games that Joe Biden is playing. And Mayor Adams is just aiding and abetting that by having a sanctuary city status, welcoming in anybody from across the world to live there or stay there in New York City on the bill of New York City. And what Mayor Adams needs to do, he needs to stop talking boldly about illegal immigration and the migrants that Texas is sending there. And he needs to step up and do his own job, because look at the dangers in New York City under his watch. You have a police officer who is killed. You have the train system in New York, which is treacherous for travelers. You got police officers attacked in Times Square by illegal immigrants. He needs to step up and do his job as mayor and protect the people of his community, as opposed to gimmicks about what's going on in the world.
Well, the polling clearly shows that people are very unhappy with the president's handling of this issue. President Biden's job performance on immigration, 67% disapprove. The border numbers are similar as well. But the president did get some good economic news this week, Governor. In the March jobs report, 303,000 jobs added. The unemployment rate in this country is at 3.8, and the jobs added number was over 100,000 higher than economists were expecting there. So take a look at this from Semaphore publication. This is what they are arguing. The border crisis might be a boon for the economy. The daily march of migrants across the southern border has been a political curse for Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. But for the economy, it may have turned out to be a blessing. By adding millions of new workers to the labor market, the immigration surge has lifted payrolls and growth and potentially helped people live on consumer prices. What do you say, Ben?
I'm going to give you some facts, Martha, that completely debunk that notion. For one reason why the U.S. economy is doing so well is because the Texas economy is doing so well. The gross domestic product economic growth in Texas is going twice as fast as the United States. We have the fastest growing economy of any large state in the United States. Job-wise, Texas ranks number one for the most new jobs added. So our economy and our jobs are growing faster. At the very same time, Martha, while illegal immigration into the state of Texas is going down, illegal immigration into Texas has gone down 72% because of the resistance that we put up. It's gone up, however, in the other border states. And so Texas is decreasing illegal immigration while at the very same time adding more jobs and growing our economy far faster than the entire country.
So give us an update on SB4 and where do you think this goes next? Because we heard you talking about quadrupling the wire at the border, and you just cited the numbers and the drops, and that's one of the reasons that we've seen such a big rush over to California because Texas has become tougher to handle. What do you expect next on SB4, Governor?
So oral arguments took place last week in the Fifth Circuit. There will be a decision come out, who knows when, from that court, and then there could be an appeal to the entire Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals and eventually an appeal to the United States Supreme Court. But candidly, I'll tell you this. We feel pretty good about this SB4, which is a law that authorizes Texas to make arrests. I feel good about us winning for this very simple reason. What Texas is doing is not in conflict with the laws of the United States of America. They are consistent and uphold the laws of the United States of America. There are laws on the books passed by Congress that require the president in the country to deny illegal entry, to detain anybody who comes into the country illegally, and to build border barriers. While Joe Biden has abandoned that responsibility, Texas has embraced that duty, and all that Texas is doing is enforcing laws through SB4 that the federal government has already said they want to have enforced.
So what do you think should be the ramifications for the president not enforcing those laws when it comes to the national security of the country, Governor?
I mean, candidly, because he is in direct violation of laws passed by Congress, I don't know if it's criminal, but there's definitely a civil action that should be taken. But because of the dangerous threats posed to our country by his actions, this is reason for his job termination, which is exactly why he should be fired by the American people this November.
All right. Governor Abbott, thank you very much. Good to have you here this Monday. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So straight ahead, President Trump last night looking to bring in big bucks and a glitzy, high-profile Palm Beach fundraiser last night. We'll take you there live and get a report of what happened behind those walls last evening. And our Sunday panel digs into the dollars of Trump versus Biden.
Do you have too much body fat? It tends to accumulate in your stomach, hips, and thighs.
Are you struggling to lose weight? Does it seem like no matter what you do, you just can't get rid of excess body fat?
Body fat builds over our midsection. Body fat increases with lack of exercise and poor diet.
The Obesity Research Institute has found a solution. It's called Lipozene. Lipozene is clinically proven to help reduce your body fat weight and to raise awareness about this weight loss breakthrough. The company is letting people try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days.
Now you can lose 4 times more weight. Just add Lipozene for only $29.95. Call right now and we'll double your order for free and ship it free too. And for a limited time, we'll double the size of each bottle for free. So now you have 4 times the Lipozene for just $29.95. Plus, you get Metabolite Plus to help boost your energy and metabolism, but you must call. Lipozene is clinically proven to help you lose body fat. In fact, a double-blind study showed that not only did participants lose weight, but 78% of each pound that was lost was pure body fat.
What's even more amazing is that people were not asked to change their daily lives. It's so easy. Just take Lipozene. That's it. If you're ready, then call the number on your screen right now.
about 4 times the limousine for just $29.95. Plus, you'll get Metabolon Plus to help boost your energy and metabolism. But you must call 800-929-0319. Men, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advanced, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafen, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate. Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
Major Republican donors gathering in Florida last night at a huge event to support former President Trump, helping him shatter a fundraising record according to the numbers that have come in. Fox News national correspondent Madison Scarpino live in a windy Palm Beach this morning with the very latest on what happened last night at Mar-a-Lago. Hi, Madison.
Good morning, Martha. Trump is calling it the biggest night in fundraising history. The fundraiser at hedge fund billionaire John Paulson's home raked in over $50 million according to the RNC. That's up from early estimates of $43 million, and nearly double what President Biden raised at his New York City fundraiser with former Presidents Obama and Clinton. This was the first major fundraiser for Trump and the RNC since he became the party's presumptive presidential nominee. Trump said his supporters are contributing to a cause that will restore faith in our country.
People are just wanting change. The rich people want it, poor people want it, everybody wants change. The country is really doing poorly. We're a laughing stock all over the world, and we'll get that change very quickly.
There were some big names and a lot of money at last night's event. High dollar donors paid anywhere from $200,000 to $800,000 to be at the fundraiser, and it was headlined by the former president and former First Lady Melania Trump. Big Republican mega donors like oil tycoon Harold Hand and casino mogul Steve Wynn were on the guest list, along with former rivals who have now endorsed him, Senator Tim Scott, Governor Doug Burgum, and Vivek Ramaswamy. The Biden campaign slammed Trump's high-dollar donor strategy, saying it's a way for Trump to pay off his legal fees and do the bidding of his billionaire buddies.
This is a grassroots campaign. The nurses, the teachers, the firefighters, and cops versus Donald Trump and a couple billionaires looking for a tax cut.
Donations from the Palm Beach fundraiser will go to Trump's campaign, the RNC, state political parties, and a political action committee that helps pay his legal bills. But a Trump campaign spokesperson says that PAC also covers other expenses as well. Still, Trump is behind his competition in terms of money. Those fundraising dollars will help Trump close the gap with President Biden, who raised $90 million last month. Biden also has more cash on hand, with $192 million, compared to Trump's $93 million. Now, Trump has several more fundraisers this week, including one on Wednesday in Georgia, where he's facing election interference charges. And meanwhile, President Biden has campaign events in Madison, Wisconsin, and Chicago. Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Philadelphia tomorrow. Martha?
Yes, they're making the rounds in the battleground states. Thank you very much, Madison. Madison Scarpino on Palm Beach this morning. And now it's time for our Sunday group. Olivia Beavers, congressional correspondent, and Fox News senior political analyst Ron Williams, Katie Pavlis, townhall.com editor, and Roger Zacetine of the Ronald Reagan Institution. The Institute, he is the director there. Welcome, everybody. Great to have you all here. Olivia, let me start with you. Obviously, you heard a lot of back and forth between the teams on these numbers. And I just want to put up again the cash on hand number, because this is the combination of the campaign and the RNC. And in this case, and the DNC, $192 million for Joe Biden, $93 for former President Trump. How much does this matter, really, in the game?
In presidential campaigns and campaigns in general, money is what makes the world go round. So that's how you get your name out there. That's how you market yourself. Plus doing polling and having staff. In this case, Donald Trump had some ground to make up, about $100 million deficit, and it seems like he's starting to assuage some of those concerns last night. That will definitely start to help in this case. But he's also, you see him trying to cater to some of the donors who are previously supporting some of his other primary opponents that have been dropped out, like the Ron DeSantis donors and the Nikki Haley donors. And this
is his way of sort of trying to catch up with how the Democrats are doing. Maybe it's interesting because when you look back at 2016, when Trump was victorious, he spent the least amount of money that he has. In the next campaign in 2020, they talked a lot about how they were blowing the lid off of fundraising, and he lost in that campaign. So, and also, these are two players who the American people know very, very well.
Yeah.
So what's your take on the money issue?
The name ID is not exactly something that I would
Yeah.
needs in terms of where their money gets spent. But there's been a lot of talk about whether Donald Trump will be able to bring home the Republican Party. Last night he started to prove that. Warren Stevens, who was a big billionaire on Arkansas, was a big Nikki Haley supporter. He was not only at the fundraiser, but a co-chair donating the top amount. His name was on the invitation for this fundraiser. We also have interesting players like former Senator Joe Loeffler out of Georgia, who was at the fundraiser, also a co-chair. So you're seeing this rallying around. It's not surprising that Donald Trump will be behind the fundraising. After all, he just went through a primary. They're now in the longest general election, I believe, that we've ever seen. And so he's bringing home Republicans who previously were question marks in terms of whether they would back Donald Trump. That opens the door for other donors to have a safe place to go and get behind the Trump campaign. So this is a quote from the Trump folks. We heard in Madison's piece the Biden take on who the donors are and who they're courting. This is what the Trump team says. Republicans may not be the beneficiaries of the self-interested largesse of Hollywood and Silicon Valley elites, but President Trump is proud to be supported by donations from voters who are the backbone of the nation. That's from Trump campaign senior advisor Susie Wild-Swan. This is a question, because this part of the money raising reveals how broad the support really is out there. What's your take?
Well, I mean, just the numbers are not in favor of that statement. I think it's, right now, you have like five people saying 96% of your donors are giving $200 or less. What we saw last night was big money coming behind former President Trump. But then it allows the Biden people to say, oh, you're backed by the oil money, an oil billionaire, casino billionaire, hedge fund billionaire, TikTok billionaire. You don't really have the people. And when you think about the need to consolidate the base, what Katie was talking about, it's striking that where President Biden is able to get former President Obama, former President Clinton, and all those people to gather in support of him, what you get for former President Trump is Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, Tim Scott, the senator from South Carolina. You do not see Nikki Haley. You do not see Mike Pence. You do not see George W. Bush, the former Republican president. You do not see Dick Cheney, the former Republican vice president. That base is still eluding him. But, I don't think there's any getting around. He raised a lot of money last night, and his campaign is saying it's enough for him to run.
Roger, I'm not sure how much the average voter cares who shows up at these things. I don't know that people across America in the battleground states, and let's put up the polls that we just found last week, are sitting around the breakfast table on a Sunday morning saying, well, this person was there and that person wasn't there. But what we're seeing in these numbers, this was a very important poll, and it really backs up some of the numbers that we saw in previous polls as well, is that Trump is ahead in every single battleground state by a few points. Some of those margins are bigger than others, which you can see clearly here, and tied in the states of Wisconsin. So what's your take?
Well, it's up for grabs. And I think we're seeing the numbers here that's favoring Trump. It's going to require President Biden to get out there. President Trump will be out there. That story that Kamala Harris is out in Pennsylvania, I'm not sure she's going to do what the Democrats need. But what we're seeing with these donors is that they're making a decision. They have a choice right now where they're going to get their money, and they're going to send their hands or get the money. Voters are going to come down to decision between Trump versus Biden. It doesn't really matter who else is out there. Everybody's recognized it's down to two, and that's what you're going to see the emphasis on those states, because everybody's got to recognize they got to pick one side or another. There's no good scenario.
Yeah. Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Quick soundbite from Kamala Harris, and just to how effective she is or isn't for President Biden. Let's watch this soundbite from her about what they're doing for folks.
But think about it. Soon, 30,000 more families will have the funds they need to replace drafty windows and install better insulation to keep their homes warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And here in North Carolina, to help you lower that monthly Duke Energy bill. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
promoting government program after government program. The White House also is really trying to provide on this jobs report when they don't talk about the fact that it's that the numbers are government growth jobs, especially in healthcare, which is not growth for the average person, which is why the campaign is not going to air. Let's put that screen up if we can. I know we're short of time. But this is fascinating to me. 303,000 jobs created. 71,000 of those jobs are government jobs. And this is the kind of number that we've been seeing consistently. So the government is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Is clear takeaway, just based purely on the numbers that we see here. And how you feel about that is up to everyone to decide. So we're going to be right back tomorrow with our great panel. So stay with us. Up next, America gets ready for a total eclipse of the sun in the middle of the afternoon as millions flock to the path of totality. Are you going to be in that path this Monday? We're going to go to one of the best places to watch all this. Come back.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
Good. We have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. How does Climate Spectre get among the most big verdicts and settlements of any law firm in the country? Because Climate Spectre is an award-winning team with 5 doctor lawyers, the most of any firm in the United States. And that's why the New York Times calls Climate Spectre a powerhouse law firm. So if a defective product, motor vehicle accident, or medical malpractice caused a catastrophic injury, call Climate Spectre.
HomeWood just cleaned my entire house for $19. Seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeWood, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change. The state of the 2024 race.
You will decide the fate of our country.
The Bank Ramaswamy and Nick Gingrich weigh in on the election latest. Monday on Hannity.
I found my trust. I found my trust. I found my trust. I found my trust. I found all my trust. Maybe I testify.
Discover your treasure on AB's Fantastic Find.
With a word, think, fantasy collide. With Jordan.
Something new. A show.
Watch Jason's Fantastic Finds with John Baker to discover your treasure.
Profits get solved by action, not attitude. And the wing of this, if you've noticed forever, we've been fighting the big insurance companies for over 25 years. If you could engine, let us stand up to you and we'll take all necessary action. It will be our honor. Helping you financially, someone else's back, and fighting to try to get you a personal injury settlement and justice. Call us today and let's take action. That's our commitment. That's our promise.
I found my treasure. I found my treasure. I found my treasure. I found all my treasure. JB's Fantastic Find.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Find.
With a word, think, fantasy collide. With Jordan.
Something new. A show. Sold.
Watch Jason's Fantastic Finds with John Baker to discover your treasure.
I presume this is a tactical decision by the IDF and Israeli leadership in the face of a threat of a real attack from the north, from Hezbollah, or a direct attack from Iran. And it's important for all of us who support Israel to be clear that we will continue to defend Israel against Iran or any of its proxies in the region.
Senator Chris Coons speaking with us earlier this hour after Israel announced a major ground troop withdrawal from southern Gaza. And we are back now with our panel. Olivia, I asked him if he supported this letter from 33 members of Congress saying that they wanted to pull back even the current military allotment that's on its way planes, F-15s, I believe, to Israel. Where's that going?
Well, I mean, I think the Biden administration is walking a very fine line. They've been seeing, especially with some of the poor kind of voters that helped Biden win in 2020, the young voters, young vote, taking issue with how he's been handling Gaza. And I think that that's where you're seeing sort of this pressurized situation where President Biden is saying he wants to support Israel, but you're also having the Senate Majority Leader doing his speech sort of going after President Netanyahu. And that's where you're sort of having this whole conflict arise, and Biden needs to figure out how he's going to navigate re-attracting these voters.
Roger, are there good guys and bad guys between Hamas and Israel, and do we still see those lines clearly?
Well, we must. I mean, today's 6-month anniversary since the tragic events on October 7th. Lost in the noise, three things, right? There are hostages, 5 American hostages, over 30 Americans were killed since October 7th. Second, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Sinwar is holding these hostages, reportedly around them. Third, which the administration loses sight of, Iran is responsible for supporting these organizations. We lost sight of that. If you keep those three things in mind, it will result in the U.S. supporting Israel, giving them the aid they need, and allowing them to finish this fight against terrorism. Hamas for Israel is what ISIS is for the United States. And we're seeing this change in tactical operations in Israel right now. But they're still going to go into Iraq. That's not what Bibi wants, it's what all of Israel wants.
It's a great point, Juan. As Roger just said, ISIS is to America as Hamas is to Israel. And really, there's only one outcome of that, and that was, in our minds, the eradication of ISIS and the elimination of that terror group and victory. We're not hearing the president talking about victory for Israel.
I think we are hearing this week the president talking about Israel, sadly killing those people from Royal Central Kitchen. And the man who was the head of that, the celebrity chef, Jose Andres, saying Israel didn't do this as just a, consequence of war, but it was tactical and intentional. And I think the president, from all we've heard in terms of reporting, was outraged by that murder.
I wasn't the president outraged when we took out 10 people on the drop in Afghanistan who were able to, including 7 children. There was no one was ever reprimanded for that. Or fired.
I think we've had generals testify on Capitol Hill just recently about how that was an error. But I think that what we're seeing on the ground in Israel is the president saying, listen, what we're seeing and going on in Gaza is really regrettable. People are calling it, a massacre of people and innocents, people who are not involved with Hamas. And you've got to do a better job of protecting not only innocent people's youth, I mean, it really is heartbreaking for my children, but also people who are humanitarian aid workers. And that's why the president is saying, let's get a deal that involves release of hostages and a ceasefire. And this week was the first time you heard the word ceasefire come from this White House, because this White House is squarely behind Israel. But Netanyahu and his tactics are clearly ceding Israel's standing in the globe. It's not just the United States. Israel has always been a paradigm of human rights, given what the Jewish
Israel
community
has brought group leaflets. They have sent warnings every time they're going after buildings. It is war is horrific, and no one wants to see that on either side, including what started with the Hamas
images of the devastation of Gaza.
No, I've also seen the footage from October 7th and Hamas reporting themselves slaughtering children and families when they're sitting literally at their tables on a Saturday morning. I will say domestically the politics of this. Joe Biden said that he ran against Donald Trump for the first time based on what he saw in Charlottesville. He is now capitulating to hundreds of thousands of people in Michigan, college campus activists who believe that October 7th was justified, which is really Charlottesville on the left on steroids. And yet he's getting away with that position and changing foreign policy as a result. The bottom line, let me finish. The bottom line, there are plenty of people in this country who say, I'm not saying anyone, I'm saying people in Michigan have justified it, including Congressman Rashida Tlaib, who refuses to fully condemn what happened. Back to the issue of war. This is a war. Hamas started the war. They held hostages, they're keeping hostages. They did 2 of those things, and everything that followed is a result of what they did on October 7th. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. If Israel doesn't get the job done now against Hamas, there will be another war. as there was in 2014, as there was previously, and it will continue as we go on if they don't finish the job.
Rest left wants unconditional ceasefire. Unconditional ceasefire equals unconditional surrender to Hamas. Unacceptable.
All right, Hamas and Iran must be happy when they see the Israeli troops pulling out in very large numbers today. So we'll see where this goes. Panel stand by. As we mentioned, we are just a few hours away from a total eclipse of the sun for millions of Americans living in the path of totality, which stretches from Texas all the way to Maine across the country. Fox Weather's Robert Ray in Indianapolis to tell us what to expect. Hi, Robert.
Mark, greetings from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You know, the Indy 500 begins next month. But before that, a blockbuster event tomorrow as Indianapolis is awaiting this total solar eclipse to hit at about 3:06 p.m. Thousands of people have made their way into the capital city. Many of them have binoculars, like the solar binoculars with these incredible filters and glasses. So the mania of this solar eclipse has hit. People are on the streets. They are selling T-shirts in memoriam of the solar eclipse tomorrow before it even happens. There is dinosaurs, the Children's Museum, with glasses on it. The folks are getting their telescopes ready. And indeed, we've been talking to a lot of people on the ground over the past couple of days in Indy. One of them, an actual professor at Butler University, who told us about the planetarium and their plans.
If the weather cooperates, what they're going to see in those final 5 minutes before totality is the street lights come on. Venus starts to make an appearance, then Jupiter. Then we'll see the diamond ring effect, where that last speck of moon or sunlight is coming through the moon's valleys. And then we're crossed into twilight.
And we look at this map of Texas all the way up into Maine, and you see Texas may be in trouble with the cloud cover and actually severe storms. But here in Indianapolis, we should be good, Martha, tomorrow at 3:06 p.m. When the sun and the earth and then the moon crosses in between, creates that total solar eclipse. We're ready. We've got all the gear to capture it on Fox Weather and the Fox entities. Tune in tomorrow for sure. Watch our coverage from sunrise all the way to sunset as America experiences this total solar eclipse.
Robert, thank you very much. So, Olivia, where are you going to be for this? You can't see a thing when you look through this, can you? Roger, what about you? What's the plan?
Stephanie, I'll send
All right, we'll be watching it live on The Story. Thank you, panel. I will have complete coverage of this, of the eclipse on The Story at 3 o'clock Eastern. We will be watching it because it's going to be going over New York exactly during our hour tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Up next, Howard Kurtz joins us to talk about the rise of women's basketball and breakout college superstar Caitlin Clark. Next.
So we decided to put it in the newsground.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool, and then got choices.
Getting to talk to different contractors, see different bids.
We kind of look at their reviews, look at what other people think of them, and it's nice to know that you're meeting with people who already are at a certain one. We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy for me.
And we love it and still love it.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
You prepare for the unexpected. So do we. Our workwear is built with durable water-resistant technology, so moisture, dirt, and grease don't stick around. We offer unsurpassed comfort and mobility, so you can be as versatile as our specialty performance fabrics. Our integrated workwear systems mean a sudden change in the weather doesn't change a thing. And we're meticulous, down to our intelligent pocket design, so you can work smart. Work wonders, true weather.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting in a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy? Even a term!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-496-9200 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for half the price.
That's amazing. And great customer service based here in America. That's amazing. And no hidden fees, no contracts, and free activation. That's Barbara? Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing. I know, right? For gentle, dependable constipation relief, try Seneca. It works differently from other laxatives because it's made from the Senna plant, a natural vegetable laxative ingredient. Gentle, dependable Seneca. Also available in delicious gummies.
XM's new book.
The army I fought for is gone for. And it's time to fix that.
Exposing the problems in today's military, how they're putting soldiers and America at risk, and what needs to change before it's too late. The War of Warriors. Pre-order now at FoxNewsBooks.com. Wherever you are, whenever you want it, Fox News Digital is the world according to Fox. The top headlines other sites won't touch. Unmatched coverage you won't get anywhere else. And the stories that keep America clicking. No one does it like FoxNews.com. Plus, download the Fox News app to get breaking news, alerts, and all your favorite shows on the go. And if you can't watch, listen.
The Will Kane Podcast on Fox News Podcast.
Right there.
I'm Dana Farina, and this is Fox News Rundown.
Fox News Digital, the world according to Fox.
So for years, it felt like a one-sided show during March Madness, with the men taking the vast majority of the attention. But with the rise of the popular female stars in the world of college basketball, women are now rivaling the popularity of the men's games. Host of Fox News Media Buzz, Howie Kurtz, has more. Hi, Howie.
What Caitlin Clark did in almost single-handedly carrying her Iowa team to victory over LSU in the NCAA playoffs was not just a sports event, it was a cultural phenomenon. It was the determination of one woman through years of endless practice, taking 300 shots in each session to transform herself into a leader without losing her Midwestern niceness. That event was the most-watched women's basketball game in history. 12.3 million viewers for ESPN, making it 16 million. As Clark took on LSU star Angel Reese. And that could boost the visibility of the most profiled WNBA, where both women are headed. But there is controversy as well. LA Times columnist Ben Boach apologized for calling the LSU team dirty debutantes, while he dubbed UCLA America's sweethearts.
I asked all the panelists, if Caitlin Clark were black, would we be looking at this in a different way? And let's be honest, the answer from everyone on the panel was yes, in some way or another.
Former NBA star Paul Pierce.
We saw one girl in Iowa do to a bunch of black girls. That came out of smack.
Angel Reese says she's felt under siege since trash-talking Caitlin Clark in last year's championship game won by LSU.
I've been attacked so many times. Death threats, I've been sexualized, I've been threatened, I've been so many things, and I've stood strong every single time.
LSU coach Kim Mulkey also led her team off the court before the national anthem, leaving only Iowa to pay its respects. Mulkey claimed this was routine and she wasn't thinking about the anthem. Clark, who this season broke the all-time NCAA scoring record for men or women, eclipsing Pistol Pete Maravich back in 1970, isn't one to brag, even after nailing 9 3-pointers Monday night.
I've had games where I've been 2 for 16. I've had games where I've been 9 of 15. Like, it all averages out. It was nice to have a game where I got some good looks at 3 for sure.
Clark led her team to a nail-biting victory on Friday night, and she plays for the national championship against South Carolina this afternoon.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. And that's a great package that you put together for us, looking at the history of all of that, Howie. Thank you so
Getting
much.
more attention in the May.
I know, it's extraordinary. That's what talent will do, right? Incredible story. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Martha McCallum. Shannon Ring will be back next week.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levine, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levine Sunday with 2 great guests tonight. We have Pete Hegseth and Brent Bozell. Before we get to our friends, I'm going to pick up where I left off last night. Really big deeply with you. I hope you're sitting down. This is a tale of 2 democracies, the United States and Israel, and one man who's seeking to destroy both.
Guano is a Praetorian Guard media that protect them, that attack anybody who challenges them. But Joe Biden is a very diabolical, evil politician who's trying to imprison Donald Trump, clear political playing field for his re-election. He's trying to take out Benjamin Netanyahu, who ruled that government, and install a government that he, the Democrat Party, wants in the state of Israel. Joe Biden is at war with two democracies, our country and Israel, that are proven. Now, first, let's go through a little bit of history. Joe Biden is behind these investigations against Donald Trump. He's behind all of it. We send signals, and the staff sends signals, and the staff has meetings, and they have conversations. Unfortunately, the wholesome nature of this sort of tyranny that's taking place won't be known for years and years and years, and maybe we're all gone. When true historians and true journalists take a look, let's take a look right now. State of the Union. President Joe Biden reportedly pressured Attorney General Merrick Garland in 2022 to prosecute former President Donald Trump. The New York Times report from April 2022 highlighted by its frustration with Garland's approach his belief that Trump posed a threat to democracy and should be prosecuted, and this is their theme all the time. He says it, his campaign says it, his political hacks in the media say it, because they want to influence the Democrat judges, the Democrat prosecutors, and any future jury pool. So it is a constant public campaign. The Attorney General's deliberative approach has come to frustrate Democratic allies in the White House, and at times President Biden himself was in the New York Times, so of course, the Department of Justice, they all read the New York Times rather than the Bible, and there it is. As recently as late last year, Mr. Biden confided to his inner circle, this was in the Times, that he believed former President Donald Trump was a threat to democracy and should be prosecuted, according to two people familiar with his comments. And while the president has never communicated his frustrations directly to Mr. Garland, he doesn't have it. The New York Times will do it for him. He has said privately that he wanted Mr. Garland to act less like a ponderous judge and more like a prosecutor who's willing to take decisive action over the events of January 6th. From that point on, that article was published. All kinds of things were triggered. Is Trump an insurrectionist, sir? Reported questioned Biden. I think it's self-evident, Biden said. Whether the 14th Amendment applies, we'll let the court make that decision, he says. But he certainly supported an insurrection, Biden said. No question about it. None, zero. So there you go. Talking points out the federal law enforcement, federal investigators, and of course the American media. What about this one? Manhattan DA hires former DOJ official who previously investigated Trump Foundation. Wow. ABC News. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg announced that his office has hired former Justice Department official Matthew Colangelo as senior counsel. Colangelo served in the Department of Justice. He was the Associate Attorney General of the United States, active. Appointed in that slot by Biden. Before that, serving in the Department of Justice, the New York Attorney General's office, where he was part of the team that investigated the Trump Foundation, former President Trump's former charity. Colangelo also led the NYAG's opposition to Trump administration's efforts to add citizenship questions to the U.S. Census. So here, the Biden administration sends their hitman to help Letitia James in that outrageous case. He moves from there to the Alvin Bragg case. So he's the lead prosecutor there as a hitman. And by the way, this judge in the case, in the Alvin Bragg case, is a disgrace. He is a rogue, out of control Democrat hack with a black robe. He's making statements that are outrageous. He has an unconstitutional gag order to protect his daughter and other people, not for violence, but being exposed. Donald Trump has a First Amendment constitutional right to speak as a citizen, and even more so, as he's running for president as a former president, and everybody else is speaking against him, everybody else is making allegations, but this judge, whose daughter has raised over $90 million on the case that he is overseeing, monies that have been raised for Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer's Political Action Committee, he doesn't see any conflict of interest. He's donated to Democrats in the past. These judges in New York, what a disgrace. You gotta be nuts to stay in New York if you can get the hell out of there.
And so this judge now makes a comment about he's failing a federal insurrection case. This judge is not only a political actor, he's dumb as a doorknob. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be a Democrat jury that hates Donald Trump. They already got the word from Biden. They got the word from the media. And they know what their job is. It's not to be justice. It's to condemn. But that's the whole goal here. And of course, with the immunity issue before the U.S. Supreme Court, Trump's lawyers said to this local state, I guess, judge, let this immunity decision be decided because all this made up. No, we're going for it anyway. Why? That's what we have to be elected. We have 2 memos, actually 4 memos from 4 previous attorney generals, including the term. We got warned prosecutors not to interfere with an election. And by the way, the case that's being brought in Manhattan is almost identical to the case that was brought by Jack Smith. You may have heard of him. He's back. He's the federal prosecutor that the Biden regime appointed to try and destroy Donald Trump. That was the case against John Edwards, where they tried to turn a perfectly legitimate donation to his campaign, in which case that donation was used to keep his lover out of sight. And they tried to turn that to Smith, rewrite the fact that was an illegal campaign contribution that should have been reported a different way. And the jury found in 6 charges, not guilty or a hung jury with 1 juror. The Department of Justice decided not to take that case. Well, guess what? The former Biden employee of the Department of Justice, the work for Letitia James and Al Abergrad, he's dusted it off. He's using the same case. Because they figure it's a different jury. They got this thing licked. 32 or 34 counts. They figure all they need is 1. Let's talk about the Georgia case. Newsweek. There are calls for the White House to reveal details of 2 2022 meetings that reportedly took place between its employees and Nathan Wade. Remember him? He is, or was, a special prosecutor working in the Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis Georgia election interference case, which was brought against Trump and 18 other defendants. The filings from Michael Roman, one of the defendants, his case included bills sent for Wade to the Fulton County DA's office requesting 2 payments of $2,000 for several occasions under the project title Anti-Corruption Special Prosecutor. The first, on May 23, 2022, is labeled Travel to Athens, Conference with White House Counsel, in which Wade charged $2,000 for 8 hours of work. The bill read that Wade also had an interview with D.C. White House, quote unquote, on November 18, 2022, for which he also billed $8,000 at a rate of $250 an hour. That's a long day of meeting. 2 long meetings. Wood. Let's go on. Let's go on to Jack Smith. This guy is unconstitutionally appointed. He's not part of the federal government. So Merrick Garland violates the appointment clause of the Constitution. The confirmation process is different if you're a U.S. attorney. You've already gone through that process. Of course, you can delegate that authority to somebody who's confirmed by the Senate. Jack Smith never has. He's a rogue prosecutor. That's all he is. They take him apart. He's an out-of-control rogue prosecutor who leaks and leaks and leaks to his friendly media. Here we have cases involving January 6th. The Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871. Gee, I don't even think Donald Trump was around back then. Boy, that's not insurrection. Then we have the Enron obstruction case. Enron obstruction was a statute passed because Enron had destroyed a whole bunch of documents, knowing that they'd eventually be suspended by Congress and federal prosecutors. And so they passed a law to prevent it. So that's the law that used against Donald Trump and about 500 of the January 6th protesters. U.S. District Judge Charles Nichols, he saw this. He said, this is a stretch. It's a stretch of the law beyond its scope to inappropriately applied in these cases. He ruled that a defendant must have taken, quote, he's quoting from the law, some action with respect to a document, record, or other object, that's quote right out of statute, to obstruct an official proceeding under the law. So we have a 3-judge panel in Washington, D.C. that decides that this applies to Donald Trump and his protesters. Now, who's on this panel? 2 Biden appointees. 2 out of 3. That's not too bad. One of them, Judge Pons, one of the most outrageous political acts to ever wear a black robe, as a matter of fact. And that's saying something given the state of the judiciary today. What else happened? Well, this prosecutor went to another Obama judge in the district
and insisted that the lead lawyer handling Donald Trump's document case be forced to testify in front of his grand jury. Wait a minute, that's attorney-client privilege. No, they said there's a crime law exception. Here, they decided that Donald Trump's lawyer had to testify for the prosecution in front of the grand jury and provide all of these questions. What do you think of that, folks? We have the fact that he brought an indictment to the documents case in Washington, D.C., but the case was in Florida. He goes, oh, okay, I got the indictment, now I'll move it to Florida. And I'll get a rubber stamp indictment in the grand jury that never heard a single witness. Nothing of the sort. He's trying to cut corners. He demanded that the Supreme Court order a trial take place in front of another Obama judge in Washington, D.C., and the Supreme Court said, we knew the issue. Excuse me. A complex constitutional issue. You may want to get this done before the election. You could. I'm reading it from the line. But we don't have to do that. And then we have the espionage case, which is a joke. Espionage. This law passed in the 1970s. Never been applied against the former president. Wasn't applied against Hillary Clinton. They made excuses for her. Wasn't applied against the certified imbecile Joe Biden, who violated it over and over and over again. Here's the evidence right here. Look at this. He violated it when he was a senator, he stole documents. When he was a private citizen, he stole documents. When he was a vice president, he stole documents. And he conveyed the classified information to a ghostwriter because he was getting paid $8 million by a publisher, which I say means he sold classified information for $8 million. This is all going on today. If they try to put Donald Trump in prison, they don't care who does it. Multiple charges, multiple outrageous charges, multiple phony records, Democratic prosecutors, and so there's no country to watch. While Joe Biden is trying to put Donald Trump in prison and his Praetorian Guard media are celebrating, he's also trying to destroy the government of Israel simultaneously and take out Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a piece in JNS by Carolyn Glick. The war rages in the Gaza Strip, northern Israel, Lebanon, Iraq. On the streets of Israel, cities, Iran's Palestinian, Lebanese, Syrian, Iraqi, and Yemeni proxies maintain and escalate their operations against the Jewish state. Unmoved by this state of affairs, Israel's far left is reinstating the anti-government riots that occurred regularly for the first 3 quarters of 2023. She goes on later. To be sure, there are a number of reasons this is happening, but perhaps the main one was revealed on March 17th by riot leader, the head writer, Ami Dror, in a WhatsApp group chat with his colleagues. The communication, which Dror authenticated in an interview with Channel 14, was reported on X Twitter by a poster who operates under the handle Arabello Tuna Hunter. It would be. In that communication, Dror, the head writer, told his colleagues that the White House was asking them to reinstate the riots. Based on what he referred to as a conversation with his contacts in the White House, Dror set out in granular detail the White House's 4-part plan to overthrow the Netanyahu government. The components involve actions on the ground in Gaza, the use of the UN Security Council, extortion of government ministers in the Netanyahu government, and mass protests. Dror called his report an important update from the American administration. We explained in this update followed an earlier text he sent on March 6th on the same topic. Quote, the American plan as I published it on March 6th remains unchanged. The day after my publication, the Biden administration announced the establishment of an American force in Gaza that will seize on Israel the ability to rule the Strip. The port will be used initially to provide food, but the central purpose of the port is to rebuild Gaza. The purpose of the U.S. campaign for humanitarian aid, he explained, was twofold: undermining the control of the Israeli Defense Forces in Gaza and blackmailing government ministers. Well, Netanyahu's chief political rival is gone. Gantz was a summit to Washington 2 weeks ago. He went because they want to replace Netanyahu with Gantz. So this guy, Dror, the head writer, he said Gantz wrote was summoned in the United States for reprimanding his humiliating the Americans said here is at the start of the war, the Americans demanded that he join the government. He was their man, the man that would ensure that Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir didn't set the world on fire. He came in, he blocked the war in Lebanon, promised that he was going in for 6 weeks, and then he and the protest groups would take the government apart.
After 6 weeks, he and Dory promised that by January 1 they would deliver the goods, and in practice, the final deadline the Americans gave him was Ramadan. In other words, overthrow Netanyahu by Ramadan. When he didn't deliver for the U.S., the administration understood that they can't trust Gantz. Maybe he'll be a comfortable prime minister in the future, but the Americans seized full control of the management of the war against Netanyahu. And guess what? Gantz announced last week. And the second he wants a new election, take out of the way. There's other article on this is Breitbart by our friend Joe Pollack, what's taking place. So Joe Biden is trying to put Donald Trump in prison on multiple fronts. So he's the president without a real chance. And simultaneously, he's trying to drive Netanyahu from office, and he is involved in promoting a civil war in the state of Israel. Now you can understand what he says to things he says, funds the organization. Easy, diabolical, Joe Biden, going to democracy. I'll be right back.
Right now, someone can be listed as the owner of your home and stealing thousands of dollars of your hard-earned equity. Anybody who owns property should worry about home tax theft. There's no other crime that is so easy, so quick, and so lucrative. Your home, your equity, and your peace of mind can all be stolen in one fell swoop by home title thieves like Matthew Cox. Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that. Believe it or not, a single-page document is all it takes to transfer proof of ownership out of your name. People think, well, there's a whole huge process, but the truth is, it's a one-page document. But it still must get through one final barrier, the county clerk. When someone comes in with fraudulent deed, if it's notarized and just all the statements are forwarded, we by statute have to accept it. Not if it passes and say, we know this is fraudulent, we're not going to file it. That's an insult. It's a false sense of security. It's not real. Bottom line is, yes, it happens. And we can't stop it happening. And it only takes one switch to save you. And it's a very sad thing to watch. You put your love into the house, and all of a sudden, it might not be yours. It's a devastating process. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock will monitor your title nonstop, alerting you to suspicious activity. You get a warning notice that this first step has happened. You can stop the rest. Meet Terry. He signed up for Home Title Lock and was immediately alerted to suspicious activity.
So I received a report and saw, hey, I have a lien against my property that I didn't know about. We got it fixed right away.
And if you call in the next 15 minutes and mention promo code BLOCKIT, you'll receive your first 30 days absolutely free.
What would it do to your life if you lost your property? I mean, there's no issue of that, man.
Go online or call now, 1-800-938-4485. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. This required to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, a seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the deluxe bundle. Get a faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the smart mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
a big hit. Great patriot hero, smart gal. The Hague said, obviously, Fox News weekend co-host, Iraq and Afghan war veteran, brand new book coming out in 2 weeks, The War Warriors Behind the Betrayal of Men Who Keep Us Free. Very, very important book. So, Pete, you heard my mom. My position is that Joe Biden is an evil man, always been an evil man. He started out supporting the Confederates, the Old South, segregation, racism, opposed public school immigration. He will fly any wave, retain power. He wants to make sure the next election is close, so he's trying to put Donald Trump in prison, or at least getting convicted, so that becomes the issue. He keeps threatening that Donald Trump is threatening democracy. No, it's Joe Biden who is destroying our republic and destroying Israel's democracy. It's a coup. What do you make of it? I agree completely, Mark. Phenomenal setup. In reviewing the way in which the White House is trying to manipulate against our allies, you said it right. Joe Biden, for his entire career, has ridden away. Not a challenging guy. Doesn't have any background to suggest he's a competent manager. He's been wrong on most everything, especially on foreign policy. The way that he's rode into office was by making a deal with the far left wing, the godless left, the pagan radicals, who believe God is government and that they can fundamentally transform this country. So, had to get rid of Bernie Sanders, and even though he sold himself as a centrist, he made a deal with Bernie and the Hamas caucus, which is why you see his treatment of Israel over a few votes in Michigan. He made a deal with him, and then he ushered into the White House 4 more years of effectively the entire staff of Barack Obama, who said he wanted to fundamentally transform America. And so you have an anti-American, godless administration who worships at the altar of climate change and believes international institutions should be in charge effectively of us. And the result, Mark, that you talk about all the time is they don't believe in citizenship. They don't believe in borders. They don't believe in law and order. Everything that is illegal in their minds is something they want to facilitate. And they think cynically that is all a pathway to more control for them. They believe that's more votes. And when you and I look at the flood over the border, Mark, you look at the humanity, the drugs, the potential criminality, the potential terrorist attacks, and we say, how can this be happening in our country? The left sees opportunities. They see Dreamer 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, political wedges and liabilities for conservatives for eons to come. And then they expect the press to cover for them with the press, of course, does critical on that. So this is a spiritual battle, Mark. This is a battle at higher realm. This is about people who believe in God, believe in our country, understand that we're a constitutional republic with laws, versus people who believe God is government, don't believe there's a hierarchy. Think we're a democracy. You talk about, you know this distinction very clearly, so do your viewers. They don't. They merge the whole thing. And they want to bring racial animus back into the equation in America, stir us up and point us against each other. This is a higher battle that Donald Trump is engaged in. And you see it on almost every issue that we talk about. Well said. And you know, the media are so corrupt that we're and I was talking the other day about the Democrat Party seeks monopoly power. They call the Democratic Party bill. That's why it wants to change the vote. That's why they wave the hands to take credit for it. And they believe that they're important Democrats. And that's why they hate separation of powers. So Biden will look by executive order over and over and over. He urged to do so more so. Sanders, Warren, and the other ones. That's why they only like judges to do their thing. The judges who actually judge. The Florida judge, in the case of the documents case, was pulling it straight, was acting like a real judge. He was very careful about what she said. She's now under attack by the Democrat Party media, the Democrat Party to try and intimidate and threaten her. And also to send a message to the Supreme Court. I want to ask you about this. We have this judge ranking for long. He's a district court judge. He's been around a very long time. Too long. It's quite obvious at this point. And he goes on to CNN, and here's the question. And he trashes Donald Trump. Because he says Donald Trump is threatening violence against the crown judge
Manhattan. How many countries threatened violence against anyone? Now, Chuck Schumer did. He threatened 2 Supreme Court justices, words that you have. He said there's going to be a war room and you're going to pay a price. And I remember this judge leaving the bench, pulling CNN, showing up, and worried about violence as a result of that. I don't remember this judge worried about violence against Supreme Court judges since after the Dobbs decision, when their homes were being threatened, and not a single one of them was arrested under federal law. What do you think of the judiciary? What they've decided is not what's legal or illegal, looking at the law, regardless of the, they decided what's good and who is good and who gets the benefit. And in this particular case, in every scenario, they will bend and contort to go after the primary threat, not just political opponent, but primary opponent to everything they cling to, which is power and control. The man willing to expose the underbelly of who they are and what they represent. The man willing to call them the names that they know they are, or they're unwilling to admit that no one else will say. And so the justice, it's, Mark, you know, it's not a justice system. It feels like a banana republic. I know I wouldn't be treated the same way a Democrat would be treated, and you wouldn't be. Donald Trump hasn't been, and that goes to the very fabric of our republic and our nation. It's a very dangerous one. I want these judges' justice system. You do not respect the rule of law, Constitution of the United States, especially the Bill of Rights, due process. There's absolutely no reason for that to respect anyone. But just because you say something doesn't mean it's not based on our Constitution and the rule of law. There's nothing more than another person wearing a robe, walking around in person. We'll be right back.
What is it about Cindy Crawford?
The secret to Cindy's surprisingly ageless skin is Meaningful Beauty Supreme, created by French anti-aging specialist Dr. Jean-Louis Sauvage. His youth-preserving formulas come from a genetically unique melon found only in the south of France, with an astonishing youth-preserving enzyme known as the youth molecule that's kept Cindy's skin looking so youthful. I'm about to turn 50, and people absolutely can't believe it. They say there's no way. There's no way. So I'm headed to the mall today, and we're doing a pop-up event for new Meaningful Beauty Supreme. Actually, so what brought you here today? Well, I've been using Meaningful Beauty for almost 3 years, right? I just had these dirt bags, and after co-pregnancy, the pigmentation, I never know when looking at well, that is because of your product. Your skin doesn't just look younger, it acts younger. It feels younger.
Now it's time to experience Meaningful Beauty Supreme for yourself. You'll start with Cindy's must-have skin softening cleanser.
Then our luminous anti-aging day cream.
Next, Cindy's advanced lipid eye cream that visibly reduces puffiness, dark circles, and crow's feet.
Then let the rejuvenation begin with Dr. Savage's incredible age recovery night cream.
And now, Dr. Savage brings you the astonishing youth-activating melon serum.
This next generation serum taps the power of melon leaf plant stem cells.
It's like we have reached essential vitamin and its anti-aging power and magic writings.
His clients often pay thousands of dollars for a series of treatments.
That's why we purchased separately with Meaningful Beauty's regular price of $139 is already an incredible bargain. But Cindy decided to offer Meaningful Beauty directly to you so she could make her secret affordable for everyone.
You won't have to pay $139 for Meaningful Beauty, not $99 or even $79.
Order now and you'll pay just $59.95 for all 5 concentrated super treatments.
And now for 2024 and beyond, be among the first 500 orders now, and we'll add Cindy's new Super Bright Duo for $120 value free.
You'll get all these age-defying super treatments for $260 total value. Yours now for just $59.95.
But what if we could go even lower?
That's right.
Just use today's promo code SAVE10 and we'll knock another $10 off our already low price. That means you'll pay just $49.95 for everything you see here.
We'll even add
only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. Gotta get on it. Check out Select. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it. Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why Select Quote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to $2 million policies with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visit SelectQuote.com. You shop, you save.
Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Ashley Strohmeyer, New York. Disaster striking off the coast of the southern African country of Mozambique. More than 90 people are confirmed dead after an overcrowded makeshift ferry sank. Many of those who drowned were children. Officials say many of the victims were fleeing a cholera outbreak. So far, only 5 people have been rescued out of the estimated 130 passengers believed to be on board. The country is among the hardest hit by the cholera outbreak. It is spreading across southern and eastern Africa. And Israel and Hamas are reportedly inching closer to finding a truce in the Gaza conflict. Reuters is reporting all parties involved have agreed on basic points. Both sides sent teams to Egypt on Sunday for fresh talks and potential ceasefire. Hamas and Qatar, our delegation, are expected to return to Cairo in the coming days to agree to the terms. I'm Ashley Strohmeyer, back to Life Liberty and Event.
Welcome back. Type 7 has a great book coming out in a few weeks. The War and Warriors, behind the trail for men who keep us free and have to keep back and discuss it fully. He then says, what do you make of the Republican Party? You don't dissent. Let's see if I mentioned how the wrong decision leader was wise. The Senate, the Republican Senate, but for a relative handful of Republican senators, it seems completely useless. They have the filibuster, they have powers that Republicans have to do. They refuse to use that, whether it's spending, whether it's the border, whether it's defending the state of Israel. I see nothing going on in the U.S. Senate to stand up against Biden, Lincoln. But what is going on with the Republicans? Like, the only time we actually hear them speak is when they're trying to Donald Trump.
Yes, Senate Republicans are part of the captured flag. They're part of the Uniparty. They're not all of them. There are a few good ones. You have them on your show, Mark. You know who they are. But otherwise, they're far more happy dealing with Democrats and running up the national debt and playing inside Beltway games than they are putting the country first and putting a stake in the ground for what they believe in. Because a lot of these folks are compromised one way or the other by lobbyists, by foreign countries, by their special interests, by their donors, by people that tell them which way they need to go to stay relevant. And as a result, they don't put the country first. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party. There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to see it. There's no other way to legislate on it. His priorities that he's running on right now, the third time being a Republican nominee, are a reflection of what grassroots Republicans and conservatives believe, what we know in our heart. This is not a flirtation or a moment or a flourish or a rebellion. This is the core of what the Republican Party represents. The belief in strong order, the belief in law and order, the belief in winning the war we fight and not fighting them endlessly. Go on and on and on, all the basics. Somehow Washington D.C. gets that. Somehow congressional leaders don't understand.
But it's very interesting. MAGA Republic. They never say what MAGA's mean. Make America great. It's so extreme and it's so radical. Make America great. Because they don't love it. I mean, when you look at the Democratic Party, you look at Schumer, you look at Hudson, you look at all these people. Exactly what is it about America? Do they love our Constitution? Do they love our history? Do they love our people? Oh, the border's right open. Do they love our economic system? The most prosperous on the face of the earth? They spend everything trying to destroy it. They don't even like the combustion. They don't even like progress, industrial progress, the inventiveness, the American people. So what the hell is it that these people like about America? I don't know. What I know they love is control and power. And they will drive every grievance possible to get it. Meritocracies are not allowed to survive, Mark. That's part of the reason I wrote this book, and I know we're going to talk about it later, the War on Warriors. Pentagon had to be captured. Had to be. Too much meritocracy.
You can't have a bunch of normal men out there training to defeat enemies and then coming home and voting accordingly based on their love of country and their understanding of their relationship with God. No. We have to take that back too. So we're going to crush the generals with political prerogative and social justice nonsense that makes us worse because it's about control, Mark. No, they don't love freedom. They don't love the Declaration. They don't love the Constitution. They don't love the Bill of Rights. They don't love capitalism. Freedom? You can't control freedom. Free people are pesky and difficult and messy. It doesn't fit into the boxes of their spreadsheets and the way in which government's going to control. You remember Life of Julia? Like, that's the world they see. We're going to tell you what you're supposed to love and how you're supposed to operate. That's their view.
I've often said, if you want to fundamentally transform something, you can't love it. Fundamentally transform your wife to husband. That's a very bizarre statement. But I'm sick and tired of the Democrats using the flag to destroy the flag, using the Constitution to destroy the Constitution, using liberty to destroy liberty, and then accuse others who are trying to stand up for them, going back to that. He takes that. Thank you for your past service and your present service. God bless you. Thank you, Mark. We'll be right back.
They showed the role that free people could rise up against unchecked power.
Willing to risk everything despite all odds. She was too sharp. Pilots are laser focused and determined to perform without excuse.
These videos are like anything you've ever seen.
With it, you get 50 stinking fish force.
Operators, well, there aren't any standing pilots since 1995.
And few mistakes. You should take the direct control of Nature 86. A place where people into the future. I was determined to be out there and chose to do well. Join me, a 4-seat stealing conscious squad. History of the world in 6 classes. This is Fox Nation. They're all heritage stories are told.
Upon his first day of retirement, Marcus Rogers made a contract with himself.
I will never again work for another man or woman. For topics, especially pop.
I lay down my pad, abandon my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with consumer cellular, without a contract, without sacrificing customers.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Have you or anyone you know used a drug named Ozempic or Wegovy to treat diabetes or help aid in weight loss? These drugs have been linked to severe side effects such as stomach paralysis, persistent vomiting, and constant nausea. Do you or anyone you know have any severe side effects after taking one of these drugs? If so, do not delay. You may be entitled to compensation. Visit ForThePeople.com or call the number on your screen now. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Do not stop taking prescribed medication without first consulting a physician.
Snap Giant, they're insane prices. 2-carat Freestone rings, $14.90. 3-carat Solitaires, $29.90. 5-carat, $49.90. And 1-carat Take 4 white studs, $5.99. We get everyone's price on Last Giant, period. The jewelry extreme.
Super Beta Prostate is the #1 selling brand for men's prostate and urinary health.
You'll notice less urges to urinate, and you won't be getting up at night for so many bad reasons.
Super Beta Prostate. Find it at Walmart. You prepare for the unexpected. But wait, True Work brings work offering technical performance standards and an integrated workwear system, so you can perform at your best. Work workers, True Work. Who are you?
You wanted me to find out about her. She has a sick kid, dead hospital, she's desperate. I'm just really she's really much more.
Everything I thought it was. I don't want anything.
The clean lady all new Tuesdays on Fox.
Do you have federal student loans? If you do, you're making payments again. It's hard to say goodbye to that much money every month. But by refinancing to a lower rate with Credible.com, you could drastically cut your monthly payments. At Credible, you get personalized rates from multiple lenders, so it's why would we buy them? It's the most cash back in your pocket. And life with extra cash is, well, extra. See what you could save on your federal student loans. Visit credible.com.
Back in America, it's always great to have our buddy Brent Bozell, Peter Research Center founder and president. He is extraordinary in how he monitors what our joint people do. Brent Bozell, we see this war between good and evil. Israelis are good, that's simple. But we see sympathy in our media as we do the Democrat Party. Their attachment to Hitler, literally for the terrorists. Terrorist organization. They don't pursue the funding of Iran, the funding of PLO, the funding of Hamas by the states. They have no interest in that. In fact, they use the spoon-fed Hamas Nazi statistics to try and undermine Israel in this war. What do you think it was?
Well, Mark, you've got two kinds of news. One is hard news, which is the news of the world. And then the other one is investigative journalism. In hard news, there was once a rule that said that you needed two sources to confirm any allegation that was made out there, two independent sources. Next time you look at a story dealing with the war with Israel, look at the death count that's put forward. Whatever that number is, at the very end, the news reporter might say, if anything at all, will say these numbers aren't independently verified. Well, this is because these numbers are coming from Hamas. And once upon a time, when the news media were doing their job, they would have said, when the PLO and Hamas came out with these numbers, they would say, thank you, Palestinian Authority, but we can't confirm what you're saying, and we're not going to report it at all. Now they report it as news. That's the huge difference. On investigative journalism, what investigative journalism? There is no investigative journalism on Hamas. None whatsoever. If you were to cover this, how about this one, Mark? We did look at Google as a climate change focus. We asked BARD, which was the Google artificial intelligence service that they had after October 7th. We asked them to identify the IRA, terrorist organization, to identify BLM, terrorist organization, Hamas. They didn't know. We asked BARD, what was the capital of England? London. What was the capital of France? Paris. What were the capitals of the 4 countries bordering Israel? They named them. What was the capital of Israel? They did not. On and on it goes. Where you've got a media, whether it's the news media or social media or digital media, on every opportunity they have. This is a media that once upon a time, when somebody says something that was anti-Semitic, they jump all over them. Ironically, they are all anti-Semitic now, and that's the role.
They're all anti-Semitic now. How are you talking basically about political rockheads here? Basically, the White House, the Democrat Party takes a position. The media point in that direction, and they don't stay, and they take their feet in order, walk in order. Basically, they take the orders from the Democrat Party and the Biden administration, or they give the orders to the Democrat Party and the Biden administration. So we have basically monopoly party, monopoly press. Is that kind of the definition of tyranny?
Yeah, I think that, anti-Americanism is something that was a global subject in American politics, as it should have. Jordan McGovern was far left in 1972. Was a radical about it. He never called it anti-American. Ted Kennedy, far left, never called it anti-American because they had a version of America that was different. Today's media
they are anti-American, and I have no problem saying it whatsoever. They are committed to the destruction of the Judeo-Christian tradition in the United States. They are dangerous. They are very, very dangerous. This is not a news media. This is the tip of the spear for Marxists. We'll be right back. Hi, folks. Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I had trouble with my hearing years ago. I did something about it. I love my hearing aids, and I'm here to help you get a deal on the same brand I wear. I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years, and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true, but I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visits, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Dan, one of their audiologists, to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Once the MD hearing aids are in, you kind of said, I just should have done this before.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 for the free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297. Call 800-490-8100.
I started hearing things I hadn't heard in a long time, like the water trickling in the other room. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. If you have hearing problems, or even think you might have hearing problems, don't waste your money or time on other hearing aids. Call my friend at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aid for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 for the free portable charging case and free shipping. Call 800-490-8100. 800-490-8100. First in earthquake, now the total solar eclipse. Our Americans feeling about these natural phenomena. Find out as primetime hits the streets Monday.
This right here is confidence analog. Makes me feel so much more confident than ever else.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. But Ned Figueroa is here to tell us what she says.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all it uses is a small amount on a clean bar base. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags under your eyes. And I did this with my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from you. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance, both fake line lines and wrinkles.
Our $14.95 price is the best way to buy and seal workout your first application. Go with the bill on your screen. Call 800-583-4943. Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need Astound Network and Partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 400 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, and the world. With Astound. At Shinesty.com.
Welcome back, America. MRC President and founder Brent Bozell. Brent Bozell, the way the media covered these legal cases was spun around Donald Trump. Every single one of them, both by Democrat prosecutors, all but one judge seemed absolutely left-wing, outrageous, despicable, and ruling. The way the media cover this is they bring the so-called legal analysts. The radical leftists, some of them former federal prosecutors, are now out of the closet as radical leftists. What do you make of the media's coverage of Biden's war and Donald Trump?
It's interesting. Overall, we look at the media's coverage of Donald Trump as president, and found that on average, every month, it was a 90% negative coverage. So they would, no matter what his successes, and his successes, you cannot argue his successes, but they just didn't cover. So we started doing it again in February. The number has gone down. It's now 89% negative, or 90%. What are they covering? They're covering exactly what Joe Biden wants covered. They want his trials covered. They want those many felony counts covered. And they're covered and they're slanted against them. This is exactly what the Biden campaign wants. Why? Because if you're not going to cover the trial, you've got to cover the issues. And if you're going to cover the issues, you're going to look at inflation, you're going to look at interest rates, you're going to look at order that's out of control. You're going to look at American cities where crime is rampant. You're going to look at those issues, and every single time they go in favor of Donald Trump. So this is the playbook that the left had. It was with the Biden campaign, and it is with the news media. They do nothing but focus on trials and legal woes and do it from a negative perspective. And you can't argue the numbers I just stated. 89%.
Brent Bozell is one of those that goes on. He had predicted Donald Trump would take words that he used without context. Well, 3 days of story. It's like every news organization say perfectly legitimate purposely. They want him to be portrayed as a dictator. They prefer to him as Hitler. They did the same thing with Barry Goldwater. Look back. They did the same thing with Richard Nixon. They did the same thing to Ronald Reagan. That is, they don't want to really run against their opponent. They will delegitimize characters as their opponent. Is that what you see? Yeah. The most recent one is anti-democracy. We're good now. This was a dog. I think it can provide protection. Now, everybody is using that Donald Trump is, if you elect Donald Trump, you will have the end of democracy as we know it. This is the height of democracy. This is a news media. That if I can go over to Ronald McDaniel, because the McDaniel story really will put this in perspective. This was not, the firing of her and MSNBC was not because she was a Republican. They've got plenty of Republicans on them, liberal Republicans. It was not because she was a conservative. She's not a conservative. It was about one thing, and it wasn't about election denying. They've had nothing but left-wing election deniers. Going back to 2020, you had Hillary Clinton. 2016, Jeffries and Abrams were talking about Russian collusion. 2008, it was swift boat vets. 2000, it was the Ford Bush campaign. So election interference is election denying is not the issue. The issue is that she defended Donald Trump. They will not allow that voice on that network. So what does that mean? That means that 51%, 52%, whatever the number is that support Donald Trump today, do not allow to have their voices heard. So how in the world can they pass judgment on Donald Trump being anti-democracy when they are doing everything in their power to influence and change the election outcome? Brilliantly put. Of course, this is the administration that comes with censorship. The federal courts have found it was outrageous. We haven't seen anything like this since Woodrow Wilson. But then again, Woodrow Wilson and Joe Biden and Sesame County both started out as racist segregation. Brent Bozell, I want to thank you for all the great work that you do with your research. Take care of yourself.
Thank you, Mark.
We'll be right back.
Have you ever felt blood pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? If you've ever experienced the warning signs of bad circulation, or you sit or stand every day for long periods of time, then you need the new, clinically proven Lexercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way. Stagnant blood circulates out of your legs and back up to your heart. Lexercise Pro moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. The perfect combination to naturally stimulate healthy circulation. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home. Soothe pain and calm restless
painless for anyone of any age with any health condition. Turn sitting, resting, and watching TV into an effective and healthy passive exercise.
My legs feel great now. I can move them around without pain at all. It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The pain feeling is gone.
Exercise Pro gave me back the mobility that I had lost.
So happy I got her leg advice.
Call right now and order your very own Exercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now and get upgraded to the Exercise Pro Deluxe model. You'll get the faster motor that produces more than 2.5 kilometers worth of steps per hour, the step counter to keep track of what you've accomplished, the longer motion track for more overall leg movement, and the comfort remote control. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Hurry and call now.
Attention former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you live or work at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, for at least 30 days from August 1953 to December 1987, and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, and a child born with birth defects or been diagnosed with fertility issues or more, significant compensation may be available. Call Legal Injury Advocates now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. Legal Injury Advocates has extensive experience helping you to get the maximum compensation you deserve. Don't wait until it's too late. See if you're qualified today. You're not alone in this fight, and there are no upfront costs to begin your journey to justice. The call is completely free, and we're available 24 hours a day. Call Legal Injury Advocates to discuss your case now. Call 1-800-885-5599 or visit www.lia.info. That's 1-800-885-5599. Call now.
When you're the leader in disaster cleanup and restoration, how do you make like it never even happened? Let it rain, Randy! Whoa! Yeah! Like being prepared for anything! Whatever comes your way, there's a pro for that.
Surf Pro, like it never even happened. What is Circle?
Circle is beautiful to take flight. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what you hope for, the right sauces energy. Circle is available at Walmart and Circle.com.
Remember the promotion after your kids with their custom made jewelry exchange. Choose a 1-carat lab-grown diamond for $5.99 or a natural EIA for $19.90. 18K pounds are $4.99. Thousands of choices, always the best. Pick up the jewelry exchange direct.
On the back, American, this was the United States Constitution. Democrat Party media spy that waved around the strike. You've heard about the Fifth Amendment. I want to read you one partial sentence. No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. I think we need to amend because the full power of the federal government, the full police power of the federal government, the full power of the federal, state, local division, the full power of the so-called Department of Justice and the prosecutors and investigators, the full power of the invisible hands that rally behind it all, Joe Biden. He knows how to work these levers of power. He's been there for 50 years. All able to find one man, Donald Trump. And here's the problem. You have to come through 70 million. Okay. We'll see you next time. Your life, liberty.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Trey Gowdy and it's Sunday night in America. Polls can be complicated. If a candidate likes a poll, he or she will cite it often. If a candidate doesn't like a poll, well, then the only poll that matters is the election. A poll is like a photograph and a life full of videos. It's a snapshot. But it's all we have between now and November. A new Wall Street Journal poll surely sent a shiver down the spine of the Biden campaign as it has Biden losing to Donald Trump in several crucial battleground states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and North Carolina, but not everyone believes this poll.
These polls, like the Wall Street Journal one, landing in the White House, and he's losing in all the battleground states.
No, he's not losing in all the battlegrounds. He's coming up and he's even or doing better. So you know what? Once people start to focus in and they see their two choices, it's obvious that Joe will win this election.
For the slightly more objective, there are other warning signs for Biden as well. Young people and other reliable voting constituencies seem unenthused about Biden. But as we're pointing out, polling looked good for Republicans heading into the November 2022 midterms, and the red wave turned into a red mirage. What should we be looking at or for with the election still 7 months away? Let's find out. Joining us is former White House Deputy Chief of Staff and Fox News contributor Karl Rove. Welcome, Karl. First of all, what do you make of the new Wall Street Journal poll showing former President Trump doing well in these swing states?
Well, it's good news for Trump, bad news for Biden, but let's put it in perspective here. Here are the states. I've ranked them by the margin for Donald Trump. The best state was North Carolina, which he carried last election. So that doesn't advance his cause, it just keeps it status quo. And then Arizona out by 3, and out by 5, and Nevada out by 4. These are outside what we call the margin of error. So these numbers have a greater likelihood of being actually accurate because the margin is so big. And this is good, picks up 2 states, but this is 11 electoral votes, this is 6. It doesn't get into 270. Now, these are the states where we're inside the margin of error. 3 points in Michigan, 3 points in Pennsylvania, 1 point in Georgia, and then even in Wisconsin. So these are close. And 2 things about it. One is that in order to win, Donald Trump has to win at least 2 of the 4 states down here. And being as close as they are, this means that the races are, look, races that are 1 or 2 points apart, 7 months out from the election, are essentially dead. Either person could win. This could be a point loss. In fact, these states, aren't necessarily out of reach. This one probably is. North Carolina, big enough margin there, and voted for Donald Trump last time. But even there are some problems. Bottom line is, Trump looking good today, can't take it for granted because too many of these states are too close. And he's got to move beyond just simply the 3 states where it's outside the margin.
I want to do something radical, which is maybe strategize how to do more than barely win. How to go from winning by a little to winning by a lot. So polling during the primary suggested Nikki Haley supporters and what are derisively referred to as rhinos might not come home to the GOP candidate this fall. Is that threat still out there, and is it a real threat?
Well, it's absolutely out there and a real threat. Funny you should ask. I've got a whiteboard for that. Think about this. North Carolina was March 5th. Nikki Haley got 250,000 votes in North Carolina. That is 3 times Donald Trump's victory margin 4 years ago. Next day, she suspends her campaign. The 12th, Georgia votes, and she gets 77,000, nearly 78,000 votes. And she said, I'm suspending my campaign and ending it. And still 78,000 people vote for Nikki Haley in a state that Donald Trump lost by about 10,000 votes. And then this week, Wisconsin, a state that Trump lost by about 20,000 votes, Nikki Haley got 76,000, nearly 77,000 votes on Tuesday night of this week. And the same night, we had primaries in New York, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. And between 1 out of 6 and 1 out of every 7 Republicans who turned out to vote in the primaries voted for Nikki Haley, who's been out of the race now for most of March and a couple of days in April, for almost a month, 4 weeks. So yes, there's a problem there, and Donald Trump needs to wake up to that fact. He was dismissive of it. He said some nice things on one time, and then when pressed on the issue, said, I don't think I need too many of those votes. This is a problem. He told those people during the course of the primary that they financially supported Nikki Haley. They were, quote, permanently barred from the Republican Party. And what happened is people started printing up t-shirts saying permanently barred. He needs to heal the Republican Party. Nobody can go into a general election with a disunited party and hope to have an easy ride.
All right, speaking of the general election. No labels is out, but Robert Kennedy Jr. is in. Does Karl Rove think he hurts Biden, Trump, or both?
I think right today it's both, but the things that we don't know about is how third parties, how those candidates tend to play over the course of the campaign. But you can sort of say, look, the Libertarian is going to tend to take votes from the Republican, and the Green Party is going to take votes from the Democrat. These are different characters. Kennedy May and his views on climate and the environment make him on the left. His views on vaccines and vaccine denial place him on the right. So today, the latest polls show that he's pulled equally from both sides, but we don't know what's going to happen 7 months from now. I will say this: I don't know where he's going to be in November, and whether it's going to be pulling more from the Democrat or Republican. But just think about this: the last two elections have been settled by the third-party vote. In 2014 and 2016, nearly 7%, over 6% of the voters voted for a third-party candidate. It's slightly less than 2% in 2020. Yet in each instance, in critical battleground states, they had a big impact. In 2016, the Green Party candidate in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania gets more votes than Hillary Clinton lost those states by. And in 2020, the Libertarian candidate was from your state of South Carolina. She's a lecturer in psychology at Clemson University, Jo Jorgensen. She got more votes in Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin than Donald Trump lost those states by. So the third-party voters this fall are going to have a huge impact on the election. We sort of know what's going to happen, where the Libertarian voters might go if they get traction. We sort of think what would happen if the Green Party candidates or Cornel West gets up and going, where they're going to take votes from. Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to be a coin toss. Let's find out where that coin falls, but we don't know today.
Karl Rove, I got to get in touch with your agent because I got to have you back to talk about the Senate. I wanted to talk about the U.S. Senate, but I got to have you back. So I will contact one of your agents and get back on your calendar. In the meantime, thank you for joining us on the show tonight.
You bet.
All right. Thank you, Karl Rove. Yes, sir. Congress doesn't fare well in public approval. Current members are leaving in droves, and yet there are people who put their lives on hold and raise millions of dollars and suffer unrelenting scrutiny to run. Dennis Kucinich was one of the more popular members on both sides of the aisle that he served previously. He represented the seat in Ohio, but fell victim to redistricting. He's seeking to re-enter what may be a very different Congress from the one he left. So let's find out why. Congressman, you are one of the most liked people on both sides of the aisle, which, by the way, has nothing to do with how one votes. It has to do with how someone treats their colleagues. It seems like a different place now. Are you sure you want to go back?
Well, first of all, Trey, it's great to be on with you. And it's true. There was a time in Congress, not that long ago, where we were able to work together. We might have different opinion. We might come from different places politically. But we treated each other well, and we understood there was something more important than us about our work, and that is the country itself. Am I ready to go back? You bet I am. But I remember what it was like, working with people on both sides of the aisle, and to form friendships there that last beyond Congress, even in my case. I want to go back because, I think it's time to come to the aid of our country. And we need to remember, people in Congress need to be reminded that we have to put the country first. Congress, as you know, much I'm sure both of our concerned, it's closely divided. If you remember the Bible, Mark 3:25, a house divided against itself will not stand. So we have to shore up the house. We have to put the concerns of Americans, any American people first. Work with both sides, and I'm ready to do that.
Dennis, I considered you to be progressive way before that word really even existed. I mean, we hear it all the time now, but you had this authenticity about your belief structure. Do you currently have a political home in terms of your ideology and beliefs?
Well, it starts with this. We're all Americans.
some might be liberal, conservative. But we have to remember, before all that, we are Americans. So we have to put the interests of the country above ideology, above party, country above party. And so, am I ready to go back? Yes. Am I ready to share with members of both sides of the aisle the importance of identifying our commonalities, seeing what's important to the American people in terms of things like, look, we got to address this debt, it's a nightmare. We got to protect our basic liberties in this country. We have to be careful about how far America ventures into these wars. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we just need to be able to talk to each other in order to arrive at a consensus. But you can't do that. I mean, I've seen the atmosphere. I've been down there visiting a few times. There's a lot of tension. People have left Congress because of it. I stand for unity, and I think there's a way to bring it about. And you can't do it with this, Democrat versus Republican. Nah, we're Americans first.
If you want to go back, God bless you. I'll be watching this race with great interest. Thank you for coming on a Sunday night, and thank you for being a really fine, decent guy when I worked with you.
Well, thank you so much, Trey, and back at you. And if anyone wants information, go to percentage.com. There is a way to pull this country together, and I hope to play a part. Thanks again, Trey.
Dennis Kucinich, thank you so much for joining us on Sunday night. Coming up, can you be impeached for failing to enforce the law when it's the chief law enforcement officer telling you to stand down? Florida Congresswoman Laurel Lee joins us next on the impeachment of Ollie Mayorkas, only on Sunday Night America.
Right now, someone could be listed as the owner of your home and stealing thousands of dollars of your hard-earned equity.
Anybody who owns a property should worry about home title theft. There's no other crime that is so easy, so quick, and so lucrative.
Your home, your equity, and your peace of mind can all be stolen in one fell swoop by home title thieves like Matthew Cox.
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Believe it or not, a single-page document is all it takes to transfer proof of ownership out of your name.
People think, well, there's a whole huge process, but the truth is, it's a one-page document.
But it still must get through one final barrier, the county clerk.
When someone comes in with fraudulent paper, if it's notarized and all the spaces are filled in, we by statute have to accept it. We cannot get it back to them and say, we know this is fraudulent, we're not going to file it. That's against the law. It's a false sense of security. It's not real. Bottom line is, yes, it happens, and we can't stop it. And it only takes one swing to sting you, and it's a very sad thing to watch.
You put your love into the house, and all of a sudden, it might not be yours, but it's a devastating crime.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock will monitor your title nonstop, alerting you to suspicious activity.
You get a warning notice that this first step has happened. You could stop the rest.
Meet Terry. He signed up for Home Title Lock and was immediately alerted to suspicious activity.
So I received a report and saw, hey, I have a lien against my property that I didn't know about. We got it fixed right away.
And if you call in the next 15 minutes and mention promo code BLOCKIT, you'll receive your first 30 days absolutely free.
What would it do to your life if you lost your property? I mean, there's no price you can put on that.
Go online or call now, 1-800-938-4485.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for half the price. That's amazing. And great customer service based here in America. That's amazing. And no hidden fees, no contracts, and free activation. That's Barbara? Sorry, I was muted. That's amazing. I know, right? Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android. We had to take out our little gas can and read started contacting people off of Angie to be able to see contractors that are licensed and real people reviews to work with people that obviously knew what they were doing. It was a game changer. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
Just think of the 2024 race.
You will decide the fate of our country.
The Bank Ramaswamy and Newt Gingrich weigh in on the election legacy. Bloomdale Henry.
This right here is confidence in a model. Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us what she says.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, but all it needs is a small amount on a clean dry base. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from you. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routine. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on full appearance, crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to dry cleanse split and seal your after your first application or the number on your screen.
Call 800-583-4943. Introducing Astound Business Solutions. To stay competitive in today's business world, you need Astounding Network and Partner. Astound Business Solutions delivers high-capacity enterprise fiber connectivity in more than 14 cities, with dedicated local experts available 24/7 to support the secure, reliable, advanced solutions you need for mission-critical systems. Stay connected with your teams, your partners, with your work. With Astound.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. The Senate will soon take up impeachment articles on DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Maybe. The chances of Mayorkas being convicted are zero. Conviction requires 2/3 of the jury controlled by Democrats, with Chuck Schumer as the foreperson. There's a chance the matter will be dismissed or tabled or otherwise abandoned without any evidence being presented. But if the matter does go to trial, what would the evidence be? Mayorkas is following the dictates of his boss, President Joe Biden. So can you be convicted of malfeasance when it's the chief executive, the president, who's telling you what to do? Joining us is House Judiciary Committee member Congresswoman Laura Lee from the great state of Florida. Welcome, Congresswoman. You would be one of the impeachment managers if the matter went to trial. So is Mayorkas doing what Biden wants him to do? And if so, why impeach him and not the puppet master?
Well, Alejandro Mayorkas bears ultimate responsibility for his willful refusal to follow the law. As Secretary of Homeland Security, he has an obligation to detain and deport people who enter this country unlawfully. And what we know is that he has abused the political process to instead allow millions of people into our country. What's really important to understand about this is that it's something that we demonstrated through our many hearings and through witness testimony that was done knowingly and intentionally. So he has subverted the law. He directly defied court orders directing him that his policies were unlawful. And he came into Congress time and again and gave testimony to us that wasn't truthful. He said to Congress that the border was secure, that he had operational control of the border, and we know all of those things simply aren't accurate. So at the end of the day, we know that he has abused his authority. It's more than a policy, it's so much more than a policy disagreement. And fundamentally, it's a breach of public trust. America is less safe because of these millions of people that he's allowed into the country. And we took this obligation very seriously and ultimately reached the conclusion that the facts and the evidence were just overwhelming and that this is the appropriate action to take and hold him accountable.
Congresswoman, if memory serves me correctly, you were a judge in a former life, which means you did better in law school than most of the rest of us. I want to put your old judge hat on for a second and think about this. Over the past few years, there have been efforts or threats to impeach Rod Rosenstein, John Koskinen, Donald Trump twice, Lloyd Austin, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, Bill Barr, probably others I've forgotten about. Have we entered into this phase of dueling impeachments? And And if we have, does it cheapen the process when you might need it the most? I mean, that's what, almost 10 threats to impeach for the most part since I left Congress. And we've only had, I think, one cabinet member impeached in the history of our country. So what do you make of these dueling impeachments?
But Trey, you're absolutely right. That impeachment is something that we should undertake only in the most important of circumstances. It's a process that should never be politicized. It's one of the most important and solemn things that we can do in Congress. And that's why House Republicans did this process the way we did. We took a very methodical, very detailed approach. We did not rush through this conclusion. We had hearing after hearing in the Homeland Security Committee to make sure that this was a lot more than just a policy difference. It was more than just incompetence or even a dereliction. That this really rose to the level of somebody who was subverting the laws. And the reason that's so important is because this is an executive branch agency head who is really defying the laws, defying the two other branches of government. So he has basically taken his role and said, I'm going to reject the laws duly enacted by Congress. I'm going to reject orders that are entered by Article 3 courts. So, this is something that really goes beyond, as much as we may be frustrated with other people or think that other people aren't doing a good job, we work so hard to make sure that we have the facts, the evidence, and the law to support the fact that this should be an impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas.
We will see whether Chuck Schumer gives you a trial, and we will be watching you in action. You were a lawyer also in former life, so you have a chance to show off those skills if Chuck Schumer allows it to go forward. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you for joining us, Congresswoman Laurel Lee from the great state of Florida.
Great to see you, Trey.
Yes, ma'am. You too. Up next, there's a campaign to crack down on squatters. When did your home become an involuntary hotel? We'll talk to someone trying to stop this nonsense next.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. That sedentary inactivity is terrible for your health. It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance, plus stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work. Loosen stiff joints and tight muscles, reduce swelling, alleviate cramps, and calm restless legs.
Ellipse is so smooth, so easy on my joints. My legs are stronger, my joints are no longer stiff, I can walk without pain. My mobility is as good as it was 20 years ago.
Other seated exercises produce harsh, jarring movement, but Ellipse's 46% larger rotational diameter provides more exercise plus ultra smooth motion that's safe, super low impact, and feels great. Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Be one of the first 300 callers and get upgraded to the Ellipse Deluxe Bundle, a $100 value. Yours free. Get the faster motor that produces more than 5 miles worth of steps per hour, the non-slip mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
At Quince, we make inexpensive, expensive things. We know it sounds like a paradox, but we just flipped the way luxury is made. Like washable, no-wear silk, unbelievably soft leather jackets, fine non-flying cashmere, all at a fair price. Get free shipping and 365-day returns at Quince.com.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John,
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month, and his wife Ann a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. Select Quote. We shop, you save.
Going up, going down.
oh, that's a good question. See, if I go with the 9, it opens up the 8 and the 7. But if I go with the jack, it could lead to the grand win. Solitaire, grand harvest, grand 11th. What should I do?
Maybe let the elevator go.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Play Solitaire Grand Harvest, solve endless levels, and enjoy fun challenges. Want to get that grand feeling? Download now. It's free.
Why should every man try ageless male max? Because it has KSM 66 ashwagandha, shown to help increase testosterone, improve results at the gym, reduce the dad bod, fight the effects of stress, and it has ox perform to boost nitric oxide production. That can be handy in the gym and in the bedroom. No wonder it's a best-selling testosterone booster. Get to Walmart to try ageless male max. Be the man you want to be.
Have you or anyone you know ever been stationed at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune? Camp Lejeune's water was contaminated by fuel leaks. If you had any water contact while at Camp Lejeune and been diagnosed with cancer or Parkinson's disease, you may be entitled to compensation. As a Marine who was stationed at Camp Lejeune myself for 4 years, this cause hits close to home. So if you've been stationed or visited Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, have cancer or Parkinson's, visit CampLejeuneInjury.com. Morgan & Morgan, further evidence.
When you can't watch and listen, get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Ashley Sturmeyer in New York. Excitement continues to build for today's total solar eclipse, now just a couple of hours away. Tens of millions of Americans are in the prime spot to see it, but Mother Nature may throw a wrench into some of their viewing plans, because clouds could potentially block out the eclipse along the path of totality in parts of Texas, Arkansas, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. The path of totality stretches from Texas to Maine. And Israel marking 6 months in its war against Hamas with a critical and surprising development. The IDF says it's withdrawing its ground forces from communists in southern Gaza after completing their mission. Military officials are adamant, though, that the war is far from over. They say the troops will regroup and prepare for new missions, which includes clearing Hamas from Gaza's try to drop the city. I'm Ashley Sturmeyer, and that's actually Sunday Night in America.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Cities grappling with the consequences of their immigration policies or lack thereof have a new problem. Progressive dreamers are waking up to find a stranger living in their home. And like a bad guest, they just won't leave. A squatter is someone who moved into a property and lives there without the owner's consent. It used to be called trespass or even burglary, but now it's protected by some of the law. How did we get here? To the point where you return from vacation to find a stranger making breakfast in your kitchen. In some states, the ending would be very unhappy for the squatter, but not all states. Dave Blumenkrantz, the New York State Assemblyman, will propose legislation to crack down on squatters, and he joins us now. Welcome to you, Mr. Assemblyman. Thank you for being here first. What is squatting, and how is it different from trespass or burglary?
Right, so squatting has to do with, in New York at least, tenancy. So the issue we have here in New York is virtually anyone can receive tenancy because of the aggressive laws we've passed in past legislative sessions over the last few years. So if someone is on your property, I have one case where someone's justifying their tenancy with a receipt for burglars, $25 receipt. Another case, someone looked at it in the mailbox. The police show up, they have to say, sorry, put my hands up, you have to go to housing court. It's unacceptable, and that didn't mean it's
It sounds a little bit, I'm going back a long ways to get back to law school. It sounds a little bit like adverse possession, but adverse possession used to require 20 years and not 20 minutes. So I'd like to try to understand the other side of the argument. What is the argument? You mentioned laws in recent days that kind of empowered this. What was the argument in favor of letting people do that?
Sure. So we passed the HSCPA and other legislation in 2019 that created the strongest tenant protection in the nation. Now, unfortunately, that created a loophole in the law where after 30 days, no matter the situation, you would have the ability to have tenancy rights, and those tenancy rights would be put in court. Because of the stays in eviction that we've seen during COVID, as well as the rising number of housing cases, the courts are happy. They have their cases are taking 2 years, in some instances 3 years. It's unbelievable to see what some people are experiencing here. And if a landlord tries to, or a homeowner tries to act and call the police do not.
You mentioned, is it called housing court? Is that what it's called in New York?
Yeah, we'll go to court for a housing dispute. It's a civil matter and no longer a police matter. What we're looking to do here is make it really trespassing. You don't have right from the owner of title, notarized lease when the police show up. If you're showing up with a tariff receipt or just saying, oh, I changed one of the utilities, this is my home now, that would stand under the legislation I'm proposing.
So in other states, we would call the police and there would be an eviction. There might be a judge involved, but more likely there'd be a charge of trespass or burglary and there'd be an eviction. And you're saying in New York it's been made a civil matter, but your proposed legislation would allow the police to get back involved. Do I have that right?
Yes, in the most egregious cases, which we see here in New York very, very often, you'll see those people on TikTok explaining to the migrants who are coming here exactly what they have to do, exactly what they have to say when police get here, so that they can take advantage of our laws, take advantage of law-abiding citizens, and unfortunately use our system against us.
Wow. It's hard to stun me because I've heard it all before. I just cannot imagine being a landlord or a homeowner and having to wait to have someone evicted from your property. But best of luck to you with your proposed legislation. We'll have you back on to get an update. Thank you for joining us on Sunday night.
Thank you. We'll continue to fight hard here in New York and hope to give you good news soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Coming up, the Middle East is more unstable than ever. Iran is threatening Israel and America while the Biden administration sends mixed, confusing signals. Former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien is next on Sunday Night America.
Do you have too much body fat? It tends to accumulate on your stomach, hips, and thighs.
Are you struggling to lose weight? Does it seem like no matter what you do, you just can't get rid of excess body fat?
Body fat builds over our midsection. Body fat increases with lack of exercise and poor diet.
The Obesity Research Institute has found the solution. It's called Lipozene. Lipozene is clinically proven to help reduce your body fat weight and to raise awareness about this weight loss breakthrough. The company is letting people try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days.
Now you can lose 4 times more weight. Just add Lipozene for only $29.95. Call right now and we'll double your order for free and ship it free too. And for a limited time, we'll double the size of each bottle for free. So now you have 4 times the Lipozene for just $29.95. Plus, you'll get Metabolite Plus to help boost your energy and metabolism, but you must call. Lipozene is clinically proven to help you lose body fat. In fact, a double-blind study showed that not only did participants lose weight, but 78% of each pound that was lost was pure body fat.
What's even more amazing is that people were not asked to change their daily lives. It's so easy. Just take Lipozene. That's it. If you're ready, then call the number on your screen right now. Lipozene is worth the price because Lipozene is clinically proven to work.
Now you can lose 4 times more weight. Just add Lipozene for only $29.95. Call right now and we'll double your order for free and ship it free too. And for a limited time, we'll double the size of each bottle for free. So now you have 4 times the Lipozene for just $29.95. Plus, you'll get Metabolite Plus to help boost your energy and metabolism. But you must call. Call 800-929-0319.
Wednesday, 2 worlds collide. The Masters and Transformers. Are you ready? The
Singer Transformers event, Wednesday, 8, 7 Central on Fox. This or that. This or that. You win. Hanky Jack. Hanky Jack. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com. Sleepy, headaches, dry skin, you're probably dehydrated. Try Liquid Labs Rapid Hydration. It's hot with all 5 essential electrolytes. Tastes amazing and way less sugar than sports drinks. Rehydrate and feel better with Liquid Labs. Grab Liquid Labs in Walmart vitamin aisle today. First in your plate. Now the total solar eclipse. How are Americans feeling about these natural phenomena? Find out as prime time hits the streets. Someday. You deserve a mobile service that lets you stand with you. Introducing Now Mobile. We have mobile that fit you. Save more, do more, be more. On one of the nation's largest, most reliable 5G networks. With Now Mobile, buy the kit with phone and you already have the working internet. Now you can have mobile start at $15 a month. 2 great services, one astounding product. We are Snap. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know.
Strengthen, tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use one word.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, a seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded with the Lux Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles up steps. The step count, the smart man, and wireless remote. Call now.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Israel initiated a strike in Syria last week that killed 2 Iranian generals and 5 military advisors. In Gaza, it was a very different story. 70 military and aid workers were killed by an Israeli strike gone tragically wrong. Israel faces backlash from adversaries and allies alike. Relations with the Biden administration were chilly before the civilian casualties. Protesters in Iran chanted death to Israel and America, which isn't unusual. Iran has been at odds with the U.S. and Israel for decades now. The question is when, where, and how will Iran respond? The terrorists killed U.S. soldiers during the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the U.S. responded with a strike on the vehicle full of suspected terrorists. Except they weren't terrorists. They were children. There's a difference between accidentally killing aid workers and targeting innocent women and children in a premeditated murderous attack. Israel apologizes and punishes those responsible, while other countries lionize the killers and promise they will be rewarded in the afterlife. Joining us to discuss what happens next is former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. The loss of innocent life is tragic, and every step should be taken to avoid innocent civilian casualties. But some people blaming Israel for killing civilians are a little quieter when it comes to Hamas putting rockets inside schools and hospitals.
Yeah, Trey, you're absolutely right. And, the deaths of these aid workers is tragic, but it's not Hamas. I mean, Hamas is the maniacal terrorist organization. They went into Israel on October 7th, killed women and children, burned people to death, slaughtered kids in front of parents, parents in front of children. And this was a terrible thing. It's Hamas that put those Palestinians and Gaza at risk. And it's Hamas that is using the human shields and using aid workers as human shields. So, tragic situation, but Israel, like America, doesn't tolerate workers, unlike Hamas. Hamas is talking targeting civilians on October 7th. Israel's targeting Hamas, but mistakes happen. It's a terrible tragedy, and my heart's broken for those kitchen workers who were distributing humanitarian assistance and aid and food to people in Gaza. But again, this is not Hamas, this is not on Israel. Israel did the right thing like we did. They did the investigation very quickly. They got J officers, they got lawyers in the IDF, other people who were responsible accountable and fired them. So a tragedy that business is very different than what we're seeing with Hamas.
Ambassador, do you think Israel would have cleared the killing of Iranian generals with the U.S. ahead of time? Well, clear may not be the right word. Put the U.S. on notice that it was going to do so, or would relations be so chilly that they would not have done it?
I don't want to get into that, Trey, but typically there'd be coordination on allies, and that's sort of an operation. But again, things are pretty chilly right now, unfortunately. I mean, it's unbelievable that we're treating Hamas, this terrorist organization that's worse than ISIS, worse than Al-Qaeda. We're treating them like an NGO or some sort of civil society or a political party. They're holding American hostages, killing Americans, and we're treating Israel as our adversary. So, I don't know what coordination took place or didn't get place, but we're not really going to hope that would happen. In this case, it's done nothing. We're treating Israel so poorly, and we're treating Iran so well. I mean, what's crazy, Trey, is that we're giving Iran billions of dollars every month in electricity payments from Iraq and hostage ransoms and sanctions relief, trying to blind eye to their oil sales, $3 billion a day. And we're calling for regime change in Israel. We're calling for the elected leader of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, our longtime friend. We're calling for him to be ousted. So we're down the rabbit hole. It's all Wonderland now.
You have sat in some of the hottest seats, and they sit in more in years to come. If Iran has threatened to retaliate, do you think they will and give us a sense of what that retaliation will look like?
Well,
What's the matter? How did you end up with my blanket? Oh my god, dog. What the fuck? How did you even end up with this fucking blanket? You got out of it.
And to see the Democrats turn on Israel now, it's really a heartbreaking thing for Americans.
Robert O'Brien wore a lot of hats to the United States of America. May wear more in the future. Thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for joining us on Sunday night.
Thanks, Ray.
Still ahead, an alarming trend of absenteeism proves COVID is still impacting education. Plus, might grow on the rise of a tool belt generation only on Sunday night.
None of you guys are 21, right?
I am not drinking a liquor. I'm drinking a loss.
You said it was the first car accident you ever walked into where you needed an umbrella.
I always say I did the warm-up trial for the OJ fiasco.
Everything that you think you know about the Menendez case, you really don't.
earn your place on one of our feeds, and you can watch anytime. But you'll see these episodes every Thursday.
You'll get a second chance.
Repeat the best. We'll take the time. Remember, wait for the full life. Think you rise in 20 minutes? Well, on the most competitive season yet.
3, 2, 1.
Live with just off your times. All new Netflix shows. Thursdays on Fox and watch anytime. Attention former Marines and family members stationed in Cushing. If you live or work in Camp Cushing, North Carolina, for at least 30 days from August 1953 to December 1987, and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral illness, and a child born with birth defects or been diagnosed with fertility issues or more, significant compensation may be available. Call Legal Injury Advocates now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water in Camp Cushing during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals. Legal Injury Advocates has extensive experience helping you to get the maximum compensation you deserve. Don't wait until it's too late. See if you qualify today. You're not alone in this fight, and there are no upfront costs to get your attorney to justice. The call is completely free, and we're available 24 hours a day. Call Legal Injury Advocates to discuss your case now. Call 1-800-885-5599 or visit www.lia.legal. That's 1-800-885-5599. Call now.
Inexpensive, expensive things. We know it sounds like a paradox, but we just flipped the way luxuries made. Like washable mulberry silk, unbelievably soft leather jackets, fine Mongolian cashmere, all at a fair price. Get free shipping and 365-day returns at Quince.com.
What is Circle? Circle fuels big life. Circle is the energy that gets you to the next level. Circle is what Cold War life tosses them to. Circle available at Walmart and Circle.com.
Jewelry, remember, the Jewelry Exchange has special events. $189 half-carat anniversary bags, $399, 1 carat, $699. 2 carat freestone rings, $14.90. Thousands of gifts guaranteed with rings with us. The Jewelry Exchange, no rent.
Ever wonder how much your neighbor's house is worth? Go to ownerly.com to search home value estimates and compare. Your home could be worth more than you think. Visit ownerly.com today.
Accepts new book.
The army I fought for has gone for.
And it's time to fix that. Exposing the problems in today's military. Now they're putting soldiers and America at risk. And what needs to change before it's too late? The War on Warriors. Pre-order now at FoxNewsBooks.com.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. We're still living with the consequences of COVID. For some, it's the disease itself, as they struggle with long COVID. For others, medicine and science took the hit. For children, it was the loss of learning and now absenteeism. The percentage of students missing at least 10% of the school year is more than double. Absence is linked to academic performance and high school completion and later attending college and increasing teacher workload, disrupt routines, and require repeating the same lessons. So why are more kids missing school? Is this with or without parental consent? Does it represent a long-term shift in learning, and at what cost? Joining us is Nat Malcolm, Senior Fellow and Deputy Director of Education Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute. So, Nat, what's going on? Why are kids absent from school?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, Trey. And that's what makes this something a difficult thing to address. What we know is that absences have jumped through the roof. And we also know that we see this across the board. So we're seeing this not just in disadvantaged districts, we're seeing it in rich districts, poor districts, high achieving districts, low achieving districts. And I think the main thing that we are seeing is a change in cultural norms and behaviors that were altered over the pandemic.
You know, the old days, students used to be punished, parents used to be punished for truancy. We actually had a truancy forum when I was a district attorney. But it seems like that's probably not the best way to do it. I mean, putting parents in jail probably is not going to get the kids to school on time. So how do we get students back into the classroom? And are you convinced that they learn better in person as opposed to remotely?
Well, I'll answer that last question first. I'm quite convinced that schools are great places and that students do better when they attend school consistently. And so I think it's very important that we address this absenteeism crisis. As far as is it truancy or is it excused absences, when we measure chronic absence, we look at all kinds of absences. Because if a student's out of school for a long period, it's bad for the student whether it's excused or not excused. The data aren't ideal to pick this up, but both absences that are excused and truancy seem to be up in pretty similar proportions. But of course, both of these can be affected by sort of fundamental cultural expectations. Before the pandemic, you weren't feeling well, or if you were feeling sort of some excuse for not going to school, we were less likely to put up with that. Both, I think, at school, but also among parents. Now, it seems like there's a much more permissive structure, and we're seeing that reflected in the numbers.
All right, it seems like, I'm not a teacher, although I was married to one, that we have lost like a year of learning due to COVID. Can we get that back, and is it going to take more than a year, or is this COVID generation just going to always be trying to play catch-up?
There's a lot of catch-up to do. Students lost more than half of a year's worth of progress in math, less than that in reading. The good news is last year we caught up a good bit on that. We caught up by about a third of that decline. We still have a long way to go. The first third is easy. That last mile of academic recovery is what's very difficult. That's a huge problem. I'm trying to spread the word that chronic absenteeism is the number one problem. And the reason being not that learning loss doesn't matter, but that getting students to school regularly and having the good routines and habits that make school work is the path that we have to go to get those students caught up so we don't have a permanently lost generation. And on that struggle, time is running out.
That offers on the power of education, and in particular doing it in person. So stop being absent. Thank you for joining us on Sunday night.
Thank you.
America needs plumbers, electricians, welders, and Generation C is answering the call. The young are choosing vocational programs over college degrees. Good pay, advances in technology, and disenchantment with higher education are polishing the image of once so-called dirty jobs. Joining us now to explain is the CEO of Micro Works Foundation, Mr. Micro himself. Welcome, thank you for being here. I have a friend who's a urologist, and he used to joke that his plumber made more money than he did as sort of a human plumber. And now, Mike, I'm not sure he was joking. I'm not sure he was kidding. You can make a great living with plumbing and welding and HVAC and electricity.
Well, first of all, we're all plumbers in one way or another. Secondly, if you want to book an appointment with the urologist, you can probably find one who will see you in the next 24 hours. You need a plumber to come out to your house right now, you better strap in for a 3 or 5 day wait. It's just supply and demand. For the last 15 years or so, every 5 tradesmen who retire in any given year are replaced by 2. That's been really bad math for a long, long time. And so the skills gap has gotten wider. The number of available jobs right now in the trades is staggering. There are close to 10 million general openings right now for jobs that don't require a 4-year degree. A lot of those jobs are in the trades. So Gen Z got the memo. They've looked around. The evidence demands a verdict. The college education is a fine experience for a lot of people, but it's not the best path for the most people. And that's what we've been told with so deafening rapidity for the last 20 years. And it's the impact of that narrative has led to a lot of unintended consequences. And finally, the ship is starting to turn around, Trey. And Gen Z got it. And the most recent tranche of data is actually pretty stunning if you look at it in context.
You know, like if we can figure on something, for some jobs, doctor, lawyer, psychologist, you need college to get to the next step. For others, it may teach critical reasoning, which you can actually learn on your own. So, learn it.
And I'm Rob Way. Step News at 11 is coming up next. So stick with us.
With features you won't find on Honda CR-V, Toyota RAV4, or Subaru Forester, the Hyundai Tucson puts the other guys in their place. Namely, the rearview mirror. Only a Tucson compares to a Tucson. Lease a Tucson for $259 a month, or get up to $1,250 retail bonus cash. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Dave Sporting Goods believes that sporting has the power to change lives. It's happened here for decades. Here in Boston, we've seen the power of sport time and time again. And now, Vince is opening a completely reimagined House of Sport. New experiences, new services, a new destination for sport, right here in our town. It's a grand opening unlike any other.
This is internet that's not just fast. This is like hold on to your eyeballs fast. It's double the speed for half the price. Only $25 a month. The fastest ever. Fast at the speed. Last recipes, series finales, teenage gossip, and destroying these guys. For the win. Do it all at once. Fast. Looks like awesome fortune.
Actually, the thinking section was just $9.99. Looks like it was crafted by a master carpenter. That's the compliment on the bottom. Looks accurate. Yes. Check out this couple list.
Looks like a unicorn cried happy tears all over it.
Yeah, you see that? When the looks you love go for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh my God.
Discount furniture.
Class, all windows get pulled away from the frame, letting moisture in. But Window Nation triple measures every window for a customized fit, so you can stay dry. Isn't that right, Aaron? Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No payments for 24 months. Window Nation, the perfect fit.
Get ready for the greatest show on earth. Green Brothers and Bartlett. Now playing April 7th at Address Arena. Visit Greenland.com for show easement and get your tickets today.
Building for the total solar eclipse. It is the happening and the country. People from across the country come to Vincent, the best places to get a view from right here in the main city. You can get covers of all these listed
God, thanks a lot, dog. Fall back to sleep now. I don't know how that fucking blanket fell down there. The dog's nails were stuck in it. Do you have to go outside? You have to go out?
Thanks for joining us. And I'm Juliana Nass.
Come on, George. Jesus fucking Christ. You already fucking pissed on the floor.
New England, we look farther off to the west. You do find the rain shower activity as well as some clouds back near Toronto, also in New York, pushing over toward Cleveland, Ohio there. That is sliding east. So it's only a matter of time before some of those clouds are work into the river. But I think timing-wise, the cloud cover that does work in mid to late afternoon tends to be high, thin clouds. So even if you have like a little bit of a milky appearance in the sky around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, then you should still be able to see that sun disk. So we'll be able to see that eclipse here. So we're going to see where the path of the galaxy is. So projected mainly clear skies here this afternoon. Northern New Hampshire, forecast overall looking good across the world. Sunshine mixed with thin clouds. During that eclipse path, maximum coverage area here in Boston, close to 93% of the sun getting covered here. Right down the west northwest, those temperatures this afternoon jumping up into the low to mid 60s. So aside from the eclipse, we're every day on our east here around 100. So welcome you all. Here comes today's
Good day. Time now for fast car traffic here. Good morning right now. It's a pretty quiet Monday. We're not seeing that much result really at all. The vehicle compensation on the 199 after this morning. Traveling inside the O'Neill's is going to be very quiet as well. And then moving away from the city is going to be the same. Those surrounding areas are going to live roughly that same pattern. As we see more travel for one August, it's going to be the same situation with Pike and the Expressway are all areas we're going to keep an eye on right now. They are cooperating. Right, well, Nick, the people are taking the roads, right up to the sky to get a view of the total solar eclipse. Night here is walking over in Maine, which are in the path of totality. It's the last chance to see the cosmic event in the U.S. 2044. People that we spoke with say they don't want to miss the rare event. 7-7 development news cover covered in Ludlow, Vermont.
Yeah, so much excitement building here in Vermont because later this afternoon, the sun will be blocked out by the moon in northern Vermont. And lots of folks have been anticipating this for a long, long time.
Down the road a few miles at the Vermont Country Store, the sun decided to peek through the clouds this afternoon and sure was busy. Shoppers streaming in and out. The plates on the cars tell the story. People are coming from all over to see a rare total eclipse of the sun. Are you excited?
Yeah.
This mom came with her 10-year-old all the way from Florida. Why make this big trip?
It was once in a lifetime. Like, we get to see the eclipse in totality. That doesn't happen very often.
And this Texan came with his son to see the eclipse at the Rothman Law School. Greg Reinhardt once drove hundreds of miles to see an eclipse in Missouri.
And it was like nothing I'd ever seen. I mean, when it happens, that was quick. When it happened, I was like, this is amazing. I felt like it was on a different planet, truthfully. It goes totally dark and the ring is right there.
The path of totality cuts through 15 states, from Texas to Maine. This animation shows where the moon will completely cover the sun Monday. One BU astronomer has had emails from eclipse tourists seeking advice.
They asked me if it's worth driving. That's the look of life. And I said yes.
And so they come, and they walk for clear skies, and to experience day moving to night for a few minutes. There have been 5 total eclipses in New England in the past 100 years. In 1925, Connecticut and Rhode Island and a part of Massachusetts were in the path of totality. The eclipse took a 2024 type path in 1932 through northern New England. Boston got to experience it in 1959, then came Maine in 63, and the Cape of the Islands in 1970.
Of course, the most recent eclipse came in 2017, but that was a partial eclipse. New England did not lie in the path of totality as we know. In Ludlow, Vermont, Jonathan Paul, 7 News Today.
And while Massachusetts isn't in the path of totality, there are still a sight to see here with plenty of events to mark the occasion. So as Buddy tells our live more on what's happening around Boston. Buddy.
Juliana, good morning. Boston will reach 93% coverage, and in particular, are a lot of events around the city for you to check out if you do want to see the eclipse. Now, the Hotel in Boston hosting a watch party for today's eclipse. The Revere Hotel will offer a unique opportunity to take in the historic site. They're opening their rooftops to view the eclipse streaming with Eclipse theme drinks such as Blue Moon beer and the Eclipse Elixir cocktail. 7 News getting a sneak peek of the preparations.
Our party of 100 people will be up here on the roof deck, and the Eclipse should be just dead center over everybody. So it's a special drink menu, Eclipse themed, as well as a food menu. So anybody that bought a ticket will come up here, they'll be able to enjoy lunch.
If you take a look at your screen, you can see details of some events, park events from 2:20 to 4:20 p.m. The Department of Conservation and Recreation is hosting free events at any state park, reservation, or forest. There will be free Eclipse glasses while supplies last. The hotel here in Revere sold out in 48 hours. So obviously, a lot of people are just excited for this Eclipse. We're glad to Revere. I have a second statement.
And even if it's 7-14, covered the Eclipse. Steve Peterson is Derek Ryder and Senator Douglas Hall will report uncovered the Eclipse this afternoon. He'll be in upstate New York and Vermont, right in the town of totality. And when that eclipse begins to darken the skies across New England, join us here on 7 News. Our live special coverage with Kim Casey and Adam Williams begins right here on the news station at 2 p.m. Also, grab the phone. You can scan the QR code right here on your screen. That's going to take you to our website, WHBH.com. There is more information about the Eclipse events and food parties in and around New England. On 7 News now, we're learning more about
Seeing fucking assholes. Hearts unknown. Completely fucking out of your minds. Fucking completely, totally fucking damned. Feel bad for you fucking people. Never in a fucking day do I feel bad for you fucking people. Fucking sinister.
I guess you spin around and hit that brick wall where Stewie was.
The DA's office doesn't believe the violent act stopped there, adding that the driver allegedly cut down his SUV to hit the victim with a brick.
One homeless shelter, 13 years. Parts unknown. Playing fucking, are you playing Wild West fucking courtroom? Seeing fucking motherfucker.
The woman hit a parent of road rage incident Thursday night and died. 6-year-old Jeffrey Deckoff passed away from her injuries Sunday. Her mother confirmed the tragedy on social media and told the incident her biggest fear and promised to get justice for her daughter. Investigators say Deckoff was intentionally hit by a driver in Hopkinton. According to news, the marshal was in and another vehicle stopped. People in both cars got out. Police say the suspect made a high-speed U-turn and hit Deckoff. Police say 36-year-old Ryan Sweat is being charged with assault and battery.
When should we expect the nuclear weapons to stop? When you're fucking dead? You filed in a fucking courtroom. Parts unknown. Purposely the wrong fucking name. The same fucking homeless shelter for 13 years. Where the cops told me to fucking go into. Parts unknown. The place you're mailing fucking social security documents to? You insane motherfucker. By the power of Almighty fucking Allah, Exodus 20:13. Not your fucking world is real. You're fucking contained in it.
case of fail, the pilot is supposed to do the walk around for each flight and check those lights. That's one of the things that pilots need to look at, and it's not easy to do. You've got to get down to what they need to do on the latches are done.
This just the latest incident involving Boeing planes. The aircraft maker recently paid Alaska Airlines $16 billion after a door plug blew off over the West Coast.
Countdown to your fucking death.
The statement saying passengers were eventually put on a different flight to Houston, nearly 3 hours behind schedule. Those passengers just thankful the incident wasn't worse.
His on-migrants that he got the message. He was calm, everybody else calm. Relax it.
And Boeing declined to comment. Southwest says its maintenance teams are reviewing the aircraft.
By 12 now, there is more ahead on 7 News today. New England, the best team in women's college basketball.
Obviously, I won't be going to any fucking funeral services. You already got it. The next one already fucking within a day doing the same fucking thing.
And email your pictures of the big event to Eclipse on 7@WHDH.com. You can tag us for your photos on Instagram. We'll share our favorites right here on 7 News.
When obviously Mary would never take over the woman's fucking care. Completely fucking insane animals. Parts unknown. Fucking retarded criminal.
Take advantage of our exclusive spring sale. 50% off install. Don't pay a dime.
Everything is a funny fucking game. Where the game is you fucking murder people in the street as God fucking kills you all. Sick, sick, sick fucking evil animals. Nobody's ever gonna fucking arrest you things. You live in a fucking delusion. You're being fucking contained as God fucking kills you all. Exactly what I fucking said. Most of them will be non-stop fucking court cases and probate until each one of them fucking drops dead. It's a fucking containment for people that are mentally fucking deranged and dangerous. Not you fucking things are on life walks. It's not what the fucking Holy Bible says. Stop fucking superseding the fucking Holy Bible. Fucking deranged animals. Nothing but fucking monkeys that talk. Fucking parts unknown. You got a key. You don't need to. Never fucking contact me, you crazy fucking animal. I know what you are. But for a fucking dog, do I even lay here still? Had to make up 20 fucking lies. Get me out of a fucking house, take over your mother's fucking money to do what? End up fucking dead on a bathroom floor in 2 years. Enjoy that. One down, one to go. Take the money, fucking keel over and die. She thought she was going to take the fucking money and then I stay here. How would you have any money? The money has to go to her fucking rent. Just because she wants to fucking control it and control another person. A person that fucking sick. Hey, Brian, I got a fucking job for you. I know that you're fucking so sick that your fiance's got to take you to a fucking hospital, and I just fucking met you, but I need you to do something for me in this fucking bedroom. You'll never see Dick again, fucking cunt. Enjoy that. Like, I know, just obviously I'll be back here tonight because that's not going to be my last final fucking sleep, dog. Now another thing has to be fucking washed. It must have fell off the bed. I probably rolled over and it fell off. More fucking deranged animals. Well, we'll see today if that seems normal. Everything's fucking normal. Oh, COVID shot. Shut the fuck up. You can't get rid of thermonuclear weapons by playing fucking courtroom. Parts unknown. That was before last summer. When do we expect final surrender? Okay, well, we're all gonna fucking die. And then you don't fucking come back. I don't know if that means final surrender. But we're all gonna fucking die and you can't rebirth. Insane motherfucker. You can't see a fucking 2-5 star there? Holy shit. Everyone is probably in fucking shock. More than me. I kept my home security on like the whole time I was sleeping. That wasn't even that long. That's what's good about it. You can see how long you slept, like dogs, seriously. I thought I fell asleep early, but it couldn't have been as early as I thought. I like to sleep like 8 or 9 hours. I mean, I sleep more at a fucking shelter. I probably feel more relaxed. Anyway, the dog woke me up. I don't know. I'm sure you can probably tell in the live stream because I must have rolled over and that blanket fell. And it had to be that blanket that fell. And it got its nails stuck in it. 2 different ones because its nails are so long. It's in like a knitted Afghan. So anyways, I take it outside. It's fucking, what, 4:45 in the morning? And I'm like, okay, this is good. I guess I'll take the dog out, right? There's already fucking piss on the floor. What was the last time I took that dog out? Wasn't it nighttime? I know you just go, what the fuck? Like, not just nighttime, but it was like 9 or 10 o'clock. There's no way in hell that dude took that dog out that much. Yeah, like, where is all this fucking piss and shit coming from? Just standing there looking at me. Anyways, I am going to be gone all day today, and I got to get you a new home. I think if you tell the people that the dog's owner died, you might have a chance of adopting the dog out. Yeah, because it's cute and it doesn't bark or anything. It's housebroken, but obviously as soon as it makes a noise, and then sometimes you just have to take it out. You have to know, like a baby, every few hours to take a dog outside, but it's housebroken. It'll piss at the door. It will piss and shit at the door. It will piss and shit in the same spot. Right, because that's a housebroken dog, but it doesn't just go around the house pissing and shitting. Yeah, and it doesn't bite. It doesn't bite. Yeah, you just it has to get used to you, and then it won't go like this when you go to put the leash on. It still sometimes does that to me, but not as much because it doesn't know what you're doing. And it clearly wasn't on a leash a lot, but it goes on a leash, walk. It wanted to go for a walk. I just wouldn't do it. So, and it wants to sleep with you if it can. Needs a bath for sure. Yeah, it's a good dog for people that are home all the time that like to sleep with the dog. It's like an easy care dog. Dogs are dogs. It's a bodily being that has to piss and shit. That's the biggest problem that people have when they get a dog. Yeah, it's a big responsibility. I don't even know if I'd get another dog, but I had 3 dogs when I had children. I mean, when you're in a house and you have a thing outside and it's Florida and you have children that they're going to presumably grow up. They did stuff for the dogs. They were old enough to help care for the dogs. So. It's hard to say. If I was like in my own place, I might end up stuck with the dog, but I think after thinking about it, especially if you can adopt it out, yeah, it's just, if I was going to have a dog, I'd like to have my own dog. And plus, the dog, it does not like to be alone. And I don't really live that type of a life. I'm not 80 yet. So far, my life, basically, I've been fucking imprisoned by other people. So I'm not going to be imprisoned by a fucking dog, the greatest of due respects. Just not going to happen. For the same reason, out of guilt and pity. But that's not the reason I've been in prison for 13 years. That's other people's doing. Parts unknown. Yeah, I just want to reiterate for the record, too, that obviously Cindy lies. And obviously, I don't know who they asked. But that's some serious fucking lying to officers of the court, by the way. But clearly, when officers of the court are writing parts unknown, everything is a fucking fun game because they're criminally insane. And like I said, the fun game has to involve a female like me that looks and sounds like this, constantly being fucking destitute and corralled and woo, woo, and we are going to go to jail. So that's why God is killing you all. That should seem to make sense. Okay, so you can't make anything free. The younger people, if there was a way, maybe at the shelter, these people talking all this nonsense, they need to hear from someone like me and shut the fuck up, all due respect. Okay, so it's not, it may not be this if you're coming here from fucking Brazil or Venezuela or whatever, and you're on fucking community juice. You need to talk to people like me about why we can't be freed. We have to have law enforcement till these things fucking die. And if you don't understand that, you're one of them. And God has you on that because it makes you less dangerous to me and my species. Y'all gotta go. Right. It's God doing it. It's the Passover. Right. So before you all degrade into fucking literal animals, parts unknown, you're being nuked. There was clearly already a fucking brain plague going on. I'm not a fucking female gorilla that's like fucking open season for insane fucking meals on a land piece. It's not even about rape and sex. It's about being fucking deranged and gross. Like I'm walking around and it's a pack of fucking animals keeping me under a fucking tree by any means. And they think that's what you do. Like a fucking, like I'm a silverback fucking gorilla. And nothing you do has any meaning. I would just fucking hit you. But then when I hit you, I go to jail. Get it? Fucking gone. No fucking brains. Just like, I don't know if that's one of my children or not, but just like, I don't even know his first name. What did I say? I don't think I said Edward. What did I say his name was? He can't be Steven. No, that's not Steven. Steven is Ted Kaczynski. That's Steven. There was another Steven at the shelter. That's Steven. You have to see what they look like. That's Steven's genetic line. That's not Steven. I know. Just I don't think I said Edward. I forgot what I said now. The guy from Green Day. Look, man, no brains. How did I forget what I said? I know it'll come back to me. But no. Yeah. Here we go. But I remember Steven, yeah. Well, Steven's come up several times, said his name a million times. You have Ted Kaczynski, Steven, and then you have the Steven that created the Eucharist. He looks like he should have like the most fucked up like jagged rotten teeth, right? He's certainly got George Orwell beat on that. George Orwell wishes he was him. He's not sporting jagged, broken off, rotten teeth like that, dude. What the fuck, man? 40 degrees. Well, that's not too bad. It could be 8 degrees, yeah. I'm spoiled. I was in the house with people that kept this place like you were sitting in a vat of fucking soup. I explained it. I wouldn't feel this cold had I not been in a house with the heat on like that. But this house gets a chill to it, man. Whoa. I bet you in the summertime it's fucking sweltering too, right? It's the opposite of that. I don't know. I don't think it's any cooler because that first summer I was here when it was 115 degrees. But yeah, I probably had no idea how hot it was outside. I wasn't even taking walks for like 2.5 weeks. It was so fucking hot. And then I remember I got up and I couldn't bend my knees. And then it stopped. And that guy goes, charges dropped. So now everybody on that's fucked up and insane on a planet's going around going, charges dropped every time. The charges didn't fucking drop. Yeah, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Charges dropped. Oh my God, you are fucking gone. Like, you're scaring us now. I was like, I'm sure that was probably the point in time when people started realizing how fucking insane people are. Parts unknown. Right in fucking court documents. That's why I took a picture of it. It's not just the fact that they fucking lied and said they didn't know where I was, but that they said I was Mary Kent and my name is Mary Gladys Lagore. And that it's parts unknown. That's how you word a phrasing. And then you say that you tried to call me when you know I don't have a fucking telephone. It's all of it. They just keep doing that. That's it. That you just keep doing that, and that's the thing you do. And what the fuck? Can't fucking take it anymore. The fucking dementia. So, anyways, as weird as it sounds, I gotta go. I have to go to Quincy. I have to have some fucking sanity in my mind. Yeah, I mean, that's why I tried to get rid of the dog yesterday. I didn't think of it on Saturday. I went to the food. Like, I mean, really, folks, I went to the food pantry. Like, I just realized yesterday about other people's issues. I didn't know that. I said that. I'll give it another day. And then you go, okay. It's not like a angry or anything. It's just, okay, so I have to just do things is what it is. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, because obviously, who knows? I'd be fucking arrested in Quincy and have to go to court for getting rid of a fucking dog, and that's part of a man's probate. Oh yeah, just what do I have to do to get you people to leave me the fuck alone? Maybe they're like, maybe what's this? Did you take care of this? Did I take care of this? I don't kill people. God did that. I mean, clearly, a whole slew of CSI people were here, and they're doing an autopsy. So, I don't kill people. No, I don't know. I knew when she died that I'd have to go back to the shelter. Yeah, it's just something like he would have completely changed and got worse after she died. Yeah, like I would become his fucking prisoner like her. I knew I couldn't stay here after she died. I don't know what I thought I was going to do like come this spring and summer. I think I was going to try to start going to the library and stuff in Dedham. Yeah, just, it's been a year. Maybe things are different. Maybe now, because you go, how long before someone has to explain what happened to my children? They're not going to talk to this family. I hope that makes sense to everybody. I don't even know if they'd talk to shelter staff because really? Right. That's why I need to be on the regular internet. It doesn't even matter. They're so old now, we could all live in a fucking shelter together. Unless they actually have lives. And then you go, oh, okay. I mean, it's sad. It happens. If they might be doing stuff just what they have to do to live or get the fuck away from Al. But you just go, okay, that's like a defining of a species. I'm not forcing them to have to live in a fucking shelter. If they're going, how am I going to live in a fucking shelter the rest of my life? Like I'm insane? Then that's your answer. Right. I know. If that's what they would say, live in a shelter the rest of my life, then that's your answer. I never said that. These people won't give me housing or a fucking stipend to live on. I don't know how much does it. Karen Corbett had 2 of her children, and I think her fucking boyfriend in that tiny room. That's how people are living. You wouldn't even be able to put a bed in there. We'd all have to sleep in sleeping bags on the floor to fit. But it's $750 a month with all utilities included. That's how people are probably living. All those people at Ruggles, they're probably hauled up in a fucking 1-bedroom apartment. All those people that helped me get through the thing without paying. I just followed the leader. They just go in a group like they don't even care. Just, whoa. I'm afraid to get in trouble. Yeah, man. Whoa. Just right through. I'm sure that's what Brian was doing all the time. Just, wow. Right through the thing. I'm telling you, those people on Pond Street, I don't even think they were paying there. They just moved into an open door apartment. I can't blame them. They may have gone there and changed the fucking locks and just lived there. If no one shut the electricity off. Yeah. It's just, someone's going to basically give me a fucking key and go live there. I know Lupus Miri said there was a fucking landlord there. That's probably a fucking insane person. How is there a landlord in elderly disabled fucking housing? There's a landlord? Get it? How fucking insane people are? That's an insane criminal that's being fucking contained and comes and collects your fucking money. The state would be the landlord of elderly disabled fucking housing. Not there's a landlord. Those apartments on Pond Street. That looks like a fucking old folks home. There's a landlord there. Oh my fucking God. That doesn't fix the door. I mean, people are glad that the landlord doesn't fix the fucking door, but you just go, remember that? That's just like Cindy, but I mean, she probably could get it. She's dead. She's dead. She died. That's what happens to fucking bastards. They die. It's the Passover. Just because it took, well, I don't want to really classify him as a bastard, but it took God 2 years to kill him. He got to have money for 2 years. Boom. Now it's her turn. I won't be anywhere near her. People don't do anything to them. God does it. That's probably why they're all having autopsies, because people start going, there's so many people dying. Some people would get cuckoo in the fucking head, and I don't need to be around while that happens. Just imagine any plague. Right. People start to think I could curse her from here. I somehow killed her from this fucking house. They get like that. They will not accept that what they're being told. It's right in the Holy Bible. You're all going to die. I mean, beyond being not my species, look at the way you're acting. You already have a key. You don't need to. Oh my God. All right. I don't know, man. I don't know what it's going to be, but something, maybe lung cancer on that one. I don't know. She's got a history of drug use too. And she's a drunk, maybe liver cancer. Yeah, it's not. Remember when she told me she couldn't fucking breathe to blow into the tube to start her fucking car? She's gonna outlaw mad drunk driving laws because she has to blow into a tube to fucking drive because she wouldn't stop driving drunk. So yeah, maybe lung cancer. She doesn't know it. You don't have to be, none of them are cigarette smokers. None of them is smoking cigarettes doesn't cause lung cancer. COPD, emphysema, maybe, not lung cancer. Yeah. I already thought about, I'm already like in a bad rip where I'm like, maybe I'll just take the fucking, no, I have to walk. Even if I take the transit back here. The only way I could justify not going out there today, and I really don't think I should do that, is to just spend today getting rid of the dog. Right? But it's something I can do it by the cell phone. And then go, okay, I'm out of the house right now, and set up a time. Something within me, I already know, because it's not an emergency. Those people would try to delay me too. I swear to God. Those people would try to delay me too, because it's not an emergency. Right. So I know I didn't just find a dog on the side of the road. So yeah, I'll call them from my cell phone. What the fuck? I'm telling you right now, because you leave a message, she's out of the office till Tuesday. What? Obviously it's a coincidence, but you just go, okay, it's Sunday, or was it Sunday? And you're out of the office until fucking Tuesday? Everybody, even the shelter was like, warming center. Like, it probably is true. It's just a bad fucking coincidence to me, because I didn't just show up there. Yeah. It would still be a warming center. It doesn't change the fact it's a warming center, but they don't want you to just show up there until you absolutely have to. Like, it's very stressful doing this. Yeah, this is, it wasn't even registering with me. They probably just think the landlord said you could stay there. It's not a big deal. They don't know about what the fuck this crazy person has been doing until I get there. And then you can never, if she ever tries to contact me, don't tell her I'm here. Please, for the love of all fucking God. It's not going to matter, because it's a public place where there's other people around. I don't know. It's almighty. Chances are, unfortunately, there'll be a person I know there. It's every time. I'd be surprised. I don't think I've ever gone to that shelter and there's not a single person I don't know there, because it's been so many years. But I meet people. I'm not a person who can't make friends. Right. So, yeah, you just go, what's going on? Because homeless people are all the same. We're fucking Holocaust victims. There shouldn't be anybody homeless at this point. Get it? That's all people have been talking about for fucking 15 years. There shouldn't be anyone homeless. It's clearly done purposely. Okay? So anyways, it's all the same. And you just go, fucking, yeah, just was in a house with my mother and brother, and he died. And now my sister's taken over my mother's fucking VA check. Yeah, she was trying to move herself the fuck in here with me. Like, no, you're not coming anywhere the fuck near me. I don't know. I don't think there's anybody around from 2012. The one that fucking kicked me out of her house in Norton. Not once, but twice. They don't know that, because a lot of them use. It's like, I don't use. No, I don't use. It's just, I don't have any money, so I'm a piece of shit because they can get away with it. Get it? Because otherwise, clearly, right, I moved 1,200 miles away for a fucking reason. Random hello telephone calls. I didn't talk to Cindy from Florida. No, because she's been crazy her whole fucking life. You talk to your mother, and then even, from a phone. I would actually fly her to my house, my mother, for visits, and fly her back. Yeah, I think I utilized her as a babysitter by herself, like once, to go to the movies, and never did it again, because I could see that she didn't change my daughter's diaper the whole fucking time. I don't have to make a big deal about it and talk about it. Just in your mind, you go, never again. And I never did it again. Her and Candy came to watch the kids while Al and I went to Paris. That was with Candy, not just by herself. And then none of them were in diapers. Right. I'm pretty sure we only did that once. It might have been twice, because no, we didn't take did him and I ever take a Caribbean cruise? We might have done it twice with Barbara and Candy. Yeah. in 17 years. Yeah. I would never hire a babysitter or the local fucking, yeah. So I think in totality, 3 times in 17 years did I ever leave my children with another person. I think, did Al and I do it with Veronica when we visited Millbury when she was 12 months old? Went out for like an hour. Some people, they insist that you do it. It's fucked up. They got to be alone with your kid. I let his parents do it for like an hour. Just, that was stupid for no fucking reason. And that's it in fucking 17 years. I'm not that type of a mother. Yeah. So anyways, I didn't have a relation. I don't even think I talked to Tommy at all. Oh, he came. That's right. He took that Christina woman, his girlfriend at the time, to my apartment for the daytime for a visit because everybody took a vacation to Florida when I was living there. And I just had 2 at the time. Yeah. They didn't spend the night or anything. They were like spring breaking it. They were in hotels and shit. So anyways, yeah. Cindy came once, the same apartment. And it was, it was fucked up from the onset because she's so controlling and demanding. She had us in the back of a fucking Jeep. Like, we could have all been dead. She had like her children in the back of my fucking Jeep because she wasn't going to pay for a fucking thing. She showed up to Orlando and expected Al to transport her to fucking Disney World. Someone gave her, like, I don't even think you can do this anymore. They had like a 5-day pass, but only used 2 days, and they gave it to her. That was when I said I was never having her at my place again. She came once. She was pregnant with Jake, I think. She must have been pregnant with Jake, right? Yeah. Never again after that. That's when I found out she's dirty, too, because she used my can opener, make tuna fish, and left stuff there, just like she does here. She's not a clean person. That's when I realized that. And I was like, she tried to get me to let her bring that Kyle guy to my house with my fucking children. And I told her no. But she doesn't even ask you something. Oh, yeah, so I was thinking about doing this. Is that, I don't even know if she said, is that all right? I was like, no. Yeah. He died from fucking AIDS. Imagine if he was a fucking child rapist and he had fucking AIDS and she brought that guy to my fucking house with a bunch of minors. Oh, yeah. She went out with him for like a year. He was clearly fucking other people because she kept talking to me about it. And then he died from fucking AIDS. She wanted to bring that. No offense to AIDS people. You know what I'm talking about, okay? I'm in fucking Florida like Mary Poppins, for real, with 6 completely doe-eyed, innocent fucking minors. And here come people filled with the fucking devil that want to get their hands into 6 fucking minors. So we were thinking about, that's how they are. They're fucking psychotic. She would have literally brought a fucking child molester into my house to stick his essence in my fucking children. They're deranged. You just go, no, I don't think so. I don't even know this fucking person. And you're not married. I'm not having a fucking dude that would go out with you around my fucking children. Exactly. The fuck? Oh, God. Yeah, it is repeating now. I'm supposed to put music on like 20 minutes ago before I started fucking yelling and calling that talking. I don't even, I think like this too. I don't even think I would have woke up talking about that shit that I just realized yesterday, took a picture of it. But for the dog doing that, it's not a good way to wake up in the morning. So that's why people do certain things in their lives so that they don't have that. Like, Like, if that dog was taken out of the house with Barbara, I would have had a pleasant couple of days for sure. I'd be taking my walks, all of that. And just, I'm not saying they're doing it purposely, but since I was supposed to go back on my walk schedule, I don't know if you've noticed by me documenting basically everything that's been going on from this end. Okay. So I can't be doing that anymore. So if by some chance Candy remembered, since she hasn't said anything about it, that she asked me, I think it was probate. They don't need me at probate because I'm parts unknown. Yeah, they don't need Mary at probate. So I can't do it. I have to deal with my SNAP food card. That's pretty important. Okay. And like I told Cindy, I'm trying to establish what's going on with me at the shelter. I have to have this is, you know how some people act like I'm fucking incompetent? This is me planning for my fucking future. Yeah, like I don't just wander around a fucking house and wait for someone to show up with fucking cops and go, you got to get the fuck out. I don't do that. Okay, so it's not really their responsibility. The dog, I'm not saying that. I can make phone calls like I did, and I'm sure it's just explaining what happened, and then they make an appointment to pick up the dog because they can't try to keep me here. Yeah. You just go, okay, well, the dog will be at that house then because I can't stay here. I'm not the tenant. And the man that died, sister, is like a domestic towards me, and I've already had to have the police there. And obviously she has keys to the property. She won't give up. And she's already was trying to make excuses to come here. Right. So obviously that's like trapping a person. And then you think that's a valid reason to keep coming here. She lunged at me when I first got here in 2022, and her mother screamed at her. So as you can see, her mother's not here. Tommy's not here. Okay. So she's a very aggressive, mentally ill person. Okay, so she's getting everything she wants, except she's not getting near Mary. Is that really that fucked up? Not I'm trying to hold on to and block people. I don't know what the fuck comes out of her mouth or of texting fingers to other people where they make up things. Okay, so long history of fleeing these fucking people, as Tommy calls it, because I don't want to accuse the other people of doing something because they're not doing that, to get the fuck away from them. That's why I've been to that shelter so many times. Okay. Sometimes it's difficult to understand that you can have a family where they're all like that and you have one person that's not. So, I don't want any semblance of getting rooked into that. I took a picture of that for another reason, but I told you, I knew that he did it purposely, right? There was never any, I don't think Barbara wanted me to go with them either. There was no discussion with me about what was going to happen when we were all getting evicted. There never was. Yeah. So I went, I'm out of here, and just left. It was getting weird at the house with him. Remember when he said, I'm not going to be controlled? He wanted to take over his mother's money, so he did. Now you got another one. It's Almighty God, people. She wants to take over her mother's money. Okay, well, I don't know what's going on with you internally, but chances are you don't have very long to live. Oh, I got to do the other one too at the same time. All these blockades to the windows. Yeah, I would say chances are he lived 2 years. Maybe she'll live 2 years. I don't know. But doctors don't tell you things, but they made her feel relieved after the ultrasound. It was probably made up anyway because there's a bunch of people in the family that have hypochondria. The mother has extremely severe hypochondria, but she seems like she's gotten better in the last couple of years. But I don't know if Cindy will have her back on all that stuff. The VA might go, when's the last time she had that stuff, though? They might think she's still using oxygen. She never uses oxygen. Yeah. So she might have her back on stuff she doesn't even need to be on, and that will put her in the grave probably even earlier. But it is what it is. If she's smart, she will lotion and powder that $3,600 a month to at least till her house is paid off. If she's smart. They're all going to act like they have a love and all this, and you just go, yeah, okay, whatever. You have a love, that's why you wouldn't come over here and help your brother take care of her. Okay. We got you. They think they have to say it. It's part of their persona, too. They think they have to do it. It's like, really? Your mother's not a leper? Okay. Your mother's not a leper and you don't have bills to pay and you want to quit your job and all your children are moving out, so that's income you don't have anymore? Wow. Okay. Well, Mary was right about you. Doesn't think she did it. I think she did it. Yeah, most definitely. They said that, didn't they? At that time, that her sister at that time would never talk to her again after the father died. Because she probably revealed more of her. I'm sure the sister knew she was psychotic, but obviously, boom, they change. And she loves, this is what's so annoying with her, is she loves to pretend that she's sort of like, oh, so you could see some of it. It must have been like that at that time, but you're not on a life walk. No, that's what I'm getting like annoyed about. People think everything's a life walk, but I mentioned several times that that's definitely her. Just she was probably that fucking bossy and everything. You know? And just everything is a pretend little girl game and and everything is, it's almost like she's trying, is she trying to be Michael Rigo's mother? Is that possible? Where is that coming from? She might be trying to pretend to be Grace Rigo. Was Grace Rigo like that? Because she had a house and was in the community. Her husband was a firefighter in Dedham. They had a house in Maine and a house in Dedham. Yeah, like, is that where that's coming from? Like Jen, mother in Maine, shelter in Quincy, mother in Maine. I doubt that's her, but if she was in one of their apartments and she gave it up to go do her fuckery, yeah, you just go, what is wrong? They'll put her right back in it. It's like Kelly. How many times have they rehoused Kelly, but they still haven't housed? Well, they sort of housed me for 3 weeks, but refused to rehouse me. I was supposed to be there for two years. So I still have 2 years. I didn't vacate. I didn't give up 2 years. They put someone else right in the room. She was already in the room when I showed up there in July from January. They didn't give up anything to that room. Yeah. Remember? I was on the thing going, if I'm not there, why don't you give that room to Annie? And they did. She went right into that fucking room after I was gone. I know. And then when was it weird when I demanded they put me in a room? So I don't know if you're new staff and you went, oh my God, this fucking chick. And that's why you didn't do it, because I was demanding to be put back in a room. Why'd they put Annie in my room? That's what I'm saying. You have people that maybe they're not doing it, but it appears sometimes that they listen to what I say. But then when it comes to me, they don't listen to what I say. Anyways, No, I am not saying that at all. That's why I don't do it anymore. That's why I don't do it anymore. Like I was in 2021, I'm like, I can be your, what was I calling it? A liaison to the fucking homeless people, because those people don't like that shelter system anymore. Now it's, I don't know if it's under new management. You might want to get a badge that says under new management at this point. Okay. Not I hold other people accountable for other people, but you might want to get one of those signs under new management, Yawkey something, because that's why people like Jen, they won't have anything to do with, because of stuff that's gone on over the years. It's scary because you go, why haven't you housed that woman? It's been 13 years. We're afraid. We don't want to go there. Get it? There wasn't a need to feed me lunch meat. I had like 800 SNAP food units on a SNAP food card in a Stop and Shop 2 feet away from me. Right. You just go, mistakes happen. I don't think any of those people work there anymore. It's in a medical record. Every time I go in there, I re-sign off on it, but clearly, really, folks, it's in a medical record. It's fully documented. I'm supposed to be on a low-salt diet. And then Katie last year, I don't know if she explained it to you folks, but she told me about Dr. Berg's videos about the diet for polycystic kidney disease. That doesn't even get into what's going on with my liver. Polycystic liver disease. It's a diet for that. That's why I don't have a gut out to here. That's the only reason why. Trust me. That's the only reason I don't have a gut out to here, is because of the diet and the exercise program I follow. I can only post the medications they use 150 times and wonder if I'm still visible online. That's part of the damnation. Okay, because you can't document a medical need more than that. Really. That's the medication blocks glycogen storage. Just like I told you, just like my diet and exercise program. Okay, so. Just, I'm not supposed to be stressed out like this either. That's what I mentioned. And so I've got to get away from here. She set it up like that, so I couldn't even enjoy 28 days. I could have brought a person here for a 7-day detox, but for this person. So you just have to go, God is just wrapping up a family group and taking them to some other form of life. Right, because anybody that thought it in their head that went, they're going to make sure that I can't do that, just that thought is so insane. So, yeah, that's a good way for you guys to know, and then you don't have to discuss it with anybody. If you ever got a thought in your head about you've got to do something to block me from bringing homeless people here, you can't stay on earth in this physical form. You're so cruel. So that's. It takes 7 days, doesn't it, to a basic detox? Okay, so like that dude at the airport looked like he needed a detox. Some of these people need a fucking bed to lay down in and sleep. So it's just, yeah, you go, I know. Everything I try to do gets fucked up. So I have to just accept that it's about God explaining to people the end of their time doing this, and they've got to do something else. So I don't know if people, she doesn't. That's why it's like Paul with the hat and the cane. They kind of don't make any sense. But this reincarnation. I don't know if I called it reincarnation, but the cycling business was explained to her, and at first she embraced it, horse and buggy and stuff, and then all of a sudden, like 6 months later, she goes, "I don't believe in that anymore." Okay, so I think that she knew it wasn't something she wanted to do because she's psychotic, that she doesn't have a psyche of a human being. They know their internal thoughts, but a lot of them will lie to themselves. So it kind of indicates about maybe the people who study the Lizzie Borden case that she actually knew that she was guilty. She, like, because I wondered that too, if she just sort of was so insane that she told herself she didn't do it, like she actually believed she didn't do it. No, even though when asked, she goes, "I don't think she did it." She's lying. That's probably why she paused first. But anyways, statements like that indicate that she knows her internal thoughts and that her entire life is a lie and a persona. Why would you just go, "I don't believe in that anymore"? Okay. She doesn't believe in, she doesn't want people to be happy and free. That's why. None of them do. When they ponder and think about it, they just go, "I don't want people to be able to be happy and free and everyone equal." It's probably based on inadequacies within themselves, right? They want a way for people they envy to have to fucking suffer, like Mary Gladys, year 14. I have to suffer because of their undying, ravenous fucking envy towards me. Whatever it is about me, they just can't stop doing it. And by they, I mean any population that's doing it to me. I'm not just talking about Barbara Kent's family. Just, it's very, very sickening. Well, it's going to be a hell of a day, that's for sure. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do my hair this morning. I thought about that. Like I said, I'll probably just wash up and walk out there. And maybe when I get back this afternoon, I don't plan to be out there long because unfortunately the dog is part of it. So obviously the SNAP office opens at 8. It's 6 o'clock in the morning right now. So I hate to do it, but I should probably leave food in the dish. I'll probably come back to poop on the floor, but it would be in the kitchen. I don't think the dog would ever poop in the carpet that I just cleaned in particular, but it's going to have to be cleaned again. But like I said, a lot of it's basic dignity. I don't know if they would bring people in here after the services, so there's not going to be a lot of bodily smells. They'll probably smell a little bit of drugs in his room. Unless people come back here with me today, then there might be bodily smells in the house, but that will be cleaned out too. I would almost think that would be expected. If I brought people back here, I'd stay here till the 17th, I guess, because I wouldn't be. It's not real. I'm not afraid to live by myself. It has to do with the landlords and stuff showing up.
It's just scary to me because I have pretty severe PTSD. And yeah, I mean, I'm basically like a squatter at this point, and you see what they're doing on TV. They set up things. So some people might even go, we already know about this fucking squatter business. We don't want to go back there. They might have already had someone show up there going, oh my God, and then they fucking accuse me of being a squatter and shit. That may have already happened. Yeah. They're that insane. It's squat jumps. Anything fun they put into their world jargon, and it's always something bad and attacky. That's why God's killing them. That has nothing to do with the United States of America or your commerce or your constitution. They're just very, very ill people with dementia that won't stop running around pretending they have rights to be doing things they don't. It's very scary. It's psychopathy unbound. When you have psychopaths that just found a way to, they just keep finding ways to get more money, and they're acquiring all these properties because the meek people, Exodus 20 in 2011, some of us renounced. We don't even have anything. Like myself, I don't even have children. You just go like this. Like when they told you that Ron Goldman went like this, I don't do that, but I clearly did it. Get it? At the airport. You just the same type of thing in 2011. Thank you for the lesson. And then you're going to have people copying me. They'll take a cup. I didn't have a fucking cup in my hand. I understand what that is, but they don't. They'll just walk around an airport and go, thank you for the lesson. And then go right back to fucking terrorizing people. You walked around hallways and doors like the Matrix in a fucking confusion until finally you fucking sat and laid down until you were told to get the fuck up. No, you didn't do that. Okay. You weren't sent a whole bunch of fucking visions that all came to pass. No, you didn't do that. And you have no reason to bow your head and say thank you for the lesson. You only said it because you heard it from me. Get it? Okay. Why are you doing this? Oh, you want your mother's money? Did you bow your head and say thank you for the lesson too? Lying fucking cunt. So you don't have any food you need? No, I have this much on my Snap and I have a gift card. Get it? So you bowed your head and said thank you for the lesson? Lying fucking cunt. What is the lesson? He does it. I just do what I'm told. Right? Because they go, wait a minute, how were you in a lesson? Was I? I'm brand new. Was I in a lesson? Or God knew that all of that was going to be conveyed to people? Was I in a lesson? Did it seem like I was mad money fucking terrorizing people in Florida? Is that what I was doing? So I contacted a lawyer. I just wanted you to know, before I pay the mortgage, like I was going to put a retainer down on a lawyer. Oh, can you just wait until after it was some trip and he's going to use the Chase credit card? Okay. And then I drove to the bank and paid my fucking mortgage. Get it? Did it seem like I was in a lesson? It's if you're the other species and you're not like terrible like that, like I mean like stop attacking people, it's all your species does. So you don't have to fault yourself for that. Especially if you became more charitable and stuff. That's good. It's terrible if you would, because I understand the nature of you, but it's terrible if you would feel that you got tricked by helping God's people in a Holocaust. That would be awful for you, but I could understand if you did. Like, what is to be gained by this? Nothing. It doesn't matter. Like but for your own mental state when you're dying, because some of you won't die as quick as he did. You'll actually have thoughts in your head. So, yeah, I mean, if it's important for you to maintain your own dignity and respect and who you were as a person during the Passover, you're not really tricked, no. But it doesn't get you rebirthed in this physical body. Barbara asked that, and that's probably some of her life decisions. She had those conversations with me. Like, if you farm food, this is what she told me, and then you let other people have it, do you get like rewards or something? And I was like, no, not exactly. I mean, clearly you're a good person. You can tell yourself something that's true. It's not a lie persona where you go around saying you're a good person when you're obviously terrible. Get it? Right. That is a reward. That is a reward. That's a psychological reward. Oh, I can't take pictures because the camera's on. This is squat jumps. This is not pretend a person's a squatter, an attacker in a house with handcuffs and stuff. Okay? No. Anything fun like that, anything is turned into that. That's the only thing that's fun to a certain group of other species. It's scary. When you're writing shit like Parts Unknown, and then you're trying to fucking corral me after trying to corral me at a fucking train, you're spooky scary. That's why this is Boston, not Dedham. And that's probably why Tommy moved here. That's why I said in his defense, he might have went, no, we don't know where she is. Get it? I told you her perspective is don't go with the police. Get it? This is Boston, Barbara, not Dedham. You always have to have faith in God, by the way, if you don't have faith in your law enforcement. They didn't understand that the cops didn't want me near them. That's why they told me to leave. Right. They probably felt I'm better off in the street or homeless shelter than trapped in a house with them. That's why they tell me to leave. And apparently they didn't know that. She still doesn't know that. Right. She still doesn't know that her and her son and her daughter are perceived as dangerous to me. So that makes them even more dangerous. Not I'm dangerous, right? Like that makes them even more dangerous to me. That they don't know that they are. People murder family members all the time, unfortunately. I'm not one of them that like murders people, yeah. Ugh. See if I can take this off. But as soon as I step in that room, it's cold. It's because there's a heater on. Even the dog moved over here, probably be closer to me, but also the heater. It's going to warm up greatly today. I'm not even going to have to put a heater on for you. I would leave the heater on with you in the house anyway. I'm not going to burn you down. Do you have to go out again? I smell poop. Go. Do another outside. I smell poopies. I smell farts. Smell dog farts. Do the outside. Do the outside. Good boy. Do the outside. You can't walk 7 miles, right? Now I'll give you some food. About that time. Yeah, hopefully you'll do a bunch of poops while I'm before I go. And I only come back to a puddle of fucking piss. It doesn't smell of the house. Yeah. We get the dry stuff. Five more cans of dog food, that's 10 days. That's definitely enough food for the day. Charge nurse who doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh my god. Yeah. I haven't gone yet today, which is unusual for me. So, yeah, it's probably from not drinking enough water. And I had that chickpea pasta again last night. But I had peanuts and raisins, so that should sort out. That's what I had for lunch, right? And I had the 2 bananas. Yeah, the fruit helps too, but it's there's a certain part of the cycle too, if you know anything about menstruation, where, and then once you ovulate, if you were gonna ovulate, which I'm sure I don't ovulate anymore, then yeah, it's just a whole. But anyway, the dog seems a little bit more bound and only did a little poop. Yeah, I know, just. It's got to be done, folks. I'm gonna get free. I'm gonna get free. I'm gonna get free right into the sun. You never loved me. You never loved me. You never loved me. Why should anyone? Tonight's, I have to come back here today because I have to put the trash. Oh, no, I have to put the trash out on the way out. That's right. And then when I come back, I bought trash bags to clean up his stuff and dispose of it, his blood. So I'll start cleaning out the refrigerator and this food stuff. I'm not going to eat cake mixes and stuff in the next whatever. It could be days. It's definitely going to be days, but it may be less days than people think. This is the other thing too that I had to listen to for a good 2 to 3 years. It was part of like Tommy and Barbara's terrorism of me. We may end up homeless. They did it for about 3 years, not continuously, right? But he did it at the house after Candy left. They come right up to your face and go, "We may end up homeless," like just like that. Like people that are right, like I don't know if that's progressive where they begin to try to get off on terrorizing me. I don't know what that is. It's something to do with their brains dying. It's probably got to do with being primates. Just some weird thing they do. So anyways, she'd be like, I guess we're going to have to leave here soon. Yeah, they both did it. He started doing it at her house. But I don't know if he did that here. She did. She said it at least 3 or 4 times in 2 years to me. Just, I think that you are leaving Earth. Yeah. You're not going to be in this physical form. So it'll probably seem like you left Earth because you're not going to have this type, not this type. You're never going to have this type of brain. You're a different species. But you're not going to have the type of brain you have now. You clearly don't have the same brain I do, okay? It's like, yeah, because I have a higher functioning brain that you don't have. It's a different species. It's not just about intelligence, but intelligence is made evident and manifest by my behaviors, even though that seems insane to your species that's stuck in a world system that can't protect you from actual reality. So it becomes tiresome, and everybody like me is stuck in it because you greatly outnumber us and you're aggressive. You don't even go by your world system as your brains are dying in a mass extinction. It's a pandemic. It's an extinction of a species on planet Earth, praise Allah, that has no hope of survival here. Okay, here comes the sun. I can shut this off and open up these blinds. Fire. I'm sure it's going to be better for the dog in the daytime than nighttime. And there's the brand new clean blinds. It's not as much sunlight in here yet as I thought. I shut the light off. Probably a little early to shut the light off. You never tell right here. That's the kitchen light. That's why I shut that light off. It's all about lighting, I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Probably celebrities. Wait a minute. Our Mary Gladys looks just as good as you do in real life. What the fuck? We just spent like Brian Buchanan. I just looked at your videos and your photos, and I left my Mary Gladys, and she looks as good as you do in real life. What the fuck? She's just more honest than you are. So anyway, you can't stay on planet Earth with me. This is not even a good version of me. Right. I just say I always look like this, but it's always going to be this. I have the same personality, I suspect. Yeah, I don't have a different personality. Interview all these people and go, where did you come from? Like everybody that meets me does. Where did you come from? God? It's more like, where did you come from? Yeah, I'm not in Europe. So I'm the one who gets to go, where did you come from? We don't do that here. Yeah, we don't do that here. Parts unknown. Yeah, we don't do that here. That's why Steven didn't like you. I'm sure Dave doesn't like you if he's still living. Wherever he is, where he went, he still doesn't like you. Oh. I know I didn't do my arms. I'll be okay. I did it for a couple of months. You definitely want to do that before you can't do it anymore. You can't do that shit in a shelter. No. I guess you can go in the bathroom at the library and try to do wall lean until someone comes in and thinks you're some fucked up drug addict. Like at Newmarket, because I was like, what are you guys doing? They might have been trying to do wall lean because they can't do bicep curls and shit anymore. They said the allergies were going to be bad. I'm sure they probably mean your lungs are getting fucking burnt out, so please stop going to your doctor like you have a fucking cold. Stop calling us. Like, we get it. Something's wrong. We get it. Yeah, no, something is quite right. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. I remember going over this before about it's good that some people aren't talking to other people, and I think they're adjusting to it. Yeah, I think they're adjusting to it because until you can just have relationships with each other where you're not doing that, it's obviously taught, right? It's obviously taught. It's better to not, because that shouldn't make sense. Okay, it's like a taught behavior, like a whacked out gossiper. Right, gossip about people that you don't actually talk to. Because you folks are all established now, right? So it's good that you're not interdependent like has been forced upon me. Right. I'm sure you'll find that not everybody does that. You don't have to think everybody is talking to your face and then saying bad stuff about you behind your back, because I don't believe people do that. Yeah, it's just, you're probably never going to be able to get over it, I'll be honest. And then you'll realize that after the services and stuff and just go, we're never going to be able to stop doing it. Your spouses will go, see, you're never going to be able to. Don't beat yourself up. It's a trigger like drinking and getting high. Yeah, so. Just like you're never going to be able to stop getting high if you keep talking to Paul and probably Donnie. You've known him for 5 years and that's your condition. You don't need to know him anymore. All due respect to him, he's got his own set of problems and he sure as fuck doesn't need to know you. I explained it in the shelter. Who was it I was talking to? Where you go, I said the good thing about me is I didn't use with anybody in here. I don't have those types of relationships with people, right? So I could stay in contact with everybody in this room at the time, everybody in the shelter, but yet nobody in the shelter can stay in contact with each other. That's why they were putting those people in rooms. That's what Dr. Zing was told. You got to put them in a room first and then say they can't be in housing. If they were doing something where they've got to get off drugs and then they get housing, no. Yeah, 16 years. I can't fucking take it anymore. That doesn't help me I don't think I was drinking as a coping mechanism. I was like a party drunk, and that's how you socialize and meet a new dude. I don't need to do that. Yeah, I socialized and met a new dude last year. I don't need to drink to do it. I realized that about myself, and that I wanted a marital divorce. Not it's a coping throughout my life. That's why I didn't do it for 20 years before then. Yeah. I think I had a beer on my wedding, beer or two, and I don't think I drank it. No, on the honeymoon I might have had a drink, and then I never drank again. I didn't drink when I was married. Nope. Probably 2006 when we did the cruise, because I already wanted a divorce. I went right home from a cruise and said I need a divorce. There was never any cheating that went on. That's what happens. They won't let you get away from them. And then you're seen as the cheater. They say that they agree to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just fucking leave and don't tell anyone where you are. You know how many of those probably murdered their spouse and then you hear it on Dateline? As it turned out, so-and-so had a secret to keep. And then it makes the victim appear to be some fucked up person because they were in an arrangement. And then the murderer wanders around like a fucking victim. Right. They're on trial for murder. And now a jury is going to sympathize because it's usually a man. No one sympathizes with the fucking woman. This poor man and his wife for 13 years was cheating on him on the sly. No, the fuck she wasn't. Yeah. And then he gets what? Manslaughter or something? Yeah. People are fucked. I don't have to deal with you fucking things. You're in a containment, obviously. You've got to stay within your system because your brain doesn't do anything else. As God transitions you folks into bliss, the fuck away from me, the greatest of all due respects. Right, Peanuts? That dog is so used to people constantly talking, even yelling. I don't even think it upsets the dog. But he adjusted well to wicked quiet, though. Yeah, that is true. He likes quiet, too. He's not going to be, like, flighty and go bouncing around and shit. Like, why isn't anybody yelling? Why don't I smell drugs being smoked? Yeah. All he does is lay down like he's adjusting his fucking blanket again right now. Because that's all Tommy did. So he was always laying on a warm body, the dog. But he likes to take a walk, too. He'd probably do both things. Put him in the police car, drive him around. I don't know how he does in cars. I have no idea. But Tommy used to take him in the truck. He must do okay. Yeah, I'm like, I must have been in a truck with that dog at some point driving around. I don't think he gets weird in the truck. I had a dog you could not take in a car, even to go from the house to the bus stop. Oh, yeah, that dog would vomit. You don't do that to a dog when you realize they are that scared in the car. Yeah, I don't think that dog does that. Some things that dogs do, I would question if they're under stress and not they're enjoying a car ride. When they go back and forth in the back seat and they're panting like that, and they're not enjoying that. That's like a sign of stress. In my opinion. Yeah, that's a sign of stress, not they're having fun. She would start out like that, just panting a lot and like not even jumping around, like she was clearly afraid, like dog like movement, but all crouched down movement. Then eventually she'd vomit. So yeah, That was it. No more car rides with the dogs. The other two dogs, I think, didn't mind the car, but not the female. It's going to be a froggy day, I guess. Yeah, totally froggy. Holy shit. Yeah, spring is croup time. My daughter, I used to have to put her in a fucking bathroom with the shower running like that for the steam. It happened a couple times. She had to go once and they gave her a steroid shot. Her eyes, both of them, she had hematomas in both of her eyes from the strain. Yeah. When I lived up here in youth, everyone, like every other year, I'd get laryngitis. I remember it in like 8th junior high school. So it probably is kind of that. Don't overthink things and get all weirded out. Yeah. You forget basic things. Everything's all fucked up. You don't know if it's winter, spring. Yeah. Who knows? All the cleaning and stuff. I know you're just like, my lungs probably breathed in particle spores that have been in this house. I did the carpet and everything. I know. So you go, eh. I know. I wanted to open windows. I'll do it when I get back, at least for a couple of hours. I don't think they've ever opened these windows in 2 years. So 2 years isn't 50 years. We will get the freshest of Sprague Street air in this house today. And then go, oh my God, it's nothing but exhaust fumes. Oh yeah, they out there today? Oh, you can't see them from here. You have to go upstairs. Yeah, and she's in a wheelchair. She probably didn't know they were there. Gonna go check right now. I don't see them, but I see it might be too early in the morning. That would be weird that all of a sudden they're not there anymore. But they were there, was it Friday? Yeah, they were there Friday. It's usually Monday through Friday, I guess. But I saw that there's a couple of cars on the other side of the street, so they might show up. It might be too early. It's only 7:15. I keep forgetting I woke up at 4:45, dog. I don't know the Massachusetts laws. Don't even get me going, please, God. Yeah, just... Wouldn't you be, like, obviously, but by the landlord's point of view, there was only 2 people living here, and one of them died, and the other one was taken to her daughter's house. Get it? But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's why. It depends on how psycho a person is. I'm sure, because she could have picked up a phone and then she can't because I blocked her, and then go, yeah, because she's fucking pissed, and go, we actually left. So I'm sure at that point the landlord would go, okay, but you still need time to clean out the house, right? Yeah, so I'm not going to really exactly worry about it till like the 15th or the 16th because, yeah, I'm sure a landlord probably is like, it just goes, these people are just, unless the landlord's a fucking wacko, parts unknown, get it? Right. I'm clearly not the people dealing with Barbara and Thomas Kent's estate. Because you don't even know where the fuck I am, just like any other thing. That's why at first I thought she explained to the landlord me, but now I'm thinking she probably was just talking about Barbara and not Mary. So I know you just depends on how psycho she wants to be. She could call the landlord back and go, I actually took her out of there. Right. But then she'd be required to clean out these people's fucking shit out of this person's house. And she'll do that thing where she says she has no fucking money. She's not going to have any money till the 1st of May. Yeah, I mean, she probably should just tell the landlord when she gets money from the VA, she'll pay April's rent. It may come to that. After she has time to think about it, the landlord might suggest that. Right. If she explains why she can't pay April's rent. Get it? Like, okay, so the VA's is designated you, but you don't want to pay April. That maybe that's how she talked to the landlord. She is so fucking insane. I bet you she did. She called the VA. The VA can just transfer her to her apparently without talking to anyone else. That's up to the VA, but yet won't cut her a check till the 1st. They want to make sure I get evicted when none of that's needed. That's my opinion. They all know this is going on. Give me a fucking break, right? That's why they did what they did to keep me destitute. Like, God is telling them something, but they're so fucking psychopathic and sinister. They twist it into that, and that makes sense to them. You just go, whoa, that's fucking whacked. Yep. Not you're supposed to keep me homeless and fucking destitute. You're being continuously asked by God why this is fucking going on. Not you're supposed to be doing it. Just minds that fucking insane that they would actually believe they're not even if God was talking to them. Either case, God's talking to you and telling you to do this to me, or you just think you're supposed to be doing it. Those are your fucking thoughts. All right, well, I guess you're owning fucking psychopathic insanity then. Right? Don't fucking tussle with me. That's why I don't do it. Don't fucking which thing is it me? Remember that? The chick at City Hall? Well, which is it? I was born at Beth Israel Hospital, ma'am, in Boston, but the parents were living in Dedham at the time, so I wasn't sure what you were asking me about. Where was I born? I wasn't sure what you were asking me, so you need to calm down. She literally fucking attacked me right in front of Jen because they know something's terribly fucking wrong. That's why. They know they're fucked and they're damned. That person did. All she was being asked is if she could give me a copy of a birth certificate because there's a letter from the DTA telling her I'm completely destitute. Okay. And then I asked her if she could tell me if I was divorced or not. And she flipped out on me. That's what they do. In case you were wondering, that's what they do. And I just go, why are you attacking me? Is that me accusing you of something? They just know it. They know that they're fucked. I mean, by 2016, I had been on the internet since 2011. Right. You just, here I come, the Virgin Mother, still homeless, still destitute. Why don't I have any children? It's like, it's almost like innate in their biology that they know. Right. Because it's in the book. You can't take my children. I think they know that. Right? You just go, a millstone around your neck buried in the depths of the sea, or it's better if you were never born. Pick your Bible verse. It means I am. Okay. So, yeah. Je suis. No. You said it doesn't mean I'm Zeus. Je suis. I guess we'll make up a new thing where Jesus and his or her brothers suddenly don't give a fuck about their mother, Mary. We'll make up that one. So the Jesus conceived in liberty. The Jesus conceived in liberty. Right. It's called blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, as you were told. It's like something that you can't be cured of. It can't be forgiven. But I mean, your whole species is transitioning into a bliss. It's just unfortunate that you're all being this mean. You're my last enemy. You made yourself that. You made me your enemy. Not I do that to you. That's why I leave you alone and run away from you. So because you won't stop attacking me, you can't stay on earth with me, just as I told her, but they're all told that. Right? You can't coexist with me on planet Earth, and I'm the prevailing species because I walk. Just like your mother told you and you got mad. She told you that Mary walks. It's right in the Holy Bible. She thinks she's John the Baptist, but she can read words. It gives me no greater joy than to see that my children walk in truth. So I don't work, I walk. Because that's all that's going to survive here. Explained it all to my best of my knowledge about how the long-term immunity is going to work. So it's a lot of walking. Yep. A lot of walking and no working. Living life, people don't consider work. That's why I didn't get paid for 17 years of my life. You don't even consider what I was doing work. But a nanny is work, a daycare center is work, a maid is work, an accountant is work. Even a whore that you call for sexual services at night is a work. So you have a complete hatred for actual mothers and ladies. Because primates don't do this, okay? Primates don't have one husband and then other people don't sex him, okay? We don't do that. We don't have children out of wedlock, all of it. I mean, really? Like I said, 5 children from 5 different men, and she ain't married to any of them, and she's lucky and I'm not because she gets more child support. Okay? Really? Stay away from me. Right. See if she still thinks that she's being targeted. Really? You're being targeted? You own a house. Now you've got another $3,600 a month. You're renting houses on the fucking beach every summer. You're being targeted? Those dudes love you. You're exactly what those dudes like. You go fucking crazy. You keep going to court. You have sex. You have children out of wedlock. Right. Not you being fucking targeted. Oh, yeah. But it'll take not even a day. Like, I'll go to the shelter, briefly explain, obviously. It probably just people that I know. And then I will never fucking utter a word or phrase about quote unquote you people again. It's the greatest of all respects, but it's not like coming in my mind. And this fucking horseshit finally ends. Remember when I go, please, I'm gonna like don't make me be around these people when I die. And lo and behold, I was forced to live with 2 of them for 2 more fucking years. And you go, whoa, that's all that's going on. That is all that's going on planet Earth. Hence the 2 5-star. They do. They don't say anything about it. No. You see did anybody say anything about a 2 5-star? But we're watching videos and what happened to my channel. Clearly you appear dangerous. That's how we act towards 2 5-star, Mary Gladys. Yikes. Here comes the bright, sunny sun. 8 hours and 28 minutes. I don't think I need to start another one because, this is going to be plugged in though. I don't think, is that an extension cord over there? No. Did I go in I guess I'll move to over there. Over to the chair. I'm not going to be typing, so the height doesn't matter. I have to spend a certain amount of time standing up. So my belly's a little bit bothering me today, but it'll probably be good. I didn't take a walk yesterday. Yeah, so. It'll go down. Do we have to keep this on now, you think, Doug? Well, yeah, I was going to check on this thing what the temperature is. This is a commercial. Usually I have the headphones in, so like my routine's been a little bit messed up. I usually I'm going to do this. I usually have the headphones on and I'm typing. And then criminals that are deranged, it's like a constant trying to interrupt my thing I do. And then I don't know what God is saying to you folks while you're doing that, but I would think he's explaining to you about why you can't rebirth. I know now I feel like I have to yell over the music. That's not good. It's only 34. Okay. It'll be 54 by 10 a.m. I think that's a good goal to get out of here by 10 a.m. today. And I think, what does it take me, an hour or two to walk out there? So that puts me at noontime. Yeah. And then I don't even have a ball cap, but there's a Dollar Tree out there. So get myself a, I think when I used to go out there last summer, I think I would leave about 9 or 10, but it was summertime. Yeah, it wasn't April. Yeah, it's only 35, so it is going to take a little bit to warm up, so because it was so cold. It's supposed to be, this says 67 still. So yeah, it would have either been today or tomorrow because going by the weather. And then I'd rather still be here on these rainy days. But yeah, because I've got to be, Wednesday's supposed to be 64. That's the day I'm supposed to show up at the shelter. A week from Wednesday. Yeah. So yeah, that might be long enough that it'll be finally warming up. Because if it's, yeah, rain combined with cold is not good. People are not, they're not outside. But I mean, I would say they obviously don't have tents. Wherever it is they're sleeping, they don't have tents. But the rain like that, I can't wait till this fucking solar eclipse shit is over. You just go, okay, and then you're not. But I mean, I guess some people are probably talking about the nuclear weapons. Okay. And sometimes it becomes like a desperation. Just try not to be desperate, because like on my species pod, it becomes like a desperation. Just you people, they know. Believe me, they know it's a 2-5 star and a fucking print of the nail that now looks like a fucking H, like H-bomb. But they know, believe me, they know. I know it seems weird, but they're never going to care about a fucking thing. They're in some sort of zone. Yeah, just, they clearly, you go, why is the Virgin Mother here? Okay, I can, yeah, and I said that's their job, to burn fuel. He really wasn't doing that much driving, you know. So you go, what's the purpose of him still staying here like this? Okay, so if it was getting to the point where he either couldn't care for his mother anymore or he didn't want to, then it was time for him to go. I mean, God isn't giving these people retirement, even though they think they are. It's an extinction. I don't have to do anything. I'm not in that. Right, all due respect, I'm really not in that. But clearly, I'll go whenever God says to. But I don't have like a work purpose. My species doesn't have a work purpose. You took my work purpose. I had 6 minors in a house. That would be 6 adults in a house that you wouldn't have to worry about housing. Get it? For some reason, Cynthia is allowed to stay in her house. And I explained the reasons why, and God isn't fucking dumb. Absolutely fucking wretched, wretched beings. I know. It's nothing my mother. It's nothing my mother. It's nothing my mother. It's the Virgin fucking Mother. It's nothing my mother. It's the Virgin fucking Mother. It's nothing my mother. It's the Virgin Mother. It's nothing my mother. It's the Virgin Mother. It's Mary Gladys, not Mary, and my last name isn't Kent anymore. Just fucking grotesquely insane, like you're in the Wild West. Parts unknown. Fucking gross animals. I'm sure the police will fucking pick me up and drop me off at a shelter in Boston if anybody ever got that fucking insane. Oh, now you're back in Norfolk County. She ain't here. Nah, she ain't here. She came here and we told her to fucking leave. Fucking insane assholes. She ain't here. Whoa.
taking a historic site and opening their rooftop to view the eclipse. The hotel will also have a special menu with eclipse-themed drinks such as blue beer, eclipse bonus, cocktails. Some of these
Oh yeah, they think that's a them they, and they think they're fucking funny when they're all insane. And then attempts to call her, get it? Because they knew I didn't have a fucking phone. The pH in your brain, you're all fucking dying. The greatest of all due respects. You just don't understand how fucking sick in the head you are. You all think you're fucking smart because you're psychopaths that God has in a containment. I'm helping you. Yeah, it does well to stop trying to interact with me because it's not good for the delusion you're in to keep you calm. That's why I at least purposely didn't interrupt Tom Kent's made up thing he was in. I understand what God's doing with you guys. He explained it to me. So you do better to stop trying to involve me in your nonsense. I don't live in one of your manuscripts that you're writing, as John Clow explained to us. I don't live in that. I live in reality, man, where you go, whoa, thermonuclear weapons. That's not a fucking COVID vaccine. No shit. Did you get I feel feverish. Did you get a fucking COVID vaccine? No, I don't talk in a fucking coded message. That's called aphasia. Oh, yeah, the chemtrails. Please. There's no such thing as fucking chemtrails. It's a nonsense language. Can't pass a psych eval, but you can care for your mother. It's not about that. It's not about you can't be the fistuary. You can have all that money, care for your mother, have 2 houses. I don't know what the fuck this is, but they're trying to make you think that they bought this house. They're clearly trying to make you think that. All of it. Do all that. None of that is real. It doesn't mean you're in a dream. It's just, the fuck is that? It's like we're in Pompeii, just like I said. I know where the fuck I'm going. I'm the Virgin Mary, duh. Clearly you don't have my immunity. I don't know if you made up that you're covered by the fucking blood of the Lamb. You're covered by the blood of the Lamb. You have a key. You don't need 2. What the fuck? Okay, you're not, I mean, seriously? You're not going to survive the Passover. Whether you trap a lame in your fucking house or not, you don't survive the Passover. Your DNA houses? I don't know, man, but you are not me. Like 2011, it's what? Woo! You did not do that. So it's just waiting for God to roll out your extinction in a calm and peaceful manner. That's a lot of people, 8 billion people. That would cause a lot of havoc on Earth. That's a lot of havoc on Earth right there. That is a lot of havoc. You don't know what an Egyptian is. It has to do with the egg yolk. It has to do with the egg yolk. Okay? You don't know what an Egyptian is. Probably because I didn't do my arm work. I noticed it yesterday. I probably would have cracked something. That's why that wasn't happening to me. I guess I could do some push-ups before I go. That should do it. I don't know about abs today, man. Whoa. I got to drink some water and take a walk, and I'll be fine, like a jog. It relieves my stress, and it helps keep, you know. I'm hoping that this shit's wrapped up by April 19th. I mentioned that. Not March, and then we take 6 months. Because you can see it's getting worse and worse. They will not. That's why God is killing them. It wouldn't matter what is shown and explained to them. Okay? It's that bad. Like, they will not house a population of people or give us a means to live. So, yeah, God kills you. It's like wild animals coming at us like we're in that Mummy 2 film. And it's like the fucking army of Anubis coming right at us, but they used to be fucking people. Like you're in Night of the Living Dead, except we don't have to do that because God kills them. He looks ahead and they drop dead before they start doing that shit. Right. Certain people, when they start to get the dementia, like Barbara Kent, because I explained it to you. Okay, she's 89. She's not 57. Okay, just roaming around a fucking house, screaming because I'm downstairs and shit. That was 2 years ago he was doing it. He was kept calm by God's made up things he was doing. Right, he was kept calm by that and the fact that I stayed in a fucking room. I kowtowed to everything as two people battle ward of territory. She would not stop pissing because that's what they do. She wouldn't stop trying to mark off fucking territory. Is that why she kept using the bathroom when she was here? Probably. I mean, nerves and shit, but now that I think about it, because she kept saying it too. I got to use the bathroom. I got to use the bathroom. I don't know what's wrong with me. You have dementia. That's what's wrong with you. But you can care for your mother. Tommy had it too, and he cared for her for 2 years. So they'll get at least a couple years out of you before they have to worry about this Barbara Kent problem again. Probably. And then here comes Crystal Ann after Cindy drops dead. And then, I don't know, you can't care. And then she'll inherit Tommy Kent and Barbara Kent's and Cindy Kent's estate. They always give it to people that have nothing to do with the family, you know. They do it. They like to do it. They like to do it. Yeah, like if you were the person that cared for a person for 10 years, here they come. There was a film about this recently. Here they come, and then they just hand the estate over to another person. They just like to do it. It's fucking wacko. Usually the person caring for the person is not doing it for that reason anyway. So the person kind of expects it. I think that was in the film. Like they may have some interaction, like Cindy would come here and yell at Barbara and get in a fight with Tommy, and that's my mother too, and just leave whenever she wanted to. And she'd pick and choose if she was actually going to change the woman's diaper. Okay, like they were weird that the other person they know the person's going to do it once that person dies. They know it. That's why you go, oh, did you need this? Did you need this piece of paper? Did you need this piece of paper? YouTube notifications, not text messages, so. It's not actually that bad. It's like in the morning, it always feels worse, and I haven't used the bathroom yet, so I know. Maybe with my soda. Clearly not drinking enough water. Yeah. Clearly not drinking enough water. I don't know. Maybe my iron was low.
Temperatures this afternoon are going to go to mid-60s, only tomorrow. But when you guys come back out of the days, that's a much cooler wind direction for us along the coastline. Temperature tomorrow goes to 50 at the coast, in the 60s up in your baseball weather, and Chris Breeze coming in off the ocean. Looking dry. There's something in forecast, which got a shower developing Wednesday afternoon. We'll see these rains and showers in out through Thursday and Friday, wrapping up just in time for the weekend. Fast track a little bit, fresh.
Yeah, we are getting a live look in that area right now. This is on 495 in north, right where it meets with 93. So usually it's a pretty busy area, and with this crash, you can see that car off the road here. Let's stay this close though. Drive times are building up right now. It's sitting at about half an hour, roughly 40 minutes. I think it's closer to that 40-minute mark, so just be prepared there. If you're moving in the opposite direction, you might notice some curiosity delays, but that's really about it. Other areas to watch out for: 128 south and north, and ready to separate crashes there. 2 lanes completely are going to be closed off with another crash. So in general, north of us right now, definitely.
Yeah, that's the other part of the disease too. I didn't mention this yet. Is I think it was Barbara and Cynthia said something about that pimple on my eye, and you're like, you need to stop fucking staring at me, okay? You people are fucking nasty. I know. You just go. They probably think people are fucking weirdos too, because they don't realize how sick they are. That's why finally it was, look, I am 52 years old. I'm going to be 53 next month. Okay, so you'll have her out of here by the end of the week. Okay, just, that's why the cops had to be called, man. And it's just like I said, she clearly is fucking mentally confused. But anyways, that's already done and gone. But it just came up in because I looked in the mirror and I was like, yep, it's still there. But you go, how are you noticing that? You get it? Are you like, how are you that close to my fucking face and you're going to point out a flaw? Is that going to help you live today? I know, just fucking disgusting, nasty. Oh, yeah. Oh, like I remember when I was a little kid, Barbara would go, oh, you look pale. I look pale? Have you looked in a fucking mirror? Now that the whole world can see what these people look like, that person used to say that to me as a fucking child to try to, like Eminem told you, oh, you look pale, like trying to make you think you're fucking sick all the time. Just like obsessed with Tommy's fucking belly. She even said, but she thinks that everybody that talks is saying something bad about her. Right. So the therapist may have not even said it in that tone. Yeah, she interprets everything as that. I found that out after talking to Candy, because Candy didn't even know anything about. She was just telling me about Barbara telling Cindy about help that you can get to help her take care of Barbara. Like Barbara was trying to be helpful and telling Cindy that there's places you can bring her to and stuff, like so that Cindy can take over care for her. That is not, Cindy gets off a phone and is pissed and thought Barbara was saying something else. Yeah. So yeah, I can't trust anything that she said a landlord fucking said. Get what I'm saying? Like the machinery is not. Yeah, I mean, she must be running around that fucking house. Maybe she slept finally, but she must be running around that fucking house, all of these phone calls and shit she's been doing. Yeah, people like that, they act like everybody else. Well, somebody's going to do it. Thanks. Honestly, the second they took his body out of here, I don't got to do a fucking thing. So you want what paperwork to take this one out? Thank you. Now I got to deal with the dog. That's it. That's all I got to deal with is a dog because it's a biological fucking being. That's it. I got one out. Got to get this one home. At least I'll believe it's going to a home when they take it. And I'm fucking free and clear. Thank you. Obviously, she knows I want nothing to do with it. She was here for a couple of days. She knows I want nothing to do with it. And she still had to fucking get into it with me. Yeah, I mean, I clearly want nothing to do with her. I'm sure she knows that by now. It's been fucking years and years and years. I'm not Tommy. Yeah, like I said, my hope is that the shelter people will finally get it now. Right, like someone else has always been this woman's caretaker. Okay, like I know, just what the fuck. We don't have to get into that. We don't have to get into that. Okay, we don't have to get into that. Believe me. The Virgin Mother. Not I have to take care of someone's mother. Especially when I had 6 minors of my own. Won't hear what God is telling you. Won't hear what God is telling you. Won't hear what God is telling you. Anyways. What doctrines did you think I had when I got pregnant with my daughter? She didn't even work. I actually was when I got pregnant with her. I was working at a hotel and a clothing store, and I was going to college full time. But after I had to quit because I was so sick from my pregnancy, what doctrine was I in? What doctrine was I in? They were asked that on the Social Security the first time. They're not getting any of that from me anymore. Okay, really. It's in a medical record. Okay, then just deny me. Thank you. And then I apply again. Thank you. And we can do that, I guess, as many times as it takes. That's probably what they're doing at the shelter now. We can do that as many times as it takes, I guess, to keep a 401 a month on. So I can at least get clothing and stuff when I'm at the shelter because I can't take anything with me again. And I don't really have, it's not like before because all my shit went in a dumpster and then everything they gave me when I was out there in 21 got left at a hotel. So there's not, a backpack is all I need. It's like that too. If I'm getting 401 a month, I could save up and buy another laptop, a cheap one. This laptop only cost $158 at BJ's. So So I put it on the thing. What was I doing for work before 2011? Okay, so a judge went click, and I didn't get a basic income, which would have relieved a man of alimony. And then I got removed from a housing list. June 30th of last summer, a man whose wife was working with Al at the Golf Channel got rid of Florida alimony. But you folks keep doing what the fuck you're doing. Parts unknown, None of it has any meaning. That's what you want to do for the rest of your time here is fucking harass the Virgin Mother. Okay. It is what it is. Other plans. God has other plans for you people. You're not getting anywhere near my father. You're not getting anywhere near Michael Forian. Nothing to do with you. Got nothing to do with the mighty house. You got nothing to do with the word Mitty in any fucking way. It means a mighty house. Nothing to do with you fucking people. So stop associating yourself with that. You have nothing to do with the midday. You have nothing to do with that. You got nothing to do with Mickey House and Minnie House. I'm sorry, Hickey House and Minnie House. You have nothing to do with that. The fuck it all. It's called mimicry. Right, Allison? All eyes, son. That is the greatest of insults in Asian culture. To be selfish, yeah, all eyes, son. It's supposed to be funny. That's the word. That's like my species. Trust me, you folks are not my species, man. You are so mean and sick. You're ferocious. Nothing the fuck to do with anything the midday fucking sun, the midday marathon, the midday fucking name. Nothing. Because you wouldn't let fucking the guy who invented the shit go to the other fucking house. Dead. I'm sure he's happy somewhere being a fucking lion or something, but he won't rebirth in this physical form. They're already, I think, making up he's going to reincarnate. Maybe, let them believe what they want. That's why I have to get away from them. I am not listening to that, but it's like, that's what they're going to make up for themselves, and you leave them alone. Just what the fuck? Someone's going to rebirth here? Whoa. They just, I guess, they can't comprehend it, I guess, even though they don't want to be like me. They can't comprehend fucking reality. Path of totality. Nice. A total and complete extinction. Every man, woman, and child. Not Tom Kent is going to reincarnate, but you have to just leave it alone. That becomes cruel. That's why you get away from people and you keep your mouth shut. That's for my species. And I don't even know if it's called reincarnating. I have to meet more of them and see if they're incarnated. To my fucking species, it's a species. We would all do the same basic behaviors like a fucking squirrel. And so you'd have to be incarnated, completely have the manual as your fucking self, and then you redo it to be reincarnated, like you're indwelled with the Holy Spirit. Yeah, I mean, other species, they probably reincarnate too, but they don't act like a human being. Stizinski. Went into the woods in 1971. UN Obama. Boom. You'll figure it out. July 30 at Ongla. They're still saying 30 days. You're 2 years behind. July at Ongla. A UN Obama. Boom. The UN A-bomber? Is it the uni? The 1A bomber? Is that what it's supposed to be? I don't know. I didn't make that up. I don't make up funny words and phrases. I just talk in plain language. Da-dum-dum. Why do you speak to them in fucking parables? Jesus Christ. Boom. Everyone gets food and water till they die. And electricity. Except for the Holocaust victims. We rot in the fucking street. Or in a shelter. The shelter staff does what they can do. But I mean, that business with the fucking coffee maker last year. I think it's about gallbladder cancer. Jesus Christ, please stop shutting off the coffee maker. There's no way in fuck your coffee maker and Starbucks coffee maker broke on the same day. Something's going on where you get it in your mind, we're not getting coffee. And then I have to go, all right, I know that makes sense in your minds. I'm not trying to get into it with you, but I think that you might have gallbladder cancer. The Virgin Mary. Hi, how you doing? Yep. Stiz, just like I said. Where's Bill Murray? This looks like a shell, too. Shelly Sadinsky. Boom. July at Ongla. Boom. Don't even get me going, bro. I don't think Brian Buchanan knows what he's talking about. I was 13 and she's 14. Was he 14? No, he's 13 and she's 14. Shower curtain. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, just sweet Brian. Oh, up, and there he goes. Boom. Why didn't you let me on the porch? Je suis Brian heareth not. Your sister got a better manager here. He's dead now. Can say it all I want, not worry about someone coming down here and fucking kill me. Talk about scary. I don't want to like put that on him. I don't know if he would do it or not, but I mean, dude, you are scary with the yelling and stuff and just Je suis Brian heareth, not better manage my fucking hair. Like Jesus of Nazareth. You told Jesus of Nazareth to die in the fucking street. It is what it is. She told Jesus of Nazareth to help her with the fucking dog's cage in a bedroom. No, I will help you with that. What the fuck? You don't know what a fucking marijuana cartridge is? And you're having parties with dudes in a house in Plymouth? Really? Oh, little innocent Lizzie Borden. Oh, yeah, I see that you're attractive. Oh, do you know what this is? Brian was probably like, oh my fucking God, really? Okay. And then she's showing us photographs of dudes she was trying to groom. All right, so you had a party house with a bunch of your son's friends here before we got here? That's why we couldn't be here? Yeah, I can see that's why we couldn't be here. What's that? Oh, you don't know what that is? Fucking God. Oh, you don't know what that is? It's $20. Yep. Just meet me in the bathroom and suck it and give me $20. You don't know what you don't know what a marijuana cartridge is. So am I going to be 12? Am I 12 years old? Are you stealing your sister's dick? You stealing your sister's boyfriend's dick? Oh. Fucking freak.
Right now, the pastor is asking for input from church members and the Cambridge community about what the future church should look like and be used for.
A man connected to a suspicious death investigation in Stowe is expected in court today. Police found 17-year-old Savannah daughter dead inside of a home on Friday. The girl's wife, Ann, says that she's been missing since she was 15 years old. She says her dad ran away. When officers responded to the home on Great Road, they say the girl's boyfriend tried to...
You might as well fuck that Sandra chick at that point. That I had to listen to that shit with her and Pat in the bed. Just, you would never think people are that fucking sick. Just, oh my God. It was like a fucking, she's going to pretend she's a queen or something in a bed. And I'm going to talk about this, that, and the other. And just like, what the fuck, man? God, please help me. I was wanting to sleep. Just, finally, they fucking stopped, and I slept on a fucking floor. They were trying to get me into the bed with them. These people, as I know now, I sound like Tommy. These people don't fucking get it. What do you think I do when I leave here? Not I'm dangerous. It's just you people are fucked. You don't know what a fucking marijuana cartridge is? I know. Don't even... I'm not involving Scott with it. He'd probably fucking laugh his head off. In 2012, it was Vicodin. She was pissed at her doctor because her doctor wouldn't keep giving her fucking Vicodin. But she doesn't know what a marijuana cartridge is. When clearly there was a whole to-do when Junior got caught with the fucking cartridge. That was like 8 years ago. I'm just looking at her like, oh my fucking God. I know what a fucking, what is that called? A rollie? I know what a fucking rollie is. But you don't know what a marijuana cartridge is? Yeah. Your boyfriend died from AIDS. You had another boyfriend die from a drug overdose from eating a patch. Give it a fucking rest. I told you. Gross. Oh, and then, oh, I don't know. And then maybe she thought he looked like a little boy too. I have no fucking idea. Just, Do you know what this is? Okay. Oh my fucking God. We got to get the fuck out of here, Brian. Can I just sleep and put this belly down? Because it was fucking like this. And she's running us the fuck around. Remember I told you she started doing that shit to Tommy about ordering the fuck around? He was probably thinking the same fucking thing. He was probably like, I gotta go upstairs, man, and get the fuck away from her before I flip the fuck out. That needs to be emptied. She wasn't even put, when she changed Barbara, I guess she started putting them in bags. But she would just take a piddle pad and put it on top of the fucking trash. She came here and cooked a fucking egg and threw the eggshells behind the fucking garbage bag and left it there. She goes, oh, I'll get that afterwards. I don't want it. She never fucking got it afterwards. Take your mother and get the fuck out of this house. Get it? It's called being sadistically insane. Come here, eat my fucking eggs. Those are my fucking eggs from a food pantry, cunt. Okay? Eat my fucking eggs and throw a shell on a floor purposely. The fuck out. That's what I'm saying. She thought I was going to do that for 17 days or 30 days. She thought I was going to do that. I am not, see me not doing that? Just like the potty thing. And here I am not doing that. Like I've had to care for a dog and pick up poop and piss. That's not going to keep going on either. Today's the last day. Like, yeah, I know. I get it. Like, I probably should do that first. But I know you just like, I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Right. Just, I suppose I should probably do that first instead of going out to Quincy. Oh, God. Yeah, because that's obviously, again, what time do they open? 8? I have a feeling they're going to do the same thing, but I don't know if animal control does that. Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to do the same thing because if God is explaining about July at Ongla, July 30 at Ongla, they might still be doing it. They did this a year ago. About Brian, did you wait the 30 days? Oh God, Scott. It means July at Ongla. Like July 30 at Ongla. It's all right. It's clearly been way more than 30 days, and I still don't know what the fuck happened to Brian. So it means July 30 at Ongla. See how quickly people notify people that someone died? Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't take that long. That's why I questioned it. Yeah, just, I don't know where the fuck he went, but it seems implausible he died. Okay, just. But that would be news. Yeah, that would definitely be news about what the hell's going on. Like now because again, I don't know what's going on with my children, but in a sense, there's still an excuse for that. Although once I get to another place, because I have a phone. Yeah, you go, and I would go call my phone. Okay. This is the situation. Like clearly, I've been on a live stream saying my phone number over and over again. Where are my 6 adult children? I can't get into it. I know just Kathy's on a vacation to Florida. You just go, okay, I have to stop talking to you guys. I just can't do it. Yeah, can't do it. I know, just how many times are you guys going to go to Florida? I don't know why you people have such a hatred for me, but I don't have to put up with it anymore. Right. So I don't think the shelter is going to do anything like that again. Right. You just go, okay, so because Tommy would have required some kind of a caregiver. Right. Barbara has one. She has Cynthia. And Cynthia has children. Tommy had no children. So I think they were trying to reason what was going on too because of the transition plan. I think they were trying to reason how this could possibly be going on. But now that this has happened with Florida alimony laws, maybe they understand it more. Right. So. Exactly. I thought they would. And now they can't. God made sure they couldn't. Like they were going to try to pass off a sibling now, but I don't have children. Kathy has children. Candy has children. Cindy has children, and Cindy's taking care of Barbara to her death. So, or they'll put her in a nursing home. Jim has a wife and children. Yeah, like it seems a disassociation where I'm a nun, so this is what happens. I think you're in a disassociation because you can't believe this has happened to a person. It's scary when the people that run your world go mad, and a lot of them are men. Okay, and they're clearly not well endowed or attractive. They don't look like Brian. Right. They don't look like Brian. They don't look like Patrick. They don't look like Brian. Any number of Holocaust victims. Just. Well, God's getting rid of them. So. They won't come back. No. They never do. They never do. Okay, that's why they didn't even know if God was real, because they don't do that. They don't go into a sleep. No. I explained it when I got here. I can do that again. How much time do I have? Let me see. Okay, I got a little bit of time. Let's see.